X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now. Watch me not now. Punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another stream. Hello, hello. What's going on, Holic Master? Good to see you. NB Cham, Azu Meta Praline, Coded, Shoten LLC, Arcadia, good to see you. Joel1444. Straw Hat Monty 97, what's up? Lucky Otter, good to see you. Dynamis, hello. Nightmoth, good to see you as well. Hobo Sapiens, what's up? Game Master 19. No face yet? I know, I was taking a minute to switch over to my camera. Can't have some stylistic, creativity on the stream? Hey, Pillow. What's up, Heavy Gretel? Good to see ya. Yeah, Rob36, you got here just in time. Stream is starting just now. Already 104 people here, by the way. Remember, if you really enjoy the stream and you like my content and you want to support me, the best way you can do so is simply by hitting the like button. It's totally free, it takes half a second, and it literally forces YouTube to push my channel and my streams and my videos to new people and to just more people generally. So it really does help a lot, and it's totally free. So if you can't afford to donate or sub or gift a sub, I very much am appreciative of every single like on the stream. And my videos too. It really does help. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're having a good day. Opinion on guinea pigs? They're awesome! Guinea pigs are dope. They're literally small capybaras. You know that, right? That, like, capybaras, taxonomically, are literally just big guinea pigs. That's literally it. Yeah, they're literally... They're Shetland capybaras. I don't know. What's the term for, like, when something is small? Small? Oh, well, there you go, Mr. Nubs. You got it. Dwarf, yeah. They're like dwarf capybaras. Yeah, teacup capybaras, if you will. Yeah. God, baby capybaras are probably the cutest little creatures ever, though. They're so adorable. You know what else is always really cute? Quokkas. I think they have these in Australia. I hope I get to see one of these someday. Quokkas. Oh, it's Quokkas. Oh my god, they're in permanent happy time mode. It's like God created these things just to make us go, aww.
Are the happiest animal on the internet. And they're a strange case of how social media tourism has actually helped a species thrive.
Yeah, don't fuck with them though. They'll fuck you up. If you fuck around with one of these things, you'll find out. Also, I got new weed.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animal Logic. If you spend any time at all on the internet, you've likely seen the creature that has been crowned the world's happiest animal.
Oh, for those that don't know, by the way, though most of you should probably know, but if you don't, Holicmaster in my website chat right now is the vocalist who sings my theme song, The X in My Name. I'll once again put a link to it in chat. The bot's going to put it there. But yeah, Holicmaster is at least partially responsible for that song. I know he's the vocalist. So yeah, pretty dope.
The quokka, a marsupial endemic to Australia that's about the size of a cat.
Oh yeah, also, Holicmaster also made the Vosh Rad song, Vosh's theme song, and I think there was also a Christmas-themed one as well. So yeah, you definitely know of Holicmaster from that, most likely.
Quokkas are wallabies, also known as short-tailed scrub wallabies, but quokka is much cuter. Male quokkas, fully grown, will be at most 4.5 kilos, while females will be at most 3.5. Quokkas live on an island off the western coast of Australia, with the largest population of quokkas being found on Rottnest Island. The island was named by Dutch explorers in the 17th century who equated the quokkas with large rats, and named the island Rottnest, which is derived from the Dutch word rottenest, meaning rat nest. Quokkas live primarily in swampy territories that receive at least 1,000 millimeters of rainfall annually.
God damn. Yeah, quokkas are adorable. I love them. I would die for a quokka any day of the week. I would give my life to save them. But Australia is so cursed. There is a lot of cursed shit in Australia that wants to kill you, but apparently not that much. Apparently it's over-exaggerated, but I will tell you, Florida's not over-exaggerated. You want to see what I saw literally just the other day? Another giant gator video. Giant alligator. I once again, new enormous alligator video. Yeah, giant alligator bends metal fence in Florida. So, if you're wondering, how do the alligators get everywhere in Florida? This is how. Turns out, metal bars won't even keep a 2-ton alligator, you know, behind bars. It won't work. I like how there's just a guy here watching this happen. Are you gonna help or are you gonna try to pull it through? What's the goal here? I think you should help it, because, you know, it can't really get you in this position. This is like the safest... That is like the safest anyone has ever been handling an alligator. That alligator is fucking stuck. That alligator is no threat if you're standing behind it. That is the safest anyone has ever been handling an alligator that big. That's good. That's not the video I was thinking of, though. There's a much bigger one. From a video that I literally just saw on, I think it was on r/crazy fucking videos. Well, here's another one. This is not unusual where I come from.
Walking our pet alligator this morning.
Oh, it's in Sarasota. Of course it is.
I'm tired. I think I'll take
Venice,
a break.
Florida.
We're done. Probably where he's trying to get you.
He's just tired. Tired of our shit.
Like, you will see alligators just vibing in the neighborhood.
Look
You
at
don't
that.
catch me anywhere near a gator, lol. Tipster, welcome to the stream, by the way, Tipster. Like, in all seriousness, when you're a Floridian, you just kind of, like, get used to them. Have you seen videos when gators fucking run? Yeah, they can run, like, 10 feet. Maybe less. At a sprint. Also, the idea that you should zigzag to escape a gator is really stupid. Do not zigzag to escape a gator. If anything, that increases the chances of it getting you. Gators can run at very fast burst sprints, but they're bad at turning when they're running. That's why they say do that. But you shouldn't do zigzags to do that, because you're just going to keep on entering its perfect line. Run diagonally away from it. Like at a curve if you can. That'll obviously work. But generally speaking, like, an alligator isn't going to chase you down on land. Like, you've got to be being a dumbass close to the water that's, like, very murky, and you know, it, like, probably knows filled with gators because it's Florida and it's murky water that's fresh. You're not going to have to, like, run from a gator in that way. It's sort of an unrealistic idea. Like, this is how fast they generally go, but they can bust out into a 10-second sprint. Have you ridden a gator? Okay, the closest I've gotten to a wild gator, that was dangerous, to be fair, because I've picked up wild gators that are babies, you know, so that's the closest I've been to wild gators. But the closest I've been to one that was, like, it could have easily gotten to me and, like, killed me, no question, like, because it was so big, was when I was working as a lifeguard at Wikiwachi, and I was cleaning the dock first thing in the morning. You have to clean the, there's 2 ladders that go up onto the dock where the swimming platform is, like, that you jump off of into the water. A lifeguard has to go out there and, like, scrub the slippery algae off of the ladder every day, and that day it was me, and I'm doing that, and the park's, like, opening up, you know, the first guests of the day are kind of coming in, it's early morning, and I look behind me, because I felt watched. And I look behind me, and there's I would guess 8-foot gator, just not even like a big gator, not even this big, but, you know, close, somewhere, you know, in this, like, approximate ballpark, just starts swimming towards me out of, like, the river towards the swimming area. So I'm like, well, I'm already at the stairs, so I get out, I get onto the dock, I blow my whistle. The water's shut down, those swimming areas shut down for, like, hours that day. Like, until my lunch break, the water was shut down. That's when the alligator finally fucked off and went downriver. But, yeah. That's the closest I've ever been to actually getting eaten by a gator, I would say. Already heard Zan tell this story? Yeah, I've told this story a few times, particularly in my video where Tom Scott went to the park that I worked at. You guys should definitely check out that video if you haven't already. I've uploaded it on my channel, but for those that don't know, the water park I worked at as a lifeguard, Tom Scott did a video there. I'll play a short amount of the video for those that haven't seen this. This is what I'm talking about, and that's the dock. So the alligator was coming from, like, the river here, right behind his left shoulder. The alligator just kind of wandered upriver, and I was on the other side of the dock that's currently covered by, like, it's around here is the other side of the dock, and there's a ladder, and I was right there. The gator was coming in. I looked behind me and was like, oh shit, and I got out of the water, got onto this dock, blew my whistles, and the swimming area, which this is, like, the entrance to it, was closed off for, like, 4 or 5 hours until my lunch break. Basically the entire first half of my shift for that day, which, can't complain. I just got to sit on the dock and watch an alligator swim around in the water that entire time. It was very sunny. There was no shade, so I wasn't happy about that. I had to keep on, like, splashing water on myself. You know, I had to keep on grabbing some water from and just splashing on myself as the sun came out, because it was getting really bright and beating down, and there was no shade on the dock, and it's like, oh, fuck. The sun comes up from this direction, so the sun shines this way all day until it finally starts setting in the west, which is off in this direction, and then the trees actually provide some shade. So it was always nice getting the dock post in the afternoon, because these trees blocked the sun, but morning shift, when I was working, the sun rises to Tom's left, and just beats down on that dock all day. So I was stuck there on that dock, thirsty as fuck. I drank some of the water. I got so thirsty, I reached into the water and I started sipping. Not much, because while it is very clean and, like, you know, like, it's clear and clean water, there's still stuff that can get you sick in it if you don't boil it. But I was so thirsty, I needed something to, like, wet my mouth and throat, so I just took sips. But I was on that dock for a few hours, you know, like, it was hot, you know, that alligator. I wasn't even allowed. Like, I don't think I was even allowed to swim back. Because if I got hurt, then that would be, you know, if I get eaten by a gator in the water, it's a whole thing, you know, for the state of Florida. This is a state park. This place is dope. This is where I worked as a lifeguard.
Not an artificial swimming pool, and it's not filled with chlorinated, treated water. This is a natural spring in Weeki Wachee, Florida, and it's at the top of a massive system of caverns where the Weeki Wachee River surfaces. Hundreds of millions of litres of water forcing its way out the ground every day. But while the spring might be natural,
MFer, there's brain amoeba in there? Not exactly. Like, the brain amoeba tends to be in much more icky water, warmer water, actually. This water's a bit too cold for that. What would really get you sick would be, like, stomach parasites and shit like that. But I never got sick from the water. I was constantly jumping in, getting water up my nose and my ears. One thing I did do every single day was hydrogen peroxide in my ears after work. I'd lay on the couch and my mom would drip drop hydrogen peroxide in my ears, and I would keep like a few drops of hydrogen peroxide in one ear while laying on one side for like 5 minutes, then the other ear on one side for 5 minutes, and it was to keep, because this is just straight up fresh water, right? There's algae in it, there's all sorts of stuff in there. You can very easily get an ear infection doing that, so you put hydrogen peroxide in your ear. Doesn't hurt. I had to do that for ear infections. It helps prevent them too. It was heavily recommended by our bosses that we do that when we get home. And you could tell which kids didn't do it. We were all like 16, 17 years old. You could tell which ones of us didn't do it because they were always out sick for ear infections. Or when they did come into work, they were like, I gotta take my antibiotics. You know, it's like, you don't use hydrogen peroxide in your ears after work, do you? You gotta do that shit. You'll get an ear infection.
natural. What's going on under the surface definitely isn't. It's created by humans, because for more than 70 years, there's been a mermaid show here.
Toughest part of the job, I definitely think, is training. Took me about 6 months to swim my first show. Once you get hired, you get scuba certified, and then you can start on...
So yeah, they do like a mermaid show in the spring, and you like look through a glass observatory, and I don't even know if we have time for me to tell the fucking airlock story. Can I make the chat go away for a second so you guys can see it? Here it is. Okay. So you see right here, this little half dome thing? There's a platform and then there's a half metal dome, right? There's bubbles coming out of it as well. This is about 30 feet underwater. Doesn't look it. It's kind of hard to tell, but you know, you can kind of use the humans swimming around here for scale. This is about 30 feet underwater. They're pretty deep. So this little dome here, this little thing is actually getting filled with a constant stream of bubbles of fresh air. And so inside of this is a little airlock. Like there's a water line about right here, and this is a dome full of air. And whenever the bubbles come up between scenes, they go in there and they change outfits between scenes, right? That's like their changing room type thing. Now, one day after work, early on when I was working there, like in my first week, the park was closed, and there was still a couple hours of sunlight left because it was summertime, and because we finished all of our duties closing down the park, you know, getting rid of all of the trash bags, putting them in the dumpster, sweeping everything up, collecting up trash, you know, just all the general things we had to do to, you know, close the park down. We were done with all our work, a couple hours left of sunlight, which meant we were allowed to freely swim in the water as we so choose, and that's what we chose to do. And about 5 of us, along with me, my friend John, who I will mention was scuba certified, which is an important aspect of this story. We swim out to this thing, and we want to swim down into it. How do you get in? It's just open. You just swim into it. See this? It's completely open on the bottom. And then there's just a water line right here. So we swim out over it, and we swim down. And I forgot to equalize pressure in my head. Something that you have to do before you swim down any further than 8 to 10 feet. Otherwise, you're going to start to feel pain, is plugging your nose and blowing out hard enough that your ears pop. Not too hard. Gently do it and ramp up how much you push out until you get a nice ear pop on both sides. That is how you prevent that insane pressure when you get down deeper from, like, hurting you. And it'll still hurt a little. It'll still hurt a little. But that's how you make it not literally destroy your eardrums. So, I forgot to do this. I don't know why I forgot to do this. Literally on the swim team, okay? Literally on the fucking swim team. And I forget to equalize pressure. I take a big old breath, I swim down. No problem swimming down 30 feet on one single breath. But when I get around here, where it's like too far down to go back up right now, I start to feel immense pain in my head and ears. Immense, because I'm going down 30 feet. I'm like, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit. It hurts so bad. So I immediately get into the airlock and I get my head out of the water. And I'm like, ah, fuck. I'm in like so much pain. And the only thing I can compare it to, and I always use this comparison when I tell people this story, is the scene in The Walking Dead, the very first episode, where Rick takes the handgun and shoots the zombie directly in the head while inside of a tank. And is like, the noise rings through the tank, and he's just like, his vision goes blurry, and he's in like absurd amounts of pain from the amount of echo of zero ear protection shooting a gun inside a tank. That's what it felt like. And like everyone in there is talking loudly, and my ears are like in extreme pain. And John notices what's happened. He realizes very quickly what has happened and what I forgot to do. And he's like, everyone shut up, stop being loud. Alex, look at me. And because I'm like at this point, like, oh, you know, I'm in so much pain, I can't even open my eyes. So he like grabs my face and he's like, dude, look at me, just do this. And I'm like, and I do it, and almost immediately the pain goes away. He handled it very, very well, because I was in so much pain, I couldn't even think. I didn't even make the connection of what I'm supposed to do. So it was really nice that he knew exactly what was going on, like looked me and was like, dude, just do this. Otherwise, I don't know what I would have done if he wasn't there. So yeah, it was a pretty big dub on his part. I forgive him for breaking my phone. He was the same guy who I let borrow my phone, so that he could call. It was either his mom or his girlfriend. He either wanted to call his mom or his girlfriend, so I let him borrow my cell phone. And he finishes the call, puts the phone down in his chest because he was laying down on a beach chair inside of like our guard shack, and the floor's like wood. Like just wooden planks. So I don't even know how this happened. But he sits up out of nowhere. The phone slides off his chest, falls directly onto the floor from like 2 feet in height, and the screen just shatters. That was the first time I ever had a broken cell phone. The screen just fucking shattered. And do you know what happened the very next day? The phone didn't work anymore at all. It didn't work at all. You know what happened the very next day? Pokemon Go came out. The next day, I come into work, no fucking phone, by the way, and everyone's huddled around their own phones, running around, because Pokemon Go just came out. And I'm like, no, what? This, like, phone game that's taking over the world and all my coworkers are playing is, like, I don't have a phone to play it now? And the even worse thing was, my job had 4 Pokestops and a gym. On break, you could literally walk to 4 Pokestops and a Poke Gym within the water park. It was peak. Ugh. On the bright side, I got to walk around with my coworkers and watch them play Pokemon Go, so it was pretty fun. Bro, my phone didn't support Pokemon Go. A lot of people had older phones, and so they couldn't get it too, yeah. That was a big thing. When I was going to get a new phone, and I was like desperately Googling to make sure that this new phone was going to be able to run Pokemon Go. It did. Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub over to... Wait, hold on. I closed my calculator app. What the fuck? Heavy Gretel, thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted sub to Winby. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Said, here you go, Winby. Now you can post Pepe plants with us again. Heart. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Pepe Plant is a goated emote. And then Drakes, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Fucking based. Hey, Zan, how's the shooting range been treating you? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Vosh, Demon Mama, me, Ethan, and Fortuna went to the range just the other day, and I got to shoot some new blickies. It was fun as hell. Let me see if I can find the videos really fast.
All right, go.
So here's me trying to shoot some 45... Yeah, here's me trying to shoot some 45 ACP out of a 1911 one-handed. Now you're gonna notice it's shaking a little bit, and that's because the gun is fucking heavy. Oh, I don't know why it started so late. Probably because I misclicked. Here we go.
All right, go.
Lots and lots of juice.
I had to try it one-handed.
They are very...
One hand is rough.
One hand. Which target you going for?
It doesn't matter.
Left, middle?
My
Okay.
shots were way off. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is 45 ACP, Dead Heathen. I may be wrong, but that's what I remember being on the box.
You're aiming right.
Plus, it fucking explodes in your hand like that. Jesus. Yeah, it was very hard to control the recoil of that gun with one hand. It's heavy as fuck, too. Which you think would make it easier to control the recoil, but nope. And then, of course... Oh, shit, I clicked out of that, so... It's a real man's gun? Yeah, it's a nice one. I like it a lot. And then, I got to shoot a CZ Scorpion for the first time. It was also my first time shooting a suppressed firearm. Very cool, very fun. Here's the video of me doing that. My aim is pretty off from the bullseye because this is a rental gun and the sights were just off. But you can actually see my groupings in the video. So even though my shots are like right around here on this like white ring around the target, they're all very tight because I was aiming for this single spot. But because the sights were off, they were all landing in a very tight grouping right here. So I mean, you know, it is what it is.
You got the safety off?
Oh yeah, it's a clean gun. Look how little recoil there is. Watch this. Very nice gun. Very fun gun to shoot. I wish I'd gotten a video of me shooting it for the second time when I knew I had to aim higher. And then I shot the Beretta APX for the first time. And I got a bullseye. This is the video where I'm like actually seriously shooting a pistol. And yeah, I got a bullseye in this video. My first time shooting this one. Pretty happy with that. Here's the video.
Filming?
Filming? Alright. Perfect, I'm gonna take bottom right. That sound good? Bottom right?
Yep. Good.
But it's also way more...
Bullseye.
Do you mind if I do magazine with this? Yeah, sure. So I get in all the... I've already shot like half of them. Top right. Definitely at the edge of my skill here.
Hell yeah. Someone on the new video of you at the gun range commented that you're virtue signaling to the right. Has the video of me at the gun range gone up? For those that don't know, Cherry edited together a video of me at the range shooting for the channel. Let me open up the channel real fast. Has the video come out? Oh yeah, it has. Proof I'm pro-gun. That's a good name for the video. This looks fun as fuck. I need to jump through a mountain of hoops to get a gun and join a shooting club because not American, but I'm seriously considering it now. Aw. Sad virtue signaling to the right, unironically though. Oh my god, they did. Holy shit. There's only 3 comments on the video and that's one of them. What should I comment? Should I just comment keep yourself safe? I'm just gonna reply, keep yourself safe. No, maybe I shouldn't. I like my YouTube channel. No, I like having a YouTube channel. I probably shouldn't do that. I will ban them from the comments section, though. Anyone commenting something that stupid has no place in the Xander Hall, what do we call this? The Xander Hangout? Queef yourself safe. Good one. The types of lefties who are unquestionably anti-gun are such cucks. Okay, to be clear, there are a lot of problems in our country that are caused by guns, right? And like, you can't argue it's just the people causing the problem. A large part of the problem is access to firearms. That, like, I believe the #1 cause of death to children in America is guns. Is this true? I keep hearing that stat, and it, like, surprises me every time. Like, no way the #1 cause of death of children in America is guns. It is. That is 100% true? Yeah, like, that's not a problem other countries have. And the thing about America that is so unique in this respect is the fact the guns outnumber the people like 14-1, you know? Like, school shootings, gun-related accidents, like, accidental discharges, like, all of these things contribute to this. And while I do think that more rigorous requirements for gun safety training would help, I mean, as long as there are a lot of people owning guns in this country, a lot of people are going to die because of guns in this country. Do I think that means they should be banned? No. No, I don't. I believe that they're kind of, they're a tool, right? And while they should be regulated to an extent, I think the data proves this pretty, like, you can't argue against that. I don't believe that, like, the working class should be disarmed, just principally. Had to debate someone from Australia on how easy it is to get guns here? Well, it really depends on the state. Most states have, well, pretty much every state has a waiting period. There might be some that don't, but to my knowledge, I think they all do. I know the one that I'm in has a waiting period of up to 30 days. So you have to, like, get a background check, and that's done over the course of that waiting period. They look into, like, a fair amount of stuff, particularly your criminal history, and there's, like, limits on what you can buy. Here in Washington State, they recently banned the sale of, I believe, all semi-automatic rifles. They banned over 50 types of gun. Like, I think it was models, like over 50 models, and while the sale is banned, ownership obviously isn't, and it's like, bro. But I want a semi-auto rifle. All the Nazis living out in the sticks have semi-auto rifles. Why can't I have one? What do you mean? My history is clean. My fucking record is clean. Why do all these Nazis and these fucking far-right white supremacist assholes living in the countryside, they get to have their stockpiled firearms, but I don't get to buy one? Yeah, it's pretty fucked. I was raised to hate guns, now they make me uncomfortable, but I do not care if others own them as long as they're responsible. The thing with guns and people being uncomfortable with them is that usually that discomfort is more dangerous than being, like, comfortably cautious with guns. Like, I've seen so many videos of, like, for one, if you're American, like, you probably should learn how to shoot a gun once in your life, and then, like, one-on-one with somebody who understands guns, learn all of the rules of firearm safety. Because, like, as I mentioned before, guns outnumber people in this country, like, 14-1, and you're going to come in contact with guns at some point in your life when you're an American. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So when that happens, it's best that you're not afraid of it to the extent that your handling of it could end up being more dangerous than if you were knowledgeable about it, experienced with one, and know what to do. Because there's no getting around the fact that you're going to encounter one in your life. It's best that when you do, you know what to do. And you know how best to safely handle it. And the vast majority of the time, after someone's actually shot a gun, they're far less afraid of them and far less, like, nervous around them. Because people kind of talk up in their heads how scary guns are until they're actually around one, and they are scary to be around to an extent. I mean, a firing gun is no laughing matter, you know, it's firing a deadly projectile, but what matters is where it's going and how the gun is being handled. Yeah, they can kill you. Devin San Luis, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 Dino donation. It really does help a lot, and it's very much appreciated. It said, hey, Zan, I missed a lot of streams as I've been working in Ukraine. Oh, hell. Holy shit. I hope you're all right, and I hope it's going well. But I've been watching the segments, and it was one of the things that kept me sane. Thanks, my dude. Devin San Luis, what are you doing in Ukraine? Are you a soldier? Do you, like... Dog, if you're a soldier in Ukraine, I'll pay you $20 to paint, like, sub the Xander Hull on, like, a mortar shell and blast away a Russian position. I need to be donating to you. I really need to find out where the link is to do that, by the way, where I can, like, pay, like, $50 to some Ukrainian soldiers to write sub the Xander Hull on some, like, munitions and fire it at a Russian position. War photographer, nothing as cool as them, lol. Oh, well, I'm sure you could probably still organize that, right? Like, get a picture of, like, a spent shell that has subscribe to Xander Hall written on it. No, but seriously, I really hope you're keeping yourself safe. I wish you the best of luck in what you're doing. Your actions are exposing, no doubt, the war crimes that Russia is committing, and that is very admirable work. Some of the best work that the average person can do with this war is to expose the horrific crimes that Russia is committing. Oh shit, that's the... Okay, hold on. Signmyrocket.org. Send your message to the Russian invaders. Let's go! Wait, real... Holy shit. Up to $250. My order needs to be completed by a specific date. Birthday, anniversary. Holy shit. Can you imagine gifting somebody the gift of like a dozen dead Russian invaders for their birthday? Oh my god. I need a Ukrainian friend so I can be like, hey, happy birthday. Here's some dead Russian soldiers. Oh, it's great. Low-key fucked, but hilarious. Listen, I'm gonna be completely honest. I've seen too much evidence of Russian soldiers murdering, raping, pillaging, and destroying completely illegally for me to feel bad about, like, paying to help fund the Ukrainians defend themselves against that. Like, at this rate, I feel like a Ukrainian counter-invasion of Russia is morally justified. Because, like, Putin is such a fucking menace that, like, he's never going to let Ukraine go. He's never going to stop trying to build up a bunch of buffer states between him and NATO and the West. Like, literally, it is self-defense at this point to try to fight Russia to the extent that they can pacify, you know, capture or kill Putin. Frankly, I hope the people of Russia take care of it. Maybe some brave Russian citizen will just, you know... I'm sure it's not illegal for me to talk about the assassination of, you know, enemies to the state on stream. I mean, you saw me shooting at the range. That was my CIA training kicking in. But yeah, thank you for the $10, Devin San Luis. Good luck out there, and I'm rooting for you. I'm hoping for your safety, and I'm hoping for your success. Carbonated Peach Milk, thank you for the tier 1 sub, a 3-monther. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. How much... Here, let me see how much that is again. I think it's $12. Yeah, it's $12. Thank you very much, Carbonated Peach Milk. That's awesome. And then Resin X, thank you for the $5. Says, I have a question. Are black people restricted buying certain types of gun? I try asking on Reddit, but maybe I need to learn more than I thought. No? Like, there's no gun laws that are specifically tailored based on race. But, like, I mean, you may face discrimination from police officers if you decide to carry, if you're black. Like, I know that it's, like, obviously if you're, like, driving and you're black and you get pulled over, it's like, All right, here we go. Lord, let me get out of this alive. All right, here we go. Hands on the steering wheel. All right. Yeah, that's how it usually goes. So the fact that you may potentially have a gun in the car, you know, that escalates things even further, even if it's totally legal. So it's just one of those things, you know, there's no, like, laws that restrict you from getting a gun. It's just, you know, racists might get even more scared around you. That Indian dude, thank you for the 20 Australian dollars. I really appreciate that. Said, I watched some good Russian movies. Huh, fascinating to see their own society's stereotypes about their minorities, like Chechens, Tatars, and Kazakhs. Yeah, there's a lot of very weird, like, intra-European racism. It's why, like, American and Canadian racists being like, we've got to fight for the European race is always so funny, because it's like, go ask Europeans what they think the European race is, and you'll get some answers, dude. You'll get some fucking answers. Ugh. Yeah. But yes, that is proof I'm pro-gun. Here, let me see if I can find another giant gator video. One final stun lock before we get out of here. And we start segments. "15-foot alligator spotted in Florida. Love to see it. I like the heron there, the great blue heron. Just vibing. Oh, there he is, yeah. You can tell by the scoots that's a big boy. Look at those big fat scoots. That's the scoots of a regular sized gator. Those are the scoots of a big boy. I once heard a classmate saying the LGBT community was accepting of pedos. Did he beat the shit out of him? That would have been based. I feel like if I got in trouble at school for beating up a student who was being racist or homophobic or something, I feel like my mom would have been okay with it. I feel if she said, why'd you beat that kid up? And I was like, he said the N-word. She'd have been like, oh, okay. Don't do that again, but yeah. I never beat anyone up at school. I wasn't a bully. God, here's the normal-sized gator next to the big boy. Look at that big Chungus boy. This is like a normal-sized gator next to this big one. Can they be pet? They can be pet. The question is, may you pet it? And that is up to the gator. Your results may vary. Dalton Donahue, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. It's a very kind super chat. Says, keep up the good work. All us Xanderholics need our fix. Love that you've been pumping out content. Oh yeah, the triple uploads every single day has been really good for the channel. Last I checked, views have gone up on the channel 142% in the last 28 days. That is pretty significant. That's 1.2 times or 1.4 times the viewership as normal this month. And that's going to continue into the future and only go up from there because we're just going to keep on pumping out that content. Xanderhall, sorry I can't donate more. I had to get medication for my ADHD. Never apologize for not being able to donate. Only ever donate to me if it is like your extra money you don't need anything for, or you don't need like for anything, and it's just like burning a hole in your pocket. Like, never donate more than that, okay? It is only your like expense of like what you don't need for your living expenses, right? Your extra money. If you want to support me, but you don't have the money for it, always consider hitting the like button over on YouTube. It really helps a lot. In fact, how many likes does the stream have right now? 138 likes and 290 viewers. Come on, chat. We can do better than that. Come on, hit that like button. I know we can get up to 200 likes. 145 likes? Come on, hit that like button. I know we can get 200 likes. 150. Hit that like button, chat. It takes half a second. 169. Nice. That's a good number. I'm a fan of that number. That's a based number. Alright, let me update. Wait, is the dono goal updated? Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. In that case, I think it's time for us to start with our first segment, which is actually going to be like a little extra segment, okay? Like a little one that wasn't added to the list. It's going to be one that I'm throwing in last minute. It's going to be a movie review. I watched a very popular movie for the very first time just the other day. And it was just kind of out of general curiosity. And, you know, I have some thoughts on it. I have some opinions on it, okay? All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. The other day, I was just rolling around through YouTube Shorts, just scrolling through there. And for those of you guys that don't know, I do have a tendency to watch a little bit of gun content on YouTube. And when you watch gun content on YouTube, it starts to show up in your YouTube Shorts. And when you watch YouTube Shorts about guns, you start to get, like, gun media pushed to you in your YouTube Shorts, which consists of a lot of, like, conservative pro-2A anti-Democrat content. But, you also get, like, movie clips from, like, you know, gun-related movies, like Gun Bro-associated movies. And one of the movies I've seen a few clips of on YouTube Shorts was a movie called American Sniper. And as much as I already had, like, my preconceptions about that movie and, you know, its marketing and everything, the clips that I saw on YouTube Shorts were actually somewhat compelling in regards to, like, you know, stoking my curiosity to get me to watch the movie, right? So I find a putlocker of the movie online because everywhere that I could find for streaming the movie was pay-per-view. And, you know, this movie stars Bradley Cooper as the main character, Chris Kyle. And it is based on a true story. I don't know how much of the story that is told in this movie is true. I know that there's a book that the movie is based on. But, like, yeah, I didn't read the book. I don't know much about the real Chris Kyle's story. I do know that he has said some things that are a little sussy-wussy. But besides that, the movie itself, I guess my most broad opinion of the movie itself is that it was actually pretty entertaining. If you're looking for, like, a good, entertaining military action movie that's based on a true story, it will not disappoint. It is pretty good. However, there are some things about it. And I honestly don't know which parts of them are, like, true to the story or not, that were a little interesting as far as, like, movie writing and directing goes, okay? What's the first thing that, like, okay, alright, I'll just walk us through the movie, alright? I'll walk us through the movie, alright? The movie opens with the main character, Chris Kyle, who is a Navy SEAL sniper, doing Overwatch for Marines that are clearing houses in, Iraq. They are, I believe they're in Fallujah. And he's basically, like, up on a roof, and he's doing Overwatch for Marine teams clearing houses for, you know, potential insurgents and whatnot, right? And the movie opens with like a lady walking out of a house with a child, and she hands the child an old Russian grenade, like an old surplus World War II Russian grenade, or Cold War Russian grenade. And the kid takes it, and, you know, Chris Kyle's up there with his sniper, and he's got his gun trained on this kid, and he's like, put it down, drop it, you little fucker, put it down. And you know, eventually it's very clear the kid is gonna throw it, and he shoots the kid right in the chest. But before he does, the movie cuts to the entirety of his backstory. From, like, the first time he shot a rifle, hunting with his dad as a kid, to, like, moving forward to, like, you know, just him joining the military, and he gets into the SEALs, he's doing the training, and, you know, he's going through all the hazing, he's going through, you know, all of that good stuff, you know, all the things you have to go through to become a Navy SEAL, which, to be fair, is very, you know, hellish, from my understanding. If any Navy SEALs watch my content, feel free to, you know, contact me, and you can tell the story of how you became a Navy SEAL on my stream. All things, you know, as much as I am critical of American imperialism, I do have a certain level of respect for people who, like, you know, had no other option than to, like, join the military, or that was, like, their best option, they chose that, you know, like, there's a level of respect I have for that. Regardless, he successfully gets into the Navy SEALs, and he ends up proving his worth with a long rifle, and he ends up being a sniper. Now, when he goes on his first tour, Xanderhall, do you realize that Chris Kyle died because he tried to take his schizophrenic friend who had PTSD to a gun range? That is how he died. That's the very vague end of the movie, yes. But you're kind of spoiling everything in my review here, Njord. Anyway, so basically, Chris Kyle on his first tour, you know, we see him make his friends. It's like the, you know, basic war movie stuff, right? And in his first, like, night of doing, you know, of shooting, he ends up, like, killing 6 people while, like, protecting the Marines down below. His first kill, of course, ends up resuming the beginning of the movie, where he ends up having to shoot that kid who's about to throw the grenade at a big squadron of Marines. And he shoots the kid dies, like, instantly, and immediately the woman who sent the kid to go throw the grenade goes to grab the grenade and then throw it herself, but he immediately shoots her as well, and the grenade goes off without harming any of the Marines. So, you know, the movie moves forward, he ends up racking up a lot of kills, and people are like, dude, are you doing alright? Are you alright, man? That's, you killed a lot of people for your first time in one night, for your first time to kill someone, man. That's a little bit rough, huh? And he's like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm doing fine. You know, he's kind of playing up the, you know, the macho-ness clearly. But then we flash back again to his backstory, all right? And this is the first part of the movie that really, like, bothered me, I guess you could say. So at this point, I would say it's been a somewhat fair presentation of war. However, this is the first part of it that was, like, a little weird and shuddy to me, where I started to have my perception of the movie shifted in a certain direction, okay? So early on in the movie, during his the flashback sequence where he's, you know, where he's telling the story of how he joined the military, the reason he joined the SEALs was because he went through a breakup. Now, the way the breakup goes is he and his buddy, they're good old Texas boys, by the way, go to church and all that good stuff. He and his buddy are at a bull riding ring. Like, they're doing bull riding, only with horses. Like, they're trying not to get bucked off the horses. And, they, you know, he and his buddy are driving home, and they're in the car, and his buddy starts trash-talking Chris Kyle, the main character's girlfriend, and talks about how her nickname in school was, like, I don't know, something about her supposedly being a slut, right? And, you know, he's defending his girlfriend and all that, and like, oh, stop that. And they get back to his house, and he gets home with his friend, and they walk in on his girlfriend having sex with another guy, right? And Chris Kyle takes the other guy and, like, does, like, what you'd imagine he'd do, and, like, grabs him by the neck and, like, throws him out of the house. And the girlfriend's like, stop, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god, you're so crazy. You're so crazy. What are you doing? Oh my god, you're fucking crazy, to her boyfriend who just caught her sleeping with another guy. And, you know, after he kicks her out, he, like, sits down and he opens up a beer. And he's, like, laughing and kind of, like, joking about it. It's sort of like, oh, it's kind of rolling off me. And she's like, don't you realize I did this for attention? Don't you realize that's why I did this? Because you don't give me enough attention? And he just looks her in the eye and says, get the fuck out. And she's like, ugh! And leaves. And then he and his buddy just laugh and they drink beers all night. And then the next day, he joins the Navy SEALs. Stellar writing? Supposedly that's what happened. According, you know, to this being based on a true story. But, yeah, that was the opening. Like, that was his motivation for joining the military, partially. Now, what really does it, okay? What really does it is when he ends up meeting a girl at the bar who does not like Navy SEALs. She thinks they're all douchebags. You know, has like she's like this stereotypical like liberal woman, right? And she's like, "Oh, my sister dated a Navy SEAL and he was a real douchebag." And he's like, "Well, I'm different, right?" And you know, he's done his training and everything. And eventually they get together and you know, he completely changes her perception of Navy SEALs and they're really happy together. And then one day on the TV, the unthinkable happens. What do you think was on the TV? Dramatic fucking music playing. It literally, the music and the like framing is like the scene where Thanos snaps away half of everybody in the universe in the MCU. Like it was like hyper dramatic. 9/11. Yeah, 9/11 happens and like it zooms in on Chris Kyle's face and it's like, and it's like super dramatic. For real? Yeah, for real. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I'm completely real right now. I'm not even a fucking shred of irony here. So he proceeds to like, it flashes back to the present and we get introduced to the villain of the movie, who is this Syrian Olympic professional sniper, right? Like and I don't even know if this guy was real. Like maybe he was real and he was there, but like a shit ton of this stuff is embellished. But the way that this movie frames it, I cannot believe it is real. There has got to be some serious, like, creative liberties taken here. Because the way that this Syrian sniper is framed in the movie is as, like, he's like Widowmaker, okay? He's this crack shot with this AK-based rifle, and he's just insanely good. And he jumps around from, like, rooftop to rooftop, just taking pot shots at people and just taking them out. Right? And he's like this extremely feared marksman, and like, you know, he's the really scary, like, second hand to the true, like, villain of the movie, right? And you know, he's even got like this black eyeliner on, which is really bizarre, you know, makeup choice for the character, I guess. You know, there's definitely some you know, racial and, you know, Islamophobic related, you know, leanings to the movie and its presentation, you could argue. Just a little bit, maybe a little. And so this character is like the villain, right? Like he's the crack shot sniper to match Chris Kyle, and you know, he's the guy the only guy on the field that can keep Chris Kyle pinned down from doing his job, right? He's the villain, and it's like so dramatic and over the top, like how they fight. It's bizarre. Anyway, the movie goes on, and God, I don't even feel like just explaining all of the details of the movie in whole. I'll just go to like, I'll jump to points in the movie that like made me go, oh, come on, right? So there's a point in the movie where Chris Kyle decides he wants to be on the ground with the Marines, right? So he takes up a rifle, and he travels with the Marines on the ground, clearing out houses. And one of the houses they go into has a friendly family inside of it. They don't know that at first. They're like really rough with them and everything. But eventually the father of the family is able to explain, this is his home. You're welcome here. You are welcome here. But please protect us from the guy who's like the big bad in the region, who's leading all of the like militant forces that they're fighting against, right? He's gonna come and he's gonna kill us. You have to protect us because we've talked to you, right? And they're like, okay. Tell us what he looks like. Tell us where he is. What do you know? Give us all the information you know, and we'll keep you safe. They fail to keep him safe. He gets captured, as does his child, and he is shot to death. And then the leader of this insurgent group then proceeds to take a drill and drill into this child's leg and head to like torture him. It's like, and it's framed as if this guy is taking immense joy in it. So immediately I notice, okay, so we've got the framing of Chris Kyle, like the most lethal sniper in American history. That's what this guy is like touted as. He's like crying as he has to shoot a child, right? Because the good old American soldier, the good old boy from out in Texas, he's not a savage. Mind you, they call their enemies savages constantly in the movie, and this is never framed as like a bad thing. He's not a savage like these people. He hates the idea of hurting a child, but he's forced to do it. But when the child's being tortured by the enemy insurgents, it's like, yeah, we love torturing children. We're doing this for joy. And it's like, okay, so they're just evil. The American soldiers are good guys, plain and simple, put into a bad situation, fighting straight up, unarguable, straight up evil, right? That's the framing of the movie. Yeah, and right from that point, it's like very clear that there's some serious propagandistic elements to this movie. We continue on, though. He serves a few tours. A few of his friends die. He has a few run-ins with this sniper. His pregnant wife is like, oh my god, are you dead? Are you dead? Because like he disappears over the phone. There's gunshots. He comes back from all of his tours, and she's like, oh my god, please don't go back. Why do you have to keep going? You're clearly not here. You're here, but you're not, because, he's got PTSD and all of that. And it's clearly fucking with him. And, it's hurting his ability to be a good, husband and father. And eventually he finds out his little brother has joined the military as well, and he's a Marine, I believe, and he's just not handling it well, and he ends up leaving. And he ends up having his best friend get killed by that Syrian sniper who's like a crack shot, and so eventually, towards the end of the movie, they're on top of a building, they're all pinned down, and they're trying to hide. They're trying to keep their position a secret, while a bunch of Marines on the ground are building like walls to secure an area. And the Syrian sniper is about 500, or about a mile away, about 2 miles maybe away on a rooftop. And Chris Kyle's got his rifle, and he's like, that's him, I know that's him, I know for sure that's him, and he's got our guys in sight. And his like superiors are like, do not take the shot, we are completely exposed if you do not take the shot, we are surrounded, do not take the shot. And he's like, but that's him, I can hit him, I can do it. And his superiors are telling him not to take the shot, and he does it anyway, and it's like this super dramatic slow-mo shot, and he nails him straight in the head from like 2 miles away. Yeah, he defeats the guy who is like his arch nemesis, right? And he finally gets to go home, and he's like really fucked up because of his PTSD, so he goes to see a doctor, and the doctor's like, he almost kills the family dog is what he almost does. He's at like a birthday party, I think for his kid, and his kid's playing with the dog, and he like sees it as the dog attacking the kid, so he grabs the dog, and he's about to like crush the dog's head with a beer bottle before his wife stops him, is like, what? Stop! What are you doing? And, he goes to therapy, and he's like, what's eating up at you? What is your issue? What is causing you these things? What bothers you? And he's like, I wasn't able to save more people, is what he says. What was the thing that bothered him? He's like, well, there's a ton of soldiers here in this hospital who could really use help now, if you feel bad that you couldn't help more guys back then. And so he's like, okay, I'll walk with you around the hospital. And so he ends up helping, like, veterans who have been, like, maimed in war, right? And he takes them out shooting, and it's framed as, like, you know, very wholesome pastime of him giving these guys who probably don't have many friends or much of an exciting life anymore some level of camaraderie and whatnot. But what ends up happening is this really weird ending. The ending ends up being really weird. So everything's happy. He's talking to his wife and his daughter, and they're like, you know, playing around. And it's very, you know, happily framed, right? It looks like it's going to be a happy ending. And then a veteran that he's working with shows up in his truck outside, and the guy's standing in the driveway. And so Chris Kyle leaves out the door to go get in the truck with him. And the wife is, like, looking out this crack in the door at the guy, and the way it's framed made it look like, oh my god, has she just fallen in love with this random guy, and this is just, like, a cliffhanger as to she's gonna cheat on him after all of this? Like, is the ending of this movie, is the note this movie's gonna end on is, like, women bad? Like, are you fucking shitting at me? Because, like, the way it was framed was, like, when a girl sees a guy she has a crush on for the first time. Like, that's how it was framed. I was like, no fucking way that's how this movie ends, is she cheats on him after all of this. No fucking way she cheats on him and destroys their family. That's how this movie ends. No, that's not what happens. The slow-mo cuts to a fade to black screen, and white text comes onto the screen that says, Chris Kyle was then killed by a veteran he was trying to help later that day. And the credits just roll with, like, footage of his funeral, where they, like, drive his hearse with a bunch of, like, police escorts down the highway, and, like, a bunch of people carrying American flags. That's how the movie ends. No specifics on what happened. Apparently he took a PTSD having friend of his to a gun range, and that's, you know, you can guess what went down. But, like, yeah. So she cheated on him and he died off screen? No, I don't think I don't know if she cheated on him, but it just looked like that's how they were framing it. But what I think they were trying to communicate was that was the guy who ended up shooting him, and she had, like, some sort of bad feeling about him when seeing him, and that's why there was this slow, long, sort of, like, longing look she had at the guy, specifically. It was a very bizarre ending. Zan needs to review more movies? I don't know, I feel like I'm bad at reviewing movies. I feel like I did a bad job of, like, explaining what happens, but, I mean, it is really something. If you guys want me to do, like, legit movie reviews, I can, where I, like, write notes and thoughts down, and that'll probably result in a much better movie review, but it's been a couple days since I've seen it. But, like, it's not a bad movie. Like, if you're looking for an entertaining movie, and what you're looking for is entertainment value and even, like, a somewhat compelling story, like, you'll like it. Like, I was rooting for Chris Kyle. Like, I didn't want him to die. The tense moments where he's getting shot at, I'm like, oh shit, don't want him to die. I don't want this guy to die. Like, the movie does a good job of making you care about the main character, but pretty much only the main character. And the reason for that is because it is propaganda. Like, it's impossible not to be sympathetic to the main character in the way that he is presented. Like, whenever Chris Kyle does something that you would consider to be morally wrong, like, the movie frames it as, like, he has absolutely no choice, and shit tons of people will die, and much worse things will happen if he doesn't do this horrible thing, like shoot a child, right? And he's, like, very upset about having to do it and everything. Like, the movie very much pushes you to the position that you can't help but be sympathetic about him, about what he's doing. That was a good review. Probably wouldn't watch it because I get really pissed off watching shows that are framed that way. Yeah, I can completely understand that. More propaganda movie reviews done by Xanderhall would be great, but I don't like watching propaganda movies. That specific one just interested me because I've always liked shooting with rifles. And so whenever I saw, like, the training scenes on YouTube Shorts, that kind of piqued my interest. That was the part of the movie I liked the most and wanted to see the most, was his training with the rifle. And it was pretty good. It was a pretty good movie. I mean, besides like the propaganda shit, it was alright. How do you guys like that segment? That little surprise movie review segment I throw in there. Review Top Gun? Maybe I should. I have zero respect for the real-life dude. There are so many better war movies for me. I need to learn more about the real-life dude so I can, like, compare. I thought it was pretty good. Thank you. Xanderhall, I qualified as an expert with rifles every year I was active duty. Oh, hell yeah, Winby. Were you in the services? What were you in? If you're comfortable saying. Marines, holy shit. Where, when, and how long did you serve? If you don't have any if you don't want to give specifics, that's obviously understandable, but it's always interesting to find out somebody in my audience has an interesting job, you know? Like, I find out some of my audience is a teacher, and I'm like, oh shit, what grade? Holy crap. A teacher watches me? Dude, I got a donation once from somebody who said they were a college professor. Can you imagine that? A fucking college professor. Oh, no tours, you're just in California for your 4 years? Okay. Still pretty cool, though. But yeah, like, it's always wild to me when that shit happens. I'm a teacher, 6th grade special ed. Holy shit, carbonated peach milk. That's what I'm talking about. Like, finding out teachers watch me and stuff like that. Like, oh my god, what do I have to teach a teacher? What does a teacher think I have to teach them? I don't know, maybe I'm being presumptuous assuming you come to my content to be taught. I don't know. I'm the son of an Air Force vet? Cool. You're pretty good at talking and your content is interesting? Oh, I really appreciate that. Though I will say I have a long way to go, and unfortunately there really is no way to get better at streaming, talking, rhetoric, all of these things, other than just doing it. Like, doing it over and over and over and over again, and cementing good habits. One of the biggest ones is trying to eliminate my uhs and my pauses, right? I do prefer a pause over an or a like, but even that I've been doing my best to try to eliminate. And the more I stream, the better I get at it. I'm just better at thinking before I talk. And it's just practice. It really is just practice. And as for rhetorical flourish, that's also just practice. Like, you just literally experiment and figure out what your audience responds best to. So yeah, I really appreciate all of you who've stuck around and just kind of, you know, been here as I've evolved my content. And of course, thank you to all of you who support me in every form, whether it be donos, subs, gifted subs, and obviously when it comes to likes on the stream, it helps a lot as well. Oh, before we move on and I start another segment, I wanted to show you. So I've talked about this a little bit on stream, especially when Ethan was here, but my goal is to next year, for my birthday, pay for me and a bunch of my friends, hopefully a bunch of them content creators as well, who'll be able to record and stream it themselves too, to go on a big vacation trip for like 2 weeks to the Bahamas. We'd rent a boat, a pontoon boat to be more specific, because trust me, you want a pontoon boat, to explore the islands around the tropical Bahamas and whatnot. I'd vlog it, it'd be dope as fuck. I've never been anywhere south of the Keys, and when I did go to the Keys, I was 8 years old, I barely remember it. So I've always wanted to go on like a classic tropical vacation. Pig Island, we'll go there. Here's an example of where we'd be going. The fact that we'd be renting a boat while we're there is like what will allow us to go to places like what you're about to see here. Zan Pirate Arc, listen chat. Ever since I played Assassin's Creed Black Flag at 13 years old, I have fucking dreamed of sailing a boat around the Caribbean with a crew of my friends and singing sea shanties, okay? You have no fucking idea how long I have yearned for this, okay? And now that my channel is doing really well, a year from now, not this year necessarily, that can't quite afford it this year, but a year from now, it's looking like this is doable, okay? This has been I've yearned for this for a very long time. You guys don't understand. Look at this shit. Wait till you see the islands that you can like go to. Look at that water. Look at this mangrove like river. Yeah, One Piece reenactment. You are a pirate. Look at that blue ass water. It's amazing. There are a lot of these little like ocean rivers that cut through the islands like this, where it's like really shallow, clear, sandy bottom, like perfect for swimming water. And there's a lot of sea turtles and like sharks, smaller sharks that go through these rivers. So it's just packed with wildlife. They act as estuaries. Watch out for saltwater crocodiles. I do believe they can be present, but they're not very common. They're not like alligators in Florida water where they're everywhere. This stuff is why you need to have a boat in the Bahamas, because you can't access this if you're just, like, hanging out in Nassau or whatever. Oh yeah, I'd have to find some way to be able to get high on this trip, okay? There's gotta be weed. Yeah, it's how Nassau is pronounced. Don't make fun of how I pronounce it. That's how you pronounce Nassau. Sail to Jamaica? Is that legal? I don't know if I'd be allowed to, like, go to another country, regardless of how feasible it is. Like, if I went over to Cuba, I think that'd be a bit of a problem. Sea turtle. Look how clear that water is. God. Yeah, could I get a DUI for being stoned while driving my boat in the middle of nowhere in the fucking Bahamas? Probably. Yeah, almost certainly I could. I won't drive while high. I'll make sure not to do that. But look at these little rivers that cut through the mangrove islands. You need like a pontoon boat to do this. And there's flats. These are the flats out here. There's hundreds of little islands like this that are, you know, named but not really mapped in the same way that the big islands are. That is where you'll find alligators and crocodiles. There are absolutely crocodiles vibing in this water. There is 100% crocodiles in there. Alligators or crocodiles, either or. Maybe both. Learn the local language. I'm pretty sure people in the Bahamas can speak English, okay? I don't think I need to learn the local language to ask if there's weed. I'm pretty sure selling weed to tourists would be one of the biggest industries out there. Look at that. God. Gourd. I need somebody who has a drone and can pilot one so that they can look out for sharks from above. That's one of the coolest things about drone technology, is that you can literally just see sharks coming from miles away if the water's clear and the bottom's sandy. God, look at that beautiful fucking water. I've never seen water like that in real life, and one day I will. I guess I suppose Wiki Watch is like that, but it's fresh water. I've never seen seawater like that in my life. I'm gonna see it for the first time, and it's gonna be like when they see the ocean for the first time in Attack on Titan. Just be like, just stunned for like 5 minutes. Have you ever seen the glacial water that you can swim in? God, that looks so fucking dope. Yeah, I've seen that. You've never seen seawater? What? I've never seen seawater that clear, is what I said. Obviously, I've seen seawater. What do you mean? Yeah, I gotta make the sex cult real and find a hot girl who knows how to pilot a drone. Ugh, I gotta pop my shoulder. Yeah. You're getting cooked? Yeah, a lot of you guys in my chat like to get stoned. I'm cultivating an audience of stoners. Not gonna complain about that, but it means that their memory, their short-term memory is pretty bad, and they'll just forget I said something. Yeah, you guys know I'm not even lying. Alright, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. As you all know, with Elon Musk buying Twitter, the largest social media platform in the fucking world as far as I'm aware, or at least for now, or was, things have gotten really bad. Elon Musk has repealed a lot of the TOS around particularly trans people and transphobia, so it has become basically completely allowed to misgender and harass trans people based on their identity. That clause has been removed from the TOS by Elon Musk, no doubt. And on top of that, we have seen a massive rise in far-right pundits calling for the killing of trans people, whether it be through the quote-unquote burning down of transgenderism, the calling for trans people to not be allowed to exist as a whole, or even just straight up calling for specific trans people they consider to be evil for no reason, like Dylan Mulvaney, calling for their deaths. They've just become very comfortable with this, right? And obviously this is criminal. Like, we're moving out of, you know, the area of... We're moving out of the area of, like, free speech into, like, calling for violence and, like, criminal threats. And as you can imagine, trans activism accounts on Twitter have been very on top of screenshotting and featuring these blue checkmark large right-wing pundits on Twitter calling for mass killings of trans people. Here's the thing, though. Guess who doesn't like trans activism accounts spreading screenshots around of blue check marks calling for the mass killing of trans people? Elon Musk. Elon Musk is not a big fan of that, as it turns out, because guess what he's been doing? From Alejandra Caraballo, or fucking hell, I'm too high. Caraballo says, Twitter is censoring the images showing how blue checkmark users were cheering on calls for executing trans people and their allies. None of my images that were uploaded showing proof of this load now. It's shadow banning. So this is the screenshot. This has been reposted and not shadow banned yet, but this is the screenshot that has been shadow banned. Because if you look down here, the entire reply section is full of Twitter users saying trans people and their allies should be executed, some even wanting to be executioner. Damn, and this has been true for a bunch of different trans activism accounts posting this. But this one has not been shadow banned yet, so you can see what was covered up. Jake Shields said, would you support public executions of anyone who helps a child transition? This would include doctors, therapists, teachers, guidance counselors, etc. 1,800 likes. AF Nolan replying, I would settle for us putting an armband on those who introduced it into the culture, something to identify them with. Thumbs up. Ah, yes, where have I heard this before? This... Hey, I've seen that one. Yes, yes, yes. All these blue checkmark Elon stands saying yes. Here's one saying, no, because children shouldn't witness death. I'm down for private... Okay, private executions for this person. At least this person wants you dead, but they don't want it to be a public spectacle for people to cheer on. That, you know, I feel like progress is progress, right? See, we can reach common ground. Yeah, Daniel Roland Anderson gets it. I would gladly volunteer as the executioner, says the TK Project. I volunteer to be the executioner, says Big Huso. Public execution is kinda wild. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying that's some wild shit to throw out there. Laughing, crying emoji. Then again, so is changing your gender, so IDK, lol. Remember, guys, these people want you dead. Do not let libs and centrists try to throw their hissy fit calling lefties extreme when the people that we are up against want you and all your allies, which as much as I hate that word, means me, dead, okay? Now, to be fair, alright, to be completely fair, I'm not too worried about it. I'm actually, every time I see conservatives losing their shit, and like, posting videos where they shoot Bud Light, I become a little bit more sure that if these right-wingers actually do start a mass wave of terrorism against trans people, they're going to fail miserably. Let me bring up a couple examples. These are glorious. All right. So you guys remember the Kid Rock shooting Bud Light video, right? Look at this shit. I'm just gonna play the video with no commentary first, and then I'll talk over it on our second watch.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today. Let me say something to all you and be as clear and concise as possible. Fuck Bud Light and fuck Anheuser-Busch. Have a terrific day.
Now, what many of you will have noticed right off the bat is that he left both these cases essentially unharmed. He left both these cases almost entirely unharmed compared to the rest, right? So, not the best aim, not the best spray control, you know, fair enough, fair enough. That's not what I find embarrassing, though, okay? Because on all, you know, in all, those shots weren't too bad. Here's the thing. He wasn't the only one shooting. That's the thing. You may notice, if you know guns, that sparks don't typically go flying off of beer cans when you shoot them, like they do here. You'll notice there is a blast coming from off camera from a shotgun. And my guess is it's dragon's breath coming out of that shotgun, considering the sparks that are happening. So he's got a guy with a shotgun, maybe 15 feet away, off camera, shooting at this thing, and he's firing with an SMG, and still they lift a few cans unharmed. Rewatch the video with looking from the right, and you can see he is firing a shotgun. There's someone firing a shotgun to the right. See? Almost certainly dragon's breath, too. See the sparks? How many of you noticed that? How do you fucking pull that off? Looks like tracers, not dragon's breath. Yeah, maybe it would have caused more fire, but it's going straight into water, though. So yeah, it could have been tracers inside of a shotgun, but yeah, oh god. How do you miss the shotgun like that? They're so precise. They're not exactly precise, they're just easy. Yes, but you could probably do 3 shots and eliminate the entire lineup of Bud Light cans he had. Like, if a gun YouTuber like Demolition Ranch or Hickok45 at this range was using that same shotgun or that same SMG, there would not be Bud Light cases on that table anymore, okay? This isn't even like a lefties are better at shooting thing. Those YouTubers are pretty conservative. This guy's just shit at shooting. And these are the people that think they're going to fight a civil war, a second civil war. Now, we've got another one following it up with just Brie Teresi, I guess, posted this, and it is embarrassing, okay? Now, I'm just going to point it out right off the bat. She also employs the second-person shooting off-camera thing, but the hilarious thing is, towards the end of the video, she runs out of rounds in her magazine, and so she pretends to be aiming at the Bud Light as the person off-camera is shooting at it, so it looks like she's shooting it. But you can see the gun's not firing, there's no recoil, and no spent casings are coming out of the side. Okay, so there's a little bit of backstory to this one as well. I'm shooting at Honey Birdette Lingerie, Tampax Tampons, and Bud Light. These companies have all gone woke. Tampax Tampons used a biological male to promote their tampons. Honey Birdette used a biological male to promote their lingerie, or to model their lingerie. And y'all know about Bud Light. Yeah, we are now on day 27 of conservatives losing their shit over Bud Light. Day God knows what on those controversies.
Go woke, go broke.
She's faking recoil. Do you see her fake? So the big jump cut is obviously like she starts shooting at the bras. And then the jump cut, okay? Look, watch her fake the recoil and fake aiming and shooting. Okay, she's out. She's out right here. She just ran out. And now she's faking shooting because someone else off camera is shooting. Nothing's coming out of this thing. Oh, that was a shot. That might have actually been a real shot.
Go.
Dude. These people think they can win a second civil war. They think they can win their fucking bullshit fantasy of rolling into all the big blue cities and executing all of the gay and trans people. They think they're gonna actually win. Next, we've got a tweet from Jay Aubrey. So the posts calling out Jake Shields, who advocated for the public executions of doctors and teachers of trans kids, have now been deleted by Twitter. My screenshot exposing Twitter Blue users gleefully supporting genocide is now gone. Trying to keep this one quiet, huh, Elon Musk? I'm gonna like and retweet this one. Good shit. Jay Aubrey is fucking based and follows me. Hey, yo! I didn't know Jay Aubrey followed me. What a pleasant way to learn this. Hopefully Jay Aubrey sees one of my videos. Hell yeah, that's fucking dope. Yeah, and as you can see, you've got the Alejandra tweets getting fucking yeeted. Jay Aubrey's tweets about it getting yeeted. So it's multiple users posting these tweets, or these screenshots of this tweet, getting them shadow banned. But, like, the user themselves has not been punished. This is literally, like, the same thing that's happening. As a matter of fact, there's a perfect example of this happening on YouTube as well. Thankfully, it's been dealt with, but for those of you guys that don't know, YouTube very, very, very transparently has a special system set up to protect massive right-wing propaganda channels from the TOS actually applying to them. It's why they rarely get demonetized or banned, despite breaking TOS blatantly and very publicly to a wide audience in every video, is because the algorithm is set not to be as harsh on their channels, or they would not exist on YouTube anymore. The thing is, the algorithm is just as, like, you know, thorough with what it considers anti-TOS on smaller, mostly lefty channels, right? So lefty channels, left and right, tend to get false striked just for featuring clips or putting right-wing figures that are not banned and even monetized on YouTube in their thumbnails. It's, like, blatantly unfair, just, like, banning lefty YouTubers for not breaking the rules because they're covering someone who did break the rules, but that person doesn't get punished because they're conservative and make YouTube more money. It's very, very blatant. One of the victims of this recently was Dylan Burns, who has been victim of this a couple times, I believe, actually. YouTube just straight up deleted, by the way, my second channel, Dylan Burns Live, with zero warning or explanation. This is one of my main sources of income, and I don't even know what I did wrong. This really sucks. You know, obviously you get the very bottled, vague community guidelines. You broke something. Come on, YouTube, this is my full-time job. I wasn't given any warning and was not told what I did wrong. This is ridiculous. My only guess is we got mass reported. Other than that, I have no clue. YouTube being as transparent as always. I'm traveling with demining crews in Kharkiv at the moment, so don't really know what to do about this. All of the other YouTube people I know keep telling me to just keep complaining publicly. What a great system. Yell the loudest, and maybe you'll get to keep your job. Yep. That is the life of lefty YouTubers. We don't have those protections on our channels, despite what right-wingers will tell you. And of course, right-wing cope, they're letting the mask slip at this point, and oh, nope, sorry. No, the screenshot doesn't load for you either. Good's getting shadow banned. This is on top of the fact that just a little while ago, YouTube, or I should say Twitter actually, specifically put in place shadow bans on tweets that contain words such as trans, gay, etc. And Elon Musk's saying, of course, like the constant mantra he's been saying to cope with the fact that this is blatantly anti-free speech, is freedom of speech, not freedom of reach. Which is literally just what TOS is. That's literally just what TOS is. And now that's his, like, snappy, like, gotcha response to people like, Ayo, Elon, what happened to freedom of speech? Why are you just shadow banning people who disagree with you? Freedom of speech, not freedom of reach, bro. Like, okay. Just because they disagree with you, okay? Yeah. They're really showing their asses at this point. The right, I think, is overextending far too much for their own good. 2024, in my opinion, is not looking good for the right. What do you guys think of that segment? Remember when Elon denied his father's emerald mine existed and his fucking dad called him out for lying? Pretty based, yeah. Although Elon Musk's dad is also a scumbag. Both him and his dad believe they have, like, a moral responsibility to spread their, like, DNA via impregnating as many women as possible. Like, they unironically believe they have to save the human race by having as humanly possible. Particularly his dad has expressed this sentiment. Bro, you know who is based, though? Fucking Vosh's dad. I have not gotten the Mark Kocinski follow yet, but I yearn for it, okay? Vosh's dad tweets nothing but bangers, dude. Vosh's dad's Twitter is what Vosh would tweet if he didn't have to worry about, like, protecting his career. And it is just glorious. He'll just reply to a Marjorie Taylor Greene post saying, "Fight me. Fist fight me." I'm not even kidding. I think it was a video of Marjorie Taylor Greene working out in the gym, and Vosh's dad replied, "You wouldn't last in a fight with me." And it was like, holy shit. How fucking based. Like, I think he even said, "You wouldn't survive a fight with me," or something. It's fucking awesome. I really hope I get the Vosh dad follow. Next time I hang out with him in real life, I'm literally going to convince him to text his dad, "Hey, I need you to follow this random YouTuber I'm friends with." I'm gonna make that happen. I need the Mark Kocinski follow. My dad would beat your dad in the marketplace of ideas. Listen, he's fucking based. To the conservatives who pop up on my feed, none of you understand. I'm not locked up in here with you. You're locked up in here with me. God, he's fucking based. No fucking filter at all. No filter whatsoever. Larry Banks 78, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. I really do appreciate it. It says, I feel like the reason YouTube even demonetized Matt Walsh is either he did something not even YouTube can tolerate, election is coming up and now Matt's a liability, or that someone high told them to do it. It was probably because the election is coming up and they're realizing they can't really, like, now's the safest time to drop monetizing him, and probably in the next few months he'll get banned. I think YouTube will probably start rolling out some pretty mass bannings for these figures because of their genocidal rhetoric pretty soon. They've gotten really comfortable saying insane shit. Yeah, Matt Walsh's channel got demonetized. A ban, no doubt, is going to follow. Because, like, YouTube's only keeping these channels up for as long as they're, like, profitable. Now that Matt Walsh's channel is no longer profitable at all for YouTube, besides the viewership it maybe brings in, it's just a matter of time before the ban drops. I hope your clairvoyance is correct once again. Has it ever been wrong? That's my big question to you guys. Have I ever been wrong about stuff like this? Probably at some point. The answer is no. Xanstradamus. That is my true name. Alright, time to prep the next segment. Today, I am grinding down every single segment that is on the list. How many segments are left on the list? Let's see how many segments I'm doing today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more segments counting the one I'm about to start today. Not bad, not bad. That's what we'll be doing today. We busting out a lot of segments. Then tomorrow I plan to do 6 to 8 segments as well. Because I want to get like a big backlog going. Because I've kind of gotten through the entirety of it. Because I spent so little time streaming while Ethan was here. I streamed a few days, but I needed to stream more. So I'm catching up before I run out of segments to upload. That's funny, Avalon of Babylon. Oh, by the way, the WoW Guild, my World of Warcraft Classic, like the Vanilla Classic Guild, will be on the server Whitemane, and we will be playing Horde. Now, I'm going to be starting my character, and my friends will be starting their characters in a week. Now, if you want to join, you want to message Balthazar or Doge Professor on Discord. They're in my Discord server as a very high-ranking member. You should be able to message them. Message Balthazar or Ellen Degenerate. They are the people you want to contact in order to, like, be screened for joining the guild Discord. Because it's going to be starting in a week, so you've got a week to join. If you're a friend of mine and you want to join and you don't have money for it, it's only a $15 subscription for the month. I'll pay for you to try WoW. I'll consider it a generous gift. But yeah, I'm excited to do a guild. I've been wanting to do this for so fucking long. Is WoW actually fun? It always sounded sort of boring to me. It is very, very fucking fun. Okay. It is. Oh, I love WoW. Okay. Okay. You know what? Oh, quick stun lock. Very quick stun lock. This is what we'll be playing.
This is the...
We're only going to watch a little bit of this video, because I don't want to stun lock for too long, but this will give you an idea of what classic WoW is like.
This is the story of one man who's never played World of Warcraft, and his crusade to conquer WoW Classic, so that he could review the game for his YouTube gaming channel in an unbiased, objective manner, without any nostalgia goggles. This is the tale of the sexiest Night Elf warrior coal miner that ever lived, and her journey to save Azeroth with her ass. Now, why did I pick Night Elf? Well, I ruled out orcs, taurens, trolls, and the undead, because why pick Horde if I'm already a bad person in real life? I gotta roleplay a little bit. The choice then stood between Night Elf, Midget, Manlet, and regular human. Now humans are great at everything, but who the fuck plays an MMORPG to be the same dude they are in real life? What kind of reprobate actually decides to make their character human guy? As for the
Me.
class, you can't really go wrong with warrior. They train constantly and strive for
Also me.
perfection in armed combat. As I'll be able to tell you from my extensive MMORPG experience, that is to say about 800 hours on Flife and more on Adventure Quest games, I reckon I'm pretty Flife-pilled at this point, which grants me access to forbidden knowledge. Any class that uses mana is schizophrenic.
I play a human warrior in WoW. This time though, because for the guild, because we're doing it Horde this time, I'll be playing a Tauren warrior, mixing it up just a little bit.
Any class that heals people is for subhumans. And the furry classes just aren't my cup of tea. Rogue was also on the table, but I went with warrior. Anyways, I named my sexy fuck of a character Swakwictus. Don't fucking question it, it's the perfect name. When it came to picking a server, I didn't skip a beat. Noggenfogger was clearly the place for me. After a barely noticeable 3-hour queue time that I had to do twice, I was ready to experience the full blunt force of vanilla World of Warcraft.
Good way to describe it. The blunt force of vanilla World of Warcraft. Oh yeah, this guy's Terraria video is inspirational.
Alright, how do you fucking play this game? The first thing that dawned on me was that the core element of gameplay is standing and hitting. And in retrospect, I couldn't even do that correctly. You'll notice that I keep pressing 1, enabling and disabling attack mode. If you're a WoW player, I get if this triggers you, but it took me over 10 hours to figure out that I don't have to contract carpal tunnel to play the game. In vanilla WoW, there's no quest markers, and you have to actually read the quests and explore the world to progress. It's almost as if the game developers intend for you to actually play the game as a person who's just come out of a 7-year-long kerfuffle with League of Legends. This whole immersive, well-designed gameplay is a bit off-putting, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. Being spoon-fed the lore, I take note that one of the very first quests revolves around opening up the borders to allow all the other races into our sacred lands.
Hell yeah.
And I, for one, am glad to be here in this pivotal moment in time. This is an absolute win and a giant leap for freedom and progress. I'm certain it will have no unintended consequences down the line. I have been seriously poisoned. You must help me. Actually, I would, but you know, I gotta farm mobs. So, you know, good luck.
It does not go well for the Night Elves.
In his native language, that actually means, bless the sacred tree of life. Since I had not the faintest idea what I was doing in this game, I decided to domesticate the first player I ran into and make her my WoW GF. Me and Elizabeth started leveling together. Honestly, I consider it a pure stroke of luck that
You haven't lived until you've had a bangin' WoW GF, dude. It's like you have to. You have to. Not that I've had a bangin' WoW GF, but one day I will.
She dumped 14 years of her life into this game. She knew everything, down to the most minute detail of lore. It's honestly impressive. She's the one that taught me that you can take all your clothes off and dance. Listen, female Night Elf was the...
It's a good way to make money, too. If you become a stripper in WoW, and your character's hot enough, people unironically tip you. Like, small amounts of money in the game, but it'll, like, accumulate. Like, there are people with ults that are literally just naked Night Elves dancing in a city all day, and they just rake in whatever they can passively, while they're, like, asleep or whatever, or at work. You can become a fucking stripper? Oh, no. You don't know. You don't... Hold on. Don't go to Goldshire on Moonguard. I've gone to Goldshire on Moonguard, by the way.
Okay, hi, I think I got it working. My name is Lydia. I am a level 80 Demo Destro Lock on my server, Moonguard US. And before we get started, I just want to say that this is a real server. You know, these are real people. And as I understand it, Moonguard is actually the most a populated server. Right now we're in Stormwind, and I've been around Moonguard for a while, and I meet lots of server newbies that, that just changed over, and they ask me a lot of questions, standard stuff. Like, because it's an RP server, they ask me where the RP hotspots are, or who usually has winter grasp, normal stuff. And I always answer as best I can, but I always end my explanations with, oh, and by the way, don't ever go to Goldshire. No, I'm serious. And I don't know, I guess I don't defend myself well enough or something, because they always end up rolling level 1 human alts and going to Goldshire just to see what the fuss is about, and then they end up being scarred for life. So I'm making this movie as a preemptive measure. Seriously, guys, don't go to Goldshire. Okay, so here we are at the Lion's Pride Inn. As you can see, there are a lot of 58 Death Knights. There are a lot of, level 1 alts just running around. And this is actually pretty tame, because once I take you inside, you will see the full brunt of the horror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go upstairs.
This is not uncommon. Okay, as you can see, there are lots of half-naked Draenei, lots of half-naked night elves, lots of half-naked humans, all female, just dancing around on tables. And this is... I can't stress enough, this happens literally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it actually gets even better, because if we go upstairs past all the half-naked people, you will see this. And, oh wow, it's 2 guys. okay, so you will see this, which is called ERP, which is a roleplay server term that stands for erotic roleplay. And I guess now it's between 2 guys. Basically, it's glorified cybering. But, yeah, like, at any point of the day, you can find someone in or around Lion's Pride Inn doing this. And usually in the back... Okay, there aren't any now. But usually in this back room, there are anywhere between 1 to 5 horde, because this is really like the epicenter of world PvP on Moonguard. And if you want a good fight, this is the place to do it. I mean, I've done it too. I'm guilty of this. The horde come here all the time, and I've done it on my prodded in, and they just terrorize Goldshire. And I do it constantly, because I can't stand being here for more than like 10 minutes before my skin starts to burn.
The basement is usually pretty fucked too.
And usually you can find more ERP here. Apparently,
behind the barrels.
I don't know what's going on. Usually there's like
they do it
some
behind the
lesbians
barrels
in the corner or something, giving each other blowjobs somehow. But I guess that's not the case now. But
somehow,
this, like, don't think that the ERP is just restricted, to this inn. There's actually a lot more, which I can show you once I get on my lightsaber and head to where the leatherworking and skinning trainers are, which is just a little bit
wait, there's more
of the Lion's Pride Inn.
I didn't know there was more ERP.
I guarantee, I haven't been here yet today, but I pretty much guarantee that someone's going to be up here. Yeah, there we go. There's 2. A night elf and, oh, there's lesbian Draenei now. And
hell yeah, and there's a guy watching.
Okay, so yeah, I can't even express how incredibly common this is. Like, this is not unusual at all.
Sneeko's character.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, in general, Moonguard is just a fantastic server. It's got great world PvP action. It's got great RP. It's got excellent raid progression. Like, the first,
Sneeko spotted in WoW in 13 years ago? Wow. Oh, Jesus. So yeah, if WoW interests you, for any reason, then maybe you want to get on board with that shit. Okay. Alright, chat. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright guys, we've got more good news. So recently, we got the absolutely exciting information exposed to us that Tucker Carlson had been fired from Fox News. Not only that, but he also has been exposed shit-talking a bunch of higher-ups at Fox News, really just kind of cementing the fact that this is probably going to stick. And he's also been accused by, I think, a couple of women that worked under him at Fox News of, like, sexual impropriety, of, like, being sexually harassing. Really fucked up stuff. Tuck the cuck has been cucked. And, you know, that's really all we knew about it, that, like, he'd gotten fucked over. This is following the Dominion lawsuit, where he had literally been exposed as knowing that Trump is full of shit and that the election wasn't stolen. Like, he outright admitted that he's just full of shit and lying in the text that came out because of the Dominion lawsuit. It is really rough for Tucker out here. But he put out a response. Just today, or sorry, yesterday, my bad. Late in the evening yesterday, he put out a response to all of this. It's a 2-minute and 16-second video. It's simply titled, Good Evening, and I will admit, I do like his background. There's something about, like, wood paneling like this that's kind of, like, with the lighting on it, that's got sort of a modern-ish aesthetic to it, but it's wood paneling, that I will say I like. So, respect to that, I suppose. He has a decent taste in decor, in my opinion, but that aside, let's go ahead and check out what Tuck the Cuck has to say. Oh, good. I gotta pause the hightail lo-fi. All right. Let's start.
Good evening, it's Tucker Carlson. One of the first things you realize when you step outside the noise for a few days is how many genuinely nice people there are in this country. Kind and decent people, people who really care.
What part of the Bible said to, like, hate and try to kill gay and trans people? When did Jesus say that? Where's the loving of thy neighbor? Where's the, like, not finding every excuse to hurl vitriolic insults at trans people and gay people? Like, my favorite thing about conservatives is they'll literally champion cruelty and rudeness, and then immediately they'll say, no, we're in favor of niceness and politeness. You lefties are the ones that are cruel. One of my favorite instances of this, oh my god, hold on, it's going to take me a minute to find because I tweeted this a while ago, but it's such a good example of this. Oh, I hate them. I have to scroll for a while, but I uploaded a video a while back about how conservatives, like, to them, cruelty is a virtue, right? And as you can imagine, that attracted a few conservatives who disagreed, but that's not the thing that really stood out to me. What stood out to me is that one person had the gall to reply to that post one thing and then wait 10 hours and then reply to a different post something that, let's just say, completely counteracts what their argument was. I'm going to scroll for a bit and see if I can find it. I know it's on my Twitter timeline. It's just going to take me a minute to find. Because it was a little while ago. Like, I'm talking over a month ago, I think. Or no, I think it was probably this month, but I've been pretty active on Twitter lately. I think I'm getting close, though. Are we getting close? Cherry, you can always edit this in post. Oh, found it. Here it is. Let's go. This rightoid left these two comments 8 hours apart in the comments section of my video discussing conservatives valuing maximum cruelty towards minorities in the left as virtuous and praiseworthy actions. I actually mistaken here. These are two different videos 8 hours apart. So he comments on the video about how conservatives love cruelty this. most of the examples of liberals thriving on cruelty are way more disgusting than that of conservatives, at least from what I've seen. Remember, lib or conservative, black or white, male or female, there are good ones, bad ones, and neutral. Don't let this head-ass try to brainwash you into thinking because of this one example, all conservatives thrive on cruelty. Most of us are out here trying to live our lives, and we don't go out of our way to cause misery. I suspect that that's how most people and the media has a way of focusing on the bad when and where they need it. So this guy argues the left is actually the cruel ones. Now, 8 hours later on a different video, he then replies to some random person's comment who just said first. Like, it's a different video, different topic. Random person comments first. So this is like really early when the video came out. Comes into the replies, just to reply to this person saying, "First on a baby streamer's crappy video, congrats, you win life." And then this person replied, "Thanks, bro, tell your wife's boyfriend I said hey." Dude. Remember, these people will on one hand, in the same day they will say the left are cruel and that they love being nice and they love being, like, kind. And then literally do the thing you accuse them of in the same day, 8 hours later, and pretend like you won't see it. That's what Tucker does.
About what's true, and a bunch of hilarious people also, a lot of those. It's got to be the majority of the population, even now. So that's heartening. The other thing you notice when you take a little time off is how unbelievably stupid most of the debates you see on television are. They're completely irrelevant. They mean nothing. In 5 years,
Is he actually going to say anything spicy at all, or is it just going to be him saying vapid things about how he's totally fine and he's not upset about getting fired?
we won't even remember that we had them. Trust me, as someone who's participated. And yet at the same time, and this is the amazing thing, the undeniably big topics, the ones that will define our future, get virtually no discussion at all. War, civil liberties, emerging science, demographic change, corporate power.
Demographic change, what he means by that is the Great Replacement. Scientific developments, I'm sorry, but, like, don't you literally go on your show and scream about how climate change is a hoax pushed by China? And that humans couldn't possibly be causing it? Remember, the right's, like, narrative about climate change has changed over time. First it was, it's not real at all. Then it was, we're actually leaving a small ice age. Then now it's, okay, it's real, but scientists are all bought out by the climate lobby, quote unquote, to push the idea that humans have the power to change the earth. And it's like, okay, so what is it? You know? Because as much as they'll try to lie and say otherwise, climatologists have had a pretty rigorously solid position on climate change for the last 30 years or so.
Natural resources. When was the last time you heard a legitimate debate about any of those issues? It's been a long time. Debates like that are not permitted in American media.
Okay.
Both political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them.
So this is just Nas bullshit, right? Like, okay, I can't talk about the Great Replacement on my show explicitly without being called a racist. That is because the money-loving corporations that run the media are worried that advertisers will pull out because of that. So the only thing they agree on is chasing money. This is to try to, like, pull in the shoe on head types, by the way. And it works. You know, I like, the first thought I had that went through my head when I found out that Tucker Carlson got fired is, ah, shit, shoe on head on suicide watch.
And they actively collude to shut down any conversation about it. Suddenly, the United States looks very much like a one-party state. That's a depressing realization, but it's not permanent.
Well, if America becomes a one-party state and that one party is the Democrat Party, I'll be pretty happy, but the goal from there is to make it viable for another second party to rise that is more left-wing than the Democrat Party, because Well, the Democrat Party is, contrary to what the right will tell you, not really that left-wing. Certainly not socialist.
Our current orthodoxies won't last. They're brain dead. Nobody actually believes them. Hardly anyone's life is improved by them. This moment is too inherently ridiculous to continue, and so it won't. The people in charge know this.
Is he just like, he just says nothing very well? Is that really all he does? I mean, this is a rhetorical question, but God, being a right-wing grifter, and a world-class right-wing grifter at that, like the top of the top, is really not that hard. If I was like a soulless husk of a demonic ghoul, I could literally have Tucker Carlson's job in 5 years. Oh my God, is it easy? You just have to lie well and sound good doing it. I have the difficulty of having to rely on researching shit to find out the truth of an issue so I can spread that truth. The right just has to make up a convenient lie on the spot and stick to it like their life depends on it. And that's how they do their thing. Repetition of that lie over and over again.
Yes, that's why they're hysterical and aggressive. They're afraid. They've given up persuasion.
And of course, you've got the application of labels. The right thrives on labeling people. You're either hysterical, an SJW, woke mind virus, you're woke, you're whatever it may be. They have to label you with some negative attribute because that's what you are to them. Just a label to exterminate.
Resorting to force. But it won't work. When honest people say what's true, calmly and without embarrassment, they become powerful. At the same time, the liars who've been trying to silence them shrink, and they become weaker. That's the iron law of the universe. True things prevail.
Well, we like to think so, but knowing that you've, literally got exposed... Dude, the Dominion lawsuit, which is why he was fired, because of that lawsuit, DMs leaked where he is admitting that the entirety of the idea that, the election was stolen and Trump won is bullshit. He knows it's bullshit, and he's just saying it to please his following. That is just public knowledge now. Those screenshots are public because of the lawsuit. He literally had to defend himself in court by saying that the things he says are so insane that nobody could take it seriously. And he's here saying the truth will always prevail. Well, he did get fired, so I guess it did.
Where can you still find Americans saying true things? There aren't many places left, but there are some, and that's enough. As long as you can hear the words.
Guys, just a little bit of real talk here. Anybody who talks like this so broadly, trying so hard to sound reasonable and like what they're saying is inarguable, should immediately set red flags off to signal you to the fact that they're spewing some bullshit. You should have your guard up at the very least.
There is hope. See you soon.
There is hope. Tucker Carlson getting fired, it does give me hope. What do you guys think of that segment? I know it was a shorter one, but I still think it was good. Short but sweet. Good segment, thank you. Yeah, if someone's always talking in vagueness and deepities, they are bullshitting. Yeah, it's pretty common on TikTok and the YouTube Shorts algorithm. You'll see a lot of pundits, a lot of dude bros that are doing that. My favorite are the fake podcasts. Holy shit. Oh my god, this is the best part. Oh my god. Oh my god, I found out the story behind a viral TikTok. Oh my god, I have to show this to you guys. Oh, I can't find it. No. No, 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 no. I have to find it. The story behind it is insane. It's such a good insight into, like, how the right's doing propaganda right now. And how transparently fucked it is. Trying to find this podcast clip where they talk about it. Okay, it's gonna be in my watch history. Can you search your... I can search my watch history. That didn't do it. That's too far back. It was recent enough that I'll just scroll until I find it. Whew, I watch a lot of YouTube, Jesus. I sure watch a shit ton of YouTube. It'll come up here in a minute. Sorry if I'm not talking while I search for this. I'm trying really hard to keep the image of what I feel like the thumbnail looks like in my head, so that when I see it, I don't skim over it. It was a really professional, big podcast. Okay, I think it's a little while back. Come on, it's gotta be here somewhere. Did it get taken off YouTube, maybe? Oh, it's so good, though. I have to find it. I think it's in here. I think I just gotta scroll further. I think I just watched a lot of YouTube, and it's far down in this list. Surprised it didn't come up when I searched it, because the podcast is so big. Come on. Please. 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 Belize. 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 Come on. Dude, I watch a lot of YouTube. Holy shit. I watch a lot of YouTube. My God. How fucking far down this list is it? I know it's gonna be on the list. How far, though? I know you're on here somewhere. I am persistent, chat. Ain't no way it's not coming up. Come on. Alright, I'm gonna have to use the search. What if I search podcast? Found it! Oh my god! Yes! Okay, so this is the Sad Boys podcast. And this episode is called Terribly Fake TikTok Podcast with Link Neal. This podcast segment, the revelation about this blew my mind, okay? And I've no doubt a lot of more of what you're about to see and have exposed to you is happening on TikTok and YouTube Shorts than you even think.
Where there were 4.
It was a big day. Yeah,
but that
maybe
doesn't even seem... I want to be so real with you guys that I'm going to say I just can't... It probably can't be more than 3.
Look, I think
and
that's normal.
That's like...
I think that's...
Well, bear in mind, this is also 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Unless he gets a day off for his birthday.
What is her story?
Well, that's a great question that you asked, because the lore surrounding this, I think, is more interesting than the TikTok itself.
Oh, wait.
This is an OnlyFans model.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
All right, here's the video. We'll play the video first, and then they move on.
But it's...
Do you want...
I hope not.
I'm like, the only thing I'd be uncomfortable watching is probably something you dug up about me.
No, so this
good.
is just a wild TikTok that's going viral.
I don't knock women for feeling proud and for wanting to have, that girl power and holding things over him, but no, you've got to give it up, ladies. I please my man in every way, all the ways. Wake him up, he gets to nut. Before he leaves out the door, he's leaving empty nuts. At work, I am calling him like, come outside, it's your lunch break, it's time for you to get your nut off. When he gets home, he's getting fed, he is getting another nut, and one before bed, or 2 if he's lucky. That's it, that's the secret. I make sure that my man nuts at least 6 or 7 times a day.
She makes sure that her man nuts at least 6 or 7 times a day.
And I'll point out 5 of those are after empty. He leaves the house empty and there's 5 more.
It feels like she's training him for something. Like just putting him through a gauntlet. So
what's your question from me? I don't want to presume.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to start talking extemporaneously.
No. This is more like when you see something like this, what goes through your mind? That's a lot, right?
My balls hurt just thinking about it.
That is a lot. That's a lot of nuts. I mean, there's been times where I've said, how many in a day?
How many in a day?
Who are you
I
saying
gotta
this to?
think.
I'll just say, just to speak candidly, not that many for me. I'll just
Dead,
say.
I'm a ghost, I'm a husk.
Not daily.
Yeah, I would be Ash.
Not for more than one day.
I might have had... I would love to think that at some point in my life, once, there was a day where there were 4.
It was a big day. Yeah,
but that
maybe
doesn't
Rookie
even
numbers.
seem... I want to be so real with you guys that I'm going to say I just can't... It probably can't be more than 3.
Look, I think
that's
normal.
That's like...
I think that's...
Well, bear in mind, this is also 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
What
Unless
is
he gets
her-
a day off for his birthday.
What is her story?
He gets to not have sex on his birthday. That's his gift.
Well,
gets a break.
that's a great question that you asked, because the lore surrounding this, I think, is more interesting than the TikTok itself. This is an OnlyFans model who's faking a podcast to advertise her OnlyFans, which I think is genius.
So she's not talking to anyone? There's no
No,
one?
she's not
looking
even
at
using the
anyone.
mic correctly. This is not how you use...
Oh, that's genius.
Yeah.
So she's just using like the visual conventions of being on a
She's kind
podcast.
of holding it like this.
Yeah, the pickup
Which
pattern for this
adds
mic
up.
is not what she's doing.
That's the best way to generate.
It adds up.
She's
Yeah.
filming on a
Fake
phone.
podcast to promote her OnlyFans, and you're falling for it right now.
Well, so
even if you're not, you are.
well, we want.
Even if we not, we
I
are.
do. Like, I don't. I think she's done some stuff that's maybe like unscrupulous or whatever. Like, I heard that she like exposed herself in front of train tracks or something to advertise her OnlyFans, and then the train people were like, "Hey, this is really dangerous, and there's could be kids on the train and stuff."
This is for trains. You're not supposed to be.
So
on this.
I don't really know. Like, I can't fully co-sign this, but this is emblematic of a grander trend that's happening, where people are pretending to have podcasts that do not really exist.
Yeah,
because every day there is a new viral weird podcast on the internet of somebody saying something insane. and
as easy as it is to start a podcast, it's a lot easier to just
fake
the podcast for the clips.
I'm like, do we just need to sit down and like
feels like
make
a waste of
bunch
time? Come to think of it, yeah,
maybe we could do that right now. What's something weird we could have an opinion on?
Oh yeah, okay. So
They move on off this topic from here, but yeah. They're completely right. There is a massive trend of these random dude bros making fake podcast clips to post on Twitter and like Instagram and TikTok and YouTube Shorts. And you think, oh, this is a clip from a podcast. No, some guy just filmed this, made it look like they're talking to people on a podcast to make it look like this is some collecting of minds that's like long going and successful, and that this is coming from an authoritative figure like Joe Rogan, because they consider Joe Rogan an authoritative figure that they can trust. But yeah, I hope that helped clear some things up for you guys about where things have been going. Yeah, 3 to 4 nuts a day is quite a bit. That would definitely, after a few days, leave you a little chafed. Anyway, Rob36, thank you for the 3 Tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. And I'm sure Jay McGrath, Mr. Muffin Tops, and Crunchy Jun both really appreciate it as well. Thank you for the $15. Very kind of you. Said, how do you feel about tegus, the big lizards? They're dope. I very much want one in the future. Going to take them for little walks on a harness. Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, tegus are awesome. My uncle used to have a ginormous Savannah monitor. It was dope. His name was Demas. Here, let me update the dono goal really fast. All right. Ooh, cool. Marco T in YouTube chat says men cannot give birth to a baby. Facts. Would you like to debate on that on stream, my friend? Would you like to get on a Discord call and talk about that? I'd be happy to. Unless you're chicken. You need some feed because you're a little bit chicken? You got a splayed leg? You need a little bit of that high calcium feed because you're a little chicken? You want to talk about that on stream? We can do it on Discord. I'm waiting on a reply, buddy. Come on, Marco T. How dare you sully the name of one of the most pure characters in Attack on Titan? You've got 10 seconds to respond, Marco T. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shame. Could have been good content. I was really feeling a good, just slaughtering of a conservative in a, argument. Unfortunate. I guess I win. God, these people are disappointing. I keep trying to bring transphobes on stream to debate, but they just won't do it. Like, they know they're full of shit. But I really want to get one on. Ah. In the Distance, thank you for the Prime sub over on Twitch. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. It really does help. Remember, guys, donos, subs, gifted subs, any form of financial support if you can afford it is always very much appreciated. It helps to keep the show on the air. It helps me afford, you know, food and stuff like that. And, of course, I want to do quail content in the future, and I'm saving up to be able to move into a proper house with a proper fenced backyard so I can facilitate that. And, of course, if we hit $300 in the dono goal in one day, I put on a onesie, and I wear it for the rest of the stream, and it's really funny. So... yeah, consider donating. It always does help. But if you don't have the money for it, remember, guys, it is completely free to hit the like button over on YouTube. That thumbs up button takes half a second to hit, and it really does help out the channel a lot when you do. Matter of fact, how many likes do we have? 284 with 359 people watching. I think we can get to 300 likes. Can we push to 300 likes? I feel like we can pull that off. Come on, guys. 285. Come on, guys. I know we got it in us. 290. Come on, every like counts at this point. Come on, if we can get up to 300, I will be happy. Yay, 300. Let's go. That's what I like to see. Thank you, chat. 300 likes. 305. Oh shit, you guys are bringing in extra ones. Remember, guys, the extra ones are always helpful. I especially appreciate more. Thank you. Thank you for the likes, chat. 319. Thank you. So for those that don't know, when you like the stream, it actually forces YouTube to push my stream out to more of my subscribers and new people. So as you guys like the stream, you can watch in real time as my concurrent viewership will go up in proportion to that. So it's actually a pretty cool experiment if you want to try it out. Like, I'm not even just saying that so you'll like the stream and like try it and it'll end up like helping me. I'm literally like, you can actually watch the viewer count go up as you drop likes in the stream. It is pretty cool. 326. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate it. You guys have been overwhelming with the support lately, and that it really does make me happy. Thank you. Fembro, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Said, here's $5 because you have fat nuts. Hell yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Not wrong. That is true. I do have some pretty fat nuts. Okay. Let me bring up the next segment. My chatters are fucking weirdos, but I wouldn't have it any other way. How do you make an incognito window on Google? One of these links is from a blocked account. New private window. There we go. Okay. And that tweet violated Twitter rules and got taken down. Okay, that's fine. Alright, the majority of it is still here. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. I mentioned this before, but ever since Elon Musk bought Twitter, things have just gotten worse and worse, almost at an exponential rate. So much so to the point that even a lot of normies and centrists are having to admit that Elon Musk's control of Twitter has only made it worse. But the evil has also become much more apparent in the right, since Twitter has basically destroyed any form of moderation that it has. One of the biggest examples of this are straight-up threats and calls to violence for trans people. As many of you guys might know, Elon Musk recently removed all TOS protections for trans people on Twitter. Like, there's no longer any rules against misgendering, harassing on the basis of their identity trans people, any of that stuff, dead naming. None of that is against the rules on Twitter anymore. That stuff has been removed from the TOS. It's no longer in there. Here's the thing, though. The right is basically using their new freedom of speech to glorify committing crimes. Allow me to show you guys a particularly evil example of this. So, this person, who I have blocked on Twitter for a very good reason, I imagine, posted these screenshots of an account called Miss Massacre, obviously a blue checkmark Elon Musk simp. This kid goes to school with my daughter. You can't see the kid in the picture, but we're talking about a kid who is trans that is in this picture this person has posted. This kid goes to school with my daughter. This is a boy. We live in Montana, which is extremely conservative. This stuff is infecting even the most rural of states. This is why I don't stop talking about the stuff like Dylan Mulvaney, because outrage is the only way to curb it. Straight up doxes this kid. No, like, blurring of the identity or anything. Straight up doxes this random child that just goes to school with her daughter because the kid's trans. I imagine a trans woman because, you know, the mom says this is a boy. Now that's pretty evil, but it goes on. The account says melter of snowflakes, pronouns fuck you, while they're literally like doxing a child because they're trans. Pretty, you know, in line with the type of shit the right says. It gets even worse, though. This is the dumbest woman on the planet. She just agreed to do an interview with a person named Prank Stallone, whose pinned tweet is a video fucking with people like her. Oh, this is good. So this is the tweet. And then this person DM'd her, hey, want to do an interview on my show? I'm a fellow conservative and very anti-woke. Lol, my inbox is full of hate today, so your message was very nice to receive. What show do you have? I'm happy for you. Oh my god, how can you be... I guess transphobes are this stupid. It's not that surprising, I suppose. But it gets even worse, right? Obviously, this tweet, or this screenshot censors the kid that this woman is doxing in the photo. But below there, this lady replies, is he allowed to go in the restroom with your daughter? And Miss Massacre says, hell no, lol. That boy would be walking even funnier. So now fantasizing about assaulting trans children. Not even her own child, by the way. Just some random trans kid that was walking in the parking lot at the school that she snapped a photo of the docs and post a fantasy about assaulting. They truly care about the kids. They truly care about the kids. Remember, guys, I keep saying it over and over again, but for some reason, people keep thinking I'm going out of line by saying it. Conservatives see cruelty towards minorities as a virtue. Cruelty towards minorities and their allies, just the entirety of the left, is a virtuous act for conservatives. There's nothing more virtuous, more heroic you can do than to upset or trigger a minority. They're psychotic and principally evil. Elon Musk buying Twitter has only facilitated their evil becoming more mainstream, more accepted, or at least seemingly accepted, and more blatant and obvious to everyone. Now everybody sees it. It's platformed much more heavily. Basically, when you go on Twitter and you look at your For You timeline, like 90% of the tweets that have come up are going to be like Nazi propaganda tweets with thousands of likes, tens of thousands of likes sometimes. Like, one account that pops up a lot is literally just an account that features black people committing crime. That's it. That's literally all the account does. Explicitly, that's all it does. And the taglines will usually be like a racist comment. Tens of thousands of likes. And pushed heavily on the For You page because they've got a blue check mark. This is a big reason why a lot of people believe in the block the blue thing. As much as I don't agree with it, because so many artists and whatnot require the blue check mark to, you know, make a living, because they use Twitter as the platform to make a living on, I can understand why so many people would feel the need to block all blue check marks as an umbrella, because it would basically eliminate 99.9% of the harassment based on race, sex, basically any form of identity they get on a daily basis. The blue check mark is basically a badge that like warns you before even reading the tweet you're gonna see a bad take at this point. Unless you know the person and they're like an established figure, you know. Like, there's a few friends I have that have the blue check mark and I know them, but fuck. The block the blue thing, that thing that like blocks all the blue check marks, really tempting. It would make my timeline a lot more pleasant. Yeah. Anyway, it gets even worse. Who would have thought? It gets worse. The account who posted this tweet has me blocked, so I had to open this link in a private window in Opera GX, but here we go. I edited out the child in the image because maybe people shouldn't be posting creep shots of children so that other people can fantasize about child rape. And here's the image. A reply that says, nah, put him in jail and have Bubba on him for one night. He will change his mind. It is absolutely no coincidence whatsoever that the vast majority of transphobes, from as far as we can tell, are in fact pedophiles. The pedocon theory proves itself true constantly over and over again. It has never proven itself wrong. Let's just say this. The pedocon theory has only ever been proven true. It has never been proven false. Frankly, it shouldn't even be pedocon theory at this point. It should be pedocon law. The law of pedocon. For those that don't know what that means, it's basically that like a really disproportionate amount of conservatives end up being pedophiles and child rapists, but a very common conservative talking point is that the left and trans people are actually the child groomers, so it's like a very blatant, instance of projecting, you know? It's a theory, like the theory of gravity. Yeah, but, you know, I'm doing the meme. I get what you mean. Hey, Lexander, welcome to the stream, though. It's good to have you here. Yeah, we should play the clip of Matt Walsh saying that he violates his kids' consent all the time. Well, I want to be completely clear here, by the way. The conservative household. Imagine the stereotypical conservative household. Abusive husband, children who are basically treated like property and chore slaves, and talked down to constantly and subjected to, you know, rigorous punishment and strictness. The wife who's basically treated like a broodmare, who's forced to cater to the husband's every whim. The husband who probably cheats and just does whatever the fuck he wants and acts like a fat, lazy slob. This is the vast majority of, like, the stereotypical conservative household, right? That is a miniature model of what the right wants to instill in the entire country. That is how they want the country to be run. A highly patriarchal, extremely traditionally conservative, abusive, fascistic society that is basically a larger version of your average conservative household, where one man is at the top calling all the shots. The reason why they promote the nuclear family so much is because it softens people up to the extremely strict rigorous governmental structure the right wants to implement if and possibly when they win. Remember, if the left wins, like a left-wing society can tolerate some conservatives out in the countryside hating like minorities and whatnot privately off, you know, in their own private property and their own private venues. The thing is, if the right takes control, they can't allow minorities to exist, period. That's the big difference. Conservatives get to live if the left wins. Lefties don't get to live if the right wins. That is why it is not an equal, like, centrist, both sides are equally bad situation. Because one side is fighting to kill, and the other side is fighting to preserve life. There is no dispute about this. The right will say, oh, but we're against abortion, and yet they openly call for abortion to be banned in cases where the woman's life will literally die and the fetus is inviable. It's not about preserving life, because as soon as the baby is born, they don't give a shit. As George Carlin himself said, conservatives will argue they are pro-life, and they love the children, but I hope I can include this in the segment and Cherry doesn't have to edit it out. This is a fucking classic.
They're not pro-life. You know what they are? They're anti-woman. Simple as it gets. Anti-woman. They don't like them.
In times like this, it's hard to find the words to...
What the fuck? Okay, get this out of here. Get this shit out of here. Here's a YouTube
They're
short.
all in favor
Here's a YouTube short.
of the unborn. They will do anything for the unborn. But once you're born, you're on your own. Pro-life conservatives are obsessed with the fetus from conception to 9 months. After that, they don't want to know about you. They don't want to hear from you. No nothing. No neonatal care, no daycare, no Head Start, no school lunch, no food stamps, no welfare, no nothing. If you're pre-born, you're fine. If you're preschool, you're They're all in...
Yep. And that just proves true every single time. Literally think of that George Carlin segment every single time a conservative says something, and everything they say and do will make sense. They're lying, pathetic, disgusting, greasy fucking grifters. They're demonic. They are pure evil. I didn't used to think evil existed, but then, you know, I grew up on the internet. And oh, believe me, humans can be evil. And these people are evil. Do not mistake what I'm saying as hyperbole. How do you enjoy that segment? I think it came out pretty good. Do I read chat? So, for those of you guys that don't know, I actually have 4 separate chats, technically. Or three separate chats, but I have 4 chats open, but for all intents and purposes, we'll say 3. I've got my website chat, which is what I actually read the most. I've got YouTube chat, which I read the second most, but not even very often. And then I've got Twitch chat, which I read the least, almost never. So if you really want to be part of the community and you want to be a part of like the stream that's being watched and has a lot of people talking, you want to come to either my website or even YouTube chat, because that's where things are really popping off. Sorry, Xander Hall, George Carlin is copyrighted. Is there any way you could do editing magic to make it, like, good? Like, maybe just cut out the audio so it's just the text on screen? Because I'm pretty sure there were subtitles, like, showing what he said. Yeah, put some music over it, like light music. You are retraded? Yeah, I am pretty retraded. SMH, Xander Hall plagiarizing George Carlin? True. How could I? In before I have the Dark Viper AU response made on me.
Hey, Dylan.
Huh. This link you sent me will not load. That is very weird. Is this another shadow ban? I bet this tweet got shadow banned because it's the S-Queer account talking about right-wing terrorism. I bet that tweet got shadow banned and taken down. Unless I'm blocked by her. I could be blocked by her. That would suck. That's her Instagram. Where's her Twitter? No, I'm not blocked by her. I follow her. Okay, so the tweet's been shadow banned. My editor captioned this that it was like a tweet about right-wing terrorism. I'm pretty sure I know what it's about. So I'll just find an article about it. That's fine. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, as you guys know, about 27 days ago, we are literally on day 27 of this fucking culture war narrative. A popular TikToker, who is a trans woman, by the name of Dylan Mulvaney, was sent one single free can of beer with her face on it by Anheuser-Busch. It was a Bud Light. It was for her to drink it in a TikTok to promote Bud Light to her audience. And I believe through an Instagram link, you could buy custom made-to-order Bud Light cans that had her face on it. It was like a little promotion. It was exclusive. It wasn't on all of them. You couldn't buy them in the store. You had to order them specifically online, and you could get them if you were like a fan of Dylan Mulvaney and you wanted to get the specific Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light. I don't know why you'd want that, but whatever it may be. Anyway, the right fucking hates Dylan Mulvaney. And the reason for this is because she's a prominent trans woman. However, they can't be open about that because, as with the Mr. Beast Chris Tyson thing, just openly hating someone all of a sudden because they come out as trans basically turns the vast majority of people against you. Because contrary to what it may seem like, I feel like the Mr. Beast Chris Tyson thing pretty much proved this, the vast majority of normies are not anti-trans, and if you're just like blatantly hating someone because they are trans and for no other reason, you're gonna look like a piece of shit to the vast majority of people. Most people don't care enough to like hate trans people in the same absolutely deranged way the right does. Here's the thing though, they couch that deranged, pointless hatred in seemingly morally inarguable motivations, right? They argue that trans people are groomers and predators, and that they are fighting against pedophilia. When, of course, the vast majority of cases of pedophilia are committed by conservatives. Conservatives are constantly, caught being pedophiles. They constantly defend things like lolicon. It's just very obvious. Even conservatism itself glorifies the old-age fashion, or old-fashion-aged era of, 14-year-old girls getting married off to men in their 30s, right? So let's not pretend like it's not all projection from the right, but here's what happened, though. Dylan Mulvaney did a TikTok, and in that TikTok, she called herself a girl. Not a woman, a girl. Simply a girl. The right decided to latch on to this and claim that this was an instance of Dylan Mulvaney claiming that she is a little girl, as in a young girl, like a child. And they are now trying to accuse Dylan Mulvaney of being trans age and a pedophile who's trying to justify her supposed future next move of predating on children. Now, in reality, I don't know if you know this, but women refer to themselves as girls all the time. Men refer to women, when they're adults, as girls all the time. It's not that unusual. This is really just the biggest fucking stretch they could possibly, like, pull out of their ass in order to justify a deranged hate mob against a very popular trans figure. Now, one of these people is a YouTuber, or I should say a Twitterer, I don't know if this person does YouTube, by the name of KC, whose Twitter bio reads, 81 million my ass, America first, 1A/2A, support our troops, back the blue, never date a liberal, tweets daily, unvaxxed, hashtag FJB, hashtag MAGA, hashtag Black Lives MAGA. The guy is not black, but he has hashtag Black Lives MAGA in his bio. Okay, all right. Anyway, he posted this, and is very blatantly copying Meat Canyon, if it's not obvious. Put your drink down before watching this video. Gold. Oh my god, I am in tears, and my coffee is all over. Tons of laughing, crying emojis, and a skull emoji. Sound up. Fire. I'm gonna turn the sound down, actually. Okay. Prepare yourselves for some probably fatal cringe.
It's me, Dylan Mulvaney. So I've been a woman for about a year now, and I can tell you exactly everything there is to know about being a woman. For example, I now pee sitting down. It's annoying, though, when my dong hits the toilet water, as I get a chill every time the cold water touches the tip of my cooch.
Fucking same, bro. Holy shit. You ever like, I remember the first time, I was 10 years old, dude. I went into I was at a pool, okay? It was a public pool, and I went into one of the bathrooms, and I went to sit on the toilet, because I had to poop, man. I had to go. And, you know, I just flopped my dick in there, because, you know, sometimes you gotta piss when you poop. Born to poop, forced to piss. And, my dick just flopped down onto the bottom of that toilet bowl. Cold fucking porcelain. I felt it. Have you ever touched an electric fence? You know the feeling of touching an electric fence and like the shock, the wave going through your body from like your hand wherever you touched it up through the rest of your body? That is what happened to me. I've never stood up faster in my life. I immediately put on my trunks and jumped in the pool. And then afterwards, I got out of the pool, went to the sink, and thoroughly washed my dick with soap. And since that day, I never let my dick pass between my legs when I'm shitting. I have to hold my dick up. This is very in detail, but I mean, this animation is more disturbing than what I'm talking about right now. Yeah, I was terrified I caught, like, an STD. So I, like, thoroughly washed my dick after that. Like, oh, God. With hot water, too. Hot water. Hot water. Steaming hot water. With lots of soap. Yeah, it was... that happened to me for the first time when I was 10, and ever since then, I hold my dick firmly in my hand to ensure that does not happen. Because if my like balls pull it between my legs and it falls down there, it's over, dude. It's all ogre.
I also love the color pink and doing something called Kegels. In fact, I can lift a whole butterball turkey using only my butthole. And Bud Light is definitely a woman's favorite drink.
I like how this is trying really hard to be Meat Canyon humor visually and South Park humor audibly. Like, it's South Park humor in that you can tell this is someone doing a South Park-esque impression. Like, you can tell this is somebody who's, like, a massive South Park fan and does a bunch of South Park character impressions, and they're doing, like, an off-South Park character voice right now. But they're also big Meat Canyon fans. They're doing, like, the Meat Canyon art style ripoff, but then, like, copying South Park's humor where they just have a, like, a celebrity, and they say horrible things because the creators of the show hate that celebrity and want to make them look bad. Like that's what he's doing here.
I mean, you can just see my cooch rain as I sip it.
And none of it makes
wet,
sense.
It's like a waterfall down.
Like, none of it makes sense. None of it has, like... It would make sense if these jokes that are, like, really hurtful were meant to reference something specific, you know? Like, maybe if she had done these things, it would be funny, right? But she hasn't done these things. These jokes are, like, just really insulting things they came up with that aren't based on any, like... They aren't even exaggerations of a thing that's true. Like, the best gotchas are exaggerations of the things that are true, or just statements of things that are true, right? Like, people saying that, Sneeko is a cuck, right? Like, the Sneeko cuck chair stuff. Sneeko had, like, one podcast where he talked about how he got cucked once, but the joke is now forever that he's always getting cucked, and that the cuck chair in the hotel is the Sneeko chair, right? It's obviously an over-exaggeration of a joke that is true, but there is no, like, true... funny thing they're basing these insults off of that they're making the jokes from. They just kind of came up with gross things for their animation of Dylan Mulvaney to say. This isn't even a good caricature of the lady they're making fun of. Like, I don't usually try to, like, attack caricatures because the point is to try to massively over-exaggerate features, right? But to be fair, this is a pretty pathetic attempt. Like, if I bring up a picture of Dylan Mulvaney on Google Images, like, even, like, the funny one they use for their, like, thumbnails, the one where she's supposed to look crazy and unhinged, if I showed the average person a picture of this woman, they would not think this is a trans woman. This does not look like a trans woman, nor does it look even, like, approximately like this... this supposed, you know, over-exaggeration of her features.
On there. Ah, look at me drinking Bud Light, just like one of the girls. Perhaps later I'll cradle a cold one between my thighs as I let my boyfriend take a whiff of my butt, just like a woman. And as a woman, drinking Bud Light makes me feel like one of the guys. Bud Light. We have no fucking clue who our customers are.
Man. I bet conservatives lost their fucking mind at that one. Remember, this is what the fucking caption of this was. Alarm emojis. Put your drink down before watching this video. Gold. Oh my god, I am in tears and my coffee is all over. Laughing, crying emojis, skull emoji, sound up, audio emoji, fire emoji. And this is his own... He made this animation. This is him talking about his own animation. Dude. Anyway, the right has basically lost their fucking mind, if you haven't, like, noticed. Like, legitimately, the right has literally gone insane, and they have been, for the last 27 days, they have been losing their shit over Dylan Mulvaney and this Bud Light crossover. There's been multiple instances of people, like, you know, shooting their cans of Bud Light, people going to stores and, like, taking Bud Light cases off the shelf and smashing them in the store and getting arrested. People are legitimately deranged about this shit. And it's gotten to the point where, as you can imagine, it's leading to threats of terrorism. Headline. Let me take a sip before I read this one. Headline. Budweiser factories nationwide hit with bomb threats amid Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light fiasco. Budweiser factories nationwide were reportedly the targets of bomb threats this week as emotions ran high over parent company Anheuser-Busch's marketing deal with its new Bud Light pitchwoman Dylan Mulvaney. The Los Angeles Police Department confirmed that officers responded to a call from the Anheuser-Busch facility in the Van Nuys section of the city on Thursday. A spokesperson for St. Louis-based beer maker told Patch that several other facilities across the country received bomb threats. It is unclear how many facilities were targeted. The Post has sought comment from Anheuser-Busch. LAPD Lieutenant Leticia Ruiz told Patch that authorities received an emailed bomb threat around 9 a.m. local time Thursday. A bomb squad unit was dispatched to the facility. Remember, this isn't the first time. After Matt Walsh and a bunch of other conservative figures falsely claimed that a children's hospital in Boston was giving child sex changes, like bottom surgery, to minors, like up to 3 years old, on their shows. That same Boston Children's Hospital was shut down for a whole day due to bomb threats. So yeah, this is not an unusual thing. The right knows what they're doing. This is something called stochastic terrorism. Ugh, my nose. We did assist in clearing the perimeter of the building. Meanwhile, the company's talk executive, Brendan Whitworth, released a statement Friday that made no mention of Mulvaney. Whitworth offered a mealy-mouthed apology as the company... This is from New York Post, so of course they're pretty conservative. They have to find a way to bend these terror attacks or these terror threats by the right as, like, the left's fault. Whitworth offered a mealy-mouthed apology as the company continues to resist calls to end its Bud Light sponsorship deal with the controversial transgender influencer. Christ. That's the type of media coverage this is getting, by the way, in case you're curious. He said the bomb threats were fake because there was no bomb. Ah, yes, the Boston Children's Hospital faked a bomb threat. Very believable. We got some good news, though, coming off of all of this. YouTube finally did the good thing, or the right thing, and demonetized Matt Walsh. YouTube strips ad revenue from the Matt Walsh show after repeated vitriol against Dylan Mulvaney. It wasn't because of broad transphobia, by the way. YouTube doesn't care about that right now. It's because Matt Walsh was specifically targeting practically death threats at this point at a particular large public figure, and YouTube had to do something about it. I imagine, considering now that Matt Walsh is making essentially no money for YouTube, that he'll probably be banned shortly because he's not worth the risk of keeping him on the platform anymore. But that's a nice little palate cleanser we get out of all of this, right? Ah, God, these people are fucking psychotic. How do you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. All right, I'm gonna take a nice big sip of water. Elon likes femboys is trending on Twitter. I'm gonna look into that really quickly. I hope you guys don't mind, but I'm gonna check in on that hashtag. Okay, it's looking like a meme. Okay, I think it's looking like a meme in order to see if Elon Musk will censor people saying it. Okay, it's a meme. That's funny. Alright. Oh, thank you, Heavy Gretel. I've already got that in my document, but I really appreciate you being proactive with that. It's very kind of you, Heavy Gretel. Based. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. As many of you guys who've been following sort of the political culture war online may know, the right has not, just recently started its sort of hysteria over trans people. It's been going on for a while, but it's changed forms a lot over the years. You see, back in 2016 and 2017, transphobia was a little bit more masked than it is now. One moment, I got a cough. Ugh. Sorry, I was a little bit of extra weed smoke in my lungs from the last hit that I took. Oof. I'm alright. You can edit that out, Cherry. the right has kind of shifted the level of severity of their criticisms of the trans community over the course of the last few years, right? Particularly in regards to trans kids. You see, back in the day, it used to just be conservatives saying that they don't care once you're 18 or older, you're old enough to make your own life decisions, who cares what you decide to do, just don't push it on anybody else, just don't be too cringe, we'll make fun of you, right? That was like the general idea that the right gave off by their rhetoric around trans people. People like Calvin Gara and Blair White were completely accepted in the broader right-wing community. They were extremely popular. It was very rare for a large right-wing pundit to speak out against them because they recognized they were useful tools for advancing their agenda. However, over the last year or so, the right has intensified their rhetoric immensely, to the extent that they basically just call all trans people groomers and pedophiles who are pushing children into being trans, and for that, they need to be treated exactly how everyone agrees groomers and pedophiles should be treated. They've gotten to the point of falsely accusing trans people of being pedophiles and calling for the death of pedophiles, because no one disagrees with calling for the death of pedophiles, but they believe all trans people are pedophiles, so what they are actually calling for is the death of all trans people. It's also ironic because so many of them end up being pedophiles themselves, but, you know, that's beside the point. Anyway, Lizzo, very popular music artist here in America, ended up going on stage in Tennessee. There's this tweet that's posted about it. Lizzo claps back at Tennessee's law banning drag shows in public places, invites drag queen star performers with her set on stage at a show in Tennessee. Oh yeah, by the way, right-wing states are literally banning drag and the ability for trans people to exist in public, and the vast majority of the right are cheering this on because they are authoritarians. Matt Walsh, after all, does have theocratic fascist in his bio. Anyway, Matt Walsh quote tweets this video saying, "Throw her in jail because she brought drag queens on stage at a concert to dance with her in Tennessee." He thinks Lizzo should be thrown in jail. Not surprising, he is of course a fascist. Recently he did call for the execution of drug dealers and drug addicts. He said that countries like Singapore are cleaner and better off because they execute and engage in very severe corporal punishment on all forms of criminality, and that America needs to start doing that. He called for more executions, public executions, and more long prison sentences with torture. He also mentioned beating and torturing drug addicts as well. So, yeah. But let's not pretend like Ben Shapiro, the, largest head of Daily Wire, is any better, because he's went out and said this. This is where we are headed. Ben Shapiro is now advocating for local communities to pass laws, quote-unquote, stopping men from wearing women's clothes in public, although he says, quote-unquote, pants on women might be okay. This regressive anti-trans ideology harms us all. They're authoritarians. All of this talk about them being libertarian and just wanting to maximize freedom is just talk. Everything they fight for is the restriction of everyone else's freedom. That is their end goal. Freedom cannot exist if they win.
Should wearing dresses and skirts be illegal for men in public? If so, should wearing pants for women be illegal in public? Well, pants not so much, because there is a female version of pants that is nearly indistinguishable in many cases from male pants. But
female and male pants. Ah, yes. That's a thing. I'm not saying there aren't clothes that are made to fit like specific body types, but there is nothing about jeans that a guy would wear that is male if a woman wears it and it fits. Like, there's clothing is not like, it doesn't have a biological sex ascribed to it. It's based on your body type. That's why the nicest clothes that like people with wealth can afford is bespoke. Bespoke basically means it's made to order, to measurements for you. Rich people, when they buy their clothes, they typically get bespoke clothing that's made to their measurements because they can afford to. made to fit all type clothing that you generally buy at the store is made for people who can only afford that. So, yeah, no. The reason why clothing is the way that it is generally in like stores is because they need to have clothing that fits a broad amount of body types for sales. But if you have money, you're more likely to go pay for bespoke clothing made to fit you specifically, because even if you're like, let's say you're a cis woman, you're going to have to look around to find, say, a shirt or a bra or pants or even socks and shoes in many cases that fit you perfectly. So there is no, like, set biological standard to clothing, even on that level.
Men wearing traditional female clothing in public, I think that there's a case that local communities should be able to stop that. Sure, I mean, we have local laws about being naked or indecent exposure, or at least we used to.
That's what they're trying to compare it to. They're trying to compare... What he means by men wearing dresses in public, by the way, is trans women. Like, he's trying to say that trans women existing in public is equivalent to indecent exposure and nudity in public. That if a trans woman goes out in a dress, that is equivalent to, like, flashing children with like, your dick or your vagina. Are unisex clothes intersex? True. The word unisex, when regards to clothing, refers to the fact that they are not specifically made to look like they're for a particular gender. So, like, for example, like a shirt that's, like, just, yeah, it's universally, like, fit, right? Yeah, socks are unisex, for example. What is he doing?
Have I seen Kyle Dunnigan's Fresh Pres of DC, where you're featured as Biden's butler known as Beneford the Butler? I have not seen this, actually. And now I'm going to have to check it out. That sounds funny.
Dude, right-wing fucking propaganda. They go straight from, like, advocating for fascist authoritarian laws that literally make it illegal for trans people to exist in public, and then it's like, haha, funny memes, Ben Shapiro, ha ha ha. Oh, God. It is egregiously easy to become a right-wing grifter that just spews vitriolic hate to the public all day. These people rake in millions of dollars a year. They live in, like, million-dollar mansions and have, like, luxury lifestyles, and their job is literally just to be supervillains. You know how, like, in movies, like a James Bond movie, it's like, how are the supervillains making so much money? And, like, villainy surely can't be this profitable. No, as it turns out, it's very realistic. It is very realistic that supervillains would have a lot of money. It is very profitable to be pure evil. The Boys? Listen, this is gonna sound soy as fuck coming from me, but, like, come on. Let's be real. The Boys is a pretty damn good satire of modern-day politics. It hits a lot of nails right on the head. I know it sounds a little soy, but if you haven't seen the show, you are really missing out. There's a lot more to love about it than just the political side of it, but it's like an amazing show, like an absurdly amazing show that is a critique of the superhero genre and all of that. Or I should say more of a parody, less so of a critique. While on top of that, having some of the best left-wing scathing political commentary that is, like, very up with the times that I've ever seen. Would I get copyrighted if I played a brief clip? I probably would. I'll describe how one episode opens. There is an episode that opens with, like, a neckbeard incel dude walking down the hall, like, waking up from his bed, putting on his glasses, turning on a podcast on his phone, and just putting in his earbuds. It's like the equivalent of like Joe Rogan is what it's supposed to be. And he's, like, walking out of his hallway, like, out of his, apartment, and he walks by this cute girl, and he, like, goes to say hi to her, but he kind of messes it up, and she just kind of seems weirded out, and he, like, looks really sad, goes to the store, buys some stuff from the cashier, goes to work, and, like, each day we watch as, like, he comes home, he turns on his computer and he scrolls through message boards that are like 4chan and far-right stuff. He watches like VOT, which is like the Fox News of the boys universe, and he learns about how super villains, basically it's like the right in the boys universe is utilizing the fact that superheroes exist and to push the idea that brown people, immigrants, minorities, etc. could be supervillains with powers that are going to do terrorism. And so that's what the angle they're using to push white nationalism to the populace. And so he's listening to this propaganda every night when he gets home, and he's like scrolling through 4chan. He wakes up, every morning, and he's like watching more and more radical media each day until finally he picks up a gun. He goes to his local convenience store. If I remember correctly, it was like a Middle Eastern guy was the cashier. The same cashier he's been happily buying snacks from every morning on his way to work. Pulls out a gun and shoots him in the head because he thinks that he's a terrorist. Because that's the propaganda that universe's Fox News is pushing. It is very on point when it comes to the, like, political commentary in the show. It is, like, very current. It is on top of what's going on and parodying what is happening now. And from a aggressively progressive perspective, the showrunner is Eric Kripke, who made Supernatural, or at least the early seasons of Supernatural when it was good. And, like, it is better than Supernatural, to be honest, like, way better. It is fantastic. If you know Eric Kripke and you know his Twitter feed, you know how left-wing the bias of this show is. But yeah. Oh, also, it gets even better, by the way. They're going even further with their authoritarianism. My lovely editor, Cherry, posted this quote tweet of a Gays Against Groomers Illinois tweet, which, by the way, Gays Against Groomers is literally a hate group run by cis straight people with, like, 2 lesbian figureheads that are TERFs. Like, it's literally just run by straight white dudes. Cis straight white dudes. It's a hate group trying to look like they're a bunch of gay people pushing against, like, trans people being accepted in the LGBT community. Or I guess LGB community is what they call it. They tweeted, the Chicago Public Library at ShePubLib is posting an event designed to sexually groom children. We have demanded that they cancel it. If they do not, will you actually come protest with us? If yes, please vote in this poll, then comment below. We will reach out to you. And then Cherry quote tweeted this saying, lol. A child wearing anything queer-related is worse than a Nazi having a child wear a shirt with a swastika on it. The queer movement is more evil than the Nazis. Well, I mean, no duh they would say that. They are Nazis, but yeah. Just to make it clear, this is literally just a hate group being run by Nazis made to look like... It's just a psyop. It's just a psyop to convince very gullible liberals into thinking that, like, the gays are actually against the trans community, and the trans community are, like... So you know how, like, the LGBT community fucking hates maps and is, like, fighting tooth and nail against every, like, map or pedophile who's trying to associate themselves with the LGBT community? They're trying to push the idea that lesbians, gay, and bisexual people are like, doing the same thing with trans people, and trans people are like maps, like they're equivalent, and they're this, like, parasite latching on to the LGB community. This is, of course, not true. Trans people have existed for thousands of years, as long as human history has been around to record people that are trans, and they've existed, no doubt, longer than that. It is not a new thing, it is not a social contagion, and no data or evidence yet has proven any of these claims to be true. The right and transphobes as a whole just don't have facts on their side. How do you enjoy that segment, guys? Whew, we got a lot more to do tonight. Holy shit. I'm going to take a quick breather for a second because we have been grinding. How many segments have I done tonight? I feel like it must have been 5 or 6 so far. 6 so far, not bad. Got quite a few more to bust out, though. 4 more at least. Crowder is the next segment, actually. Dave Valinsky, thank you for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. Says, I love The Boys. The comic book and the show are awesome. I definitely think the show is better than the comic book, but to each their own opinion. By the way, if you're watching right now and you want to support the stream, please consider dropping a like. It really does help the channel, the stream, and everything else out a whole fucking lot. As a matter of fact, please consider just dropping a like. There's 381 likes in the stream right now with 443 people watching. I think we can get up to 400 likes. We're literally less than 20 away from 400 likes. I think we can hit that. Come on, let's see if we can hit 400 likes. Let's push for it, guys. I know you've got it in you. As I mentioned before, every person who likes the stream, like, you can actively watch as proportionally my viewer count goes up from liking the stream, because it forces YouTube to push my channel and my content out to brand new people, and even my subs who didn't get notified I was live, which is a fair amount of my subs, believe it or not. So, like, you know, last time you guys did it, I was at, like, 350 viewers, and now we're at 434 viewers, so... yeah, I really appreciate every single one of you who hits the like button. It actually really does help a lot, and I can literally see how much it helps, so I really appreciate it, and it's completely free. But of course, if you want to donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to help with the white name genocide, it's always appreciated. We got a lot of white names in chat. We could use some Oilers to come in and help genocide all these white names. Oh, shit. George Popsy, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you. 3-monther too. Wow. 3-monther, join the Discord for consistent notifications. True. If you're watching right now and you haven't done it already, you really should join my Discord. And also follow me on Twitter and especially Instagram, because Twitter's falling apart. I want to get more active on Instagram now that Twitter's basically going down the shitter. So, yeah, definitely follow me on all those platforms. Thank you so much, George Popsy. How much is a 3-month tier 3 sub? $48. Thank you very much. That is very kind of you. Hell yeah. I really appreciate that. Let me update the dono goal. That puts us over 1/3 of the way to the onesie goal for the day. Hell yeah. I haven't had to put on the onesie in a while. Maybe today will be the day. Maybe today will be the day. Oh yeah, there's a link to the Discord in the website chat. Chelly3, thank you for the Prime sub over on Twitch. I really appreciate that. That's kind of you. Based. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, remember, my most active chat, the chat I read, the one I engage with, the one where, like, everything is happening, is my website chat, xanderhall.com/live. If you want to be on screen, if you want to be part of the community, and really just be part of what's happening, you want to join my website chat. That is the place to be. All right. Whew. Here we go. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. First Kanye, then Elon, then Trump. Probably Trump first, if I'm being honest. And now, it's happening to Steven Crowder. The unthinkable. The worst, but also most common thing that can happen to a conservative man. Something that the right absolutely despises that women have the power to do. And that thing is the big D. Divorce. Also, I want to point out very quickly, is that... correct me if I'm wrong. Is that a Makarov? The video is very, blurry. And I can't... his hand's not next to it for scale, but... is that a Russian pistol on Steven Crowder's desk? Am I wrong? I can't tell from here. It's a Walter. Oh, yeah, it is a Walter. You're right. You can kind of tell by the hammer there. There's a little... Yeah, you can see the little hole in it. You're right. Yep, my bad. Bad eyesight. Thank you, gun experts in chat. I appreciate you. You guys are based. I love gun experts in my chat. It means that, like, when I'm thinking about buying my guns, I know exactly where to go. I can just ask my chat for advice and have decently reliable advice. Decently reliable. I love having gun experts in chat. Anyway, Steven Crowder posted a little bit of an announcement. He is getting divorced. Here's the caption of this tweet. Steven Crowder drops the news on Rumble Video that he is going through a divorce, basically accuses Candace Owens of extortion, and hints he might take legal action if needed for anyone discussing his divorce in a way he deems too far. Bro, free speech Crowder coming out to sue people making fun of his divorce. Let's hope he doesn't hit me. These are literally just slap suits meant to, like, shut down people making fun of the fact he's getting divorced. Remember, these people really hate it when you make fun of that fact. Oh boy. All right, so let's watch the video really quick. It's 5 minutes long. It's a little bit lengthy, but it's worth watching, I think.
I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear,
this makes me happy.
There's no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all.
I want to be very clear here. The suffering of conservatives is my joy, okay? Nothing brings me more joy than seeing that a conservative is suffering, okay? These people gain nothing but joy from your suffering. I gain nothing but joy from theirs. I have learned to hate. Being a lefty streamer and, like, dealing with conservative propaganda all day has taught me how to hate. On a very deep level, it's taught me how to hate.
All on either side, and no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is complete.
One of the things that I like to DM to random conservative pundits on Twitter to see if they'll see it or respond is simply, your misery is my joy. That's literally all I say. When I can't think of anything meaner to say, I just simply say, your misery is my joy.
Completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life. What I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible.
Remember, guys, the right doesn't believe that women should have the legal right to divorce. They're all for marriage, and especially marriage young. That's why they're so in favor of no sex until marriage, because teenagers, in an attempt to just have sex because they're so horny, will get married young, usually in high school. That makes it even less likely that a divorce is even going to happen in the first place. It's also more rife for abuse and indoctrination because the woman never gets the opportunity to live her own life and become her own person or have independence or even taste independence. And so it's basically like they're trying to legally enforce the inability for women. They no longer are fine culturally enforcing the idea that women shouldn't be able to get divorced or have freedom. They now are fighting to try to legally ensure that women do not have that right. Because when women have freedom and agency, well, it makes right-wingers mad. I really don't know what else to say. It upsets the right. Like, they hate women. They despise them. They see them as nothing but, like, sex objects and maids.
But in today's legal system...
Like, no, conservatives do despise women. Like, as much as they think they're hot, they want to have sex with them, and even the ones who want to have, like, start a family and quote-unquote find a good woman, they still despise women as a category. They see women as, like, a inherently, categorically inferior group of people who think and behave inherently in a way that is inferior to men. They believe that women are biologically ingrained, or even in some cases, if they're less radical, socialized to be cruel and manipulative and to use men. When you listen to what conservatives, when they're more mask off, say about women, it becomes very clear they think that women are like biologically designed to hurt men, to take advantage of men, and to derive their gain from men like a parasite. And that it is men's responsibility to put their foot down and take their equal share from women. That is how these conservative men view women on the most fundamental level.
My beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period.
Well, he's just mad that his wife's allowed to divorce him even though he doesn't want to get divorced. That's... He is against women having the right to get divorced. Oddly specific. When you've watched enough conservative propaganda, it becomes very obvious what they actually believe. It's true, Zan. My pussy fires biological laser beams. Damn, that's awesome.
So for well over a year, in the best interest as well as physical safety of my children, we've decided to keep this issue private and to resolve it privately with the appropriate attorneys, what have you, legal jargon. And all this, one thing I want to be really clear about is certain. True north here is that my children are blameless, completely without fault.
Well,
and so we decided to resolve.
That's almost certainly true considering the children are toddlers.
All these issues.
Like in the video we're about to watch, the wife is pregnant, so I feel like the children can't really be that old.
Privately.
Like no shit, the children aren't the fault.
Both emotionally and physically, to do so. Now, the other issue is, and this is something that I've kept private for likely far too long, many other people knew about this behind the scenes. Some, not all, but some of them in positions of power, influence, leverage, knew.
You know what's funny about this? What he's about to describe is the idea that he was blackmailed and that his reputation and this like thing that would hurt his reputation was held over his head by powerful people who are above him, and that like put him through severe emotional distress. Guess what movement Steven Crowder has spoken out against constantly and without fail? Me Too, which is literally all about exposing powerful men in particularly the industry of Hollywood who are using their positions of power to like blackmail women into not coming forward about the sexual abuse and impropriety that they were being subjected to by said powerful men. And yet here you have Steven Crowder complaining about the exact same dynamic. Because remember, there's no consistency. It's just whatever hurts minorities the most is a political like priority of the right.
Of this. They also knew that the safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Steven has a lot going on.
Hey, calling out Candace Owens. Oh, shit. The Candace Owens versus Steven Crowder fucking culture war battle is going to be epic. They're eating their own. God, I love it. I've been telling you guys. I've been telling you. I'm prophetic, okay? I'm not actually prophetic. I'm just good at reading the room, okay? I predicted this current age of right-wing demagoguery and culture control online coming about, okay? I predicted it over a year ago, like 2 years ago now, all right? And I got tons of shit when I said it was going to happen at the time because no one believed me. I have been now for a couple months or a few months now, ever since Elon Musk bought Twitter and things really started to go down, that the right has started to overextend itself, and we are now entering the right's dying off phase. We are now approaching the next age of left-wing cultural dominance online. And I think it's going to come around with the election. I think it's going to come around particularly the end of this year and 2024. I think it's going to be at its peak in the summer and the winter of 2024. That is my prediction. The right has been overextending. The culture has been shifting much more opposed to these figures. They have been showing their ass. They have been overextending their hand. I'm just seeing more normie culture war things defaulting against the right than against the left these days. And that's really where it starts. and these right-wing prominent figures eating their own and having horrible things happen in their lives, which is always inevitable. It was always inevitable. It always happens. I think their timers run out. Every era of right-wing culture dominance online is like a candle burning at two ends. Very, very bright, but burns out very, very quickly. Half as long, twice as bright.
I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear because people don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody
Damn, she is subtweeting Steven Crowder.
Not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes people need a scripture. You know, Stephen purports to be a Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that. You know, maybe if I feel in further defense, something should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other
is there a plane going over his studio?
Or I should say...
Hey, Steven Crowder, there's a little add-on called Crisp that you can get on Discord, and there's also NVIDIA Broadcast you can get for your computer, and it cuts out all the background noise. Your mouth is basically deep-throating the mic, so, like, there's literally no downside to turning on one of those filters. I can hear a plane going over your studio. You might want to take care of that, my dude.
Inferences have been more pernicious behind the scenes with demands and threats to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used.
So he's only making this public, by the way, because like he had to, and it was going to be made public in a way that would be much less beneficial for him to like frame it in a certain way if he didn't get on top of it. So that's why he's made this video, for those that are wondering.
Used, knowingly putting my children in harm's way. So to those self-styled Christians, conservatives, and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes, which will be made alarmingly clear as this process of discovery continues. And it also, by the way, makes me that much more appreciative of those who did know about this and in understanding the best interests of my family, my children, kept their word.
I didn't know, but I knew in the kind of way where you find out the news and it doesn't surprise you a slight bit. Like, you're not like, whoa, you're more like, huh, about time. Like, it's like, you know, in that kind of way where it's like not a hint of surprise when the information is given to you. It's more of a finally kind of thing, you know?
Word and use discretion. I can't thank you enough. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Won't forget it. It's pretty simple. I loved a...
What was leaked about Steven? Oh, I think we might have a Steven Crowder fan here. Well, the Ring doorbell, or not Ring doorbell video, the security camera footage of Steven Crowder and his wife is what leaked, and we'll be getting to that in just a moment. Just have a little bit of patience.
Woman so much that I married her.
Welcome to the stream.
A woman who, despite all of this, I still love as the mother of my children. And she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now,
she wanted out, and the law says that's how it works. They are opposed to divorce and in favor of banning sex before marriage. Just imagine if these people get their way. Just on that one front, that one issue, if the right gets their way, how fucking miserable the lives of the average American will be. Sure, there'll be a lot of really shitty men that are happy about it, that divorce would be illegal for women to engage, but I imagine a lot more Americans would be in a much worse spot. He wants the law to say she should be trapped as a housewife. This is no different than the incels who call for, like, mandatory, like, state-mandated girlfriends or whatever.
Now, of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story, but one thing that is undeniable in this case is that it's no one's fault but my own in that I picked wrong, and that's...
It's my fault that I picked the wrong woman. We're gonna be We're going to be taking a look at the video that leaked, and you'll get an idea of what he means by picked the wrong woman. He means he picked a woman that won't do exactly what he says when he says it, like a fucking slave. You're going to see the video in just a minute.
Certainly not the fault of my children. And I will say...
He's doing the classic, like, right-wingers bringing up children as a defense. Like, he's trying to think of the children as an argument for why his wife shouldn't be allowed to divorce him. Like, there is literally no ends to which the right will weaponize children, which they literally don't even regard as human beings, as a way to, like, push their propaganda. It really is disgusting. Like, genuinely pure evil.
That what's in the best interest of my children is not internet drama, speculation, certainly not blatant or veiled shakedowns or dragging their father or mother, and I can't be clear on that enough, or their mother through the mud. And to anyone who tries it, I'm no longer going to pacify, capitulate, or sidestep because I love them a whole lot.
My wife left me, changed her mind. That is really good. That was a really good one.
More than I love you. And I will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect my children. Discussing the divorce any further on social media or on this show or in any public space is not what's best for them. I'll be handling this through the proper legal avenues and channels available as a matter of record in which I have more than full confidence. So I'd ask that you understand the need for and respect our privacy in what is obviously a pretty tough time. And I hope that none of this...
This is basically him trying to justify any slap suits he may throw out in order to try to silence people who make fun of him. So there's a non-zero chance he tries to sue me. I mean, it would be a failure of a lawsuit. I'd win. It'd be a slap suit. But, you know, he could try. Like, he would try to do a defamation suit. But, I mean, this is America, so it wouldn't really work. Anyway, Steven Crowder's divorce really did make this age like milk, didn't it? Waiting till the wedding night, getting married the right way, and then a picture of Steven Crowder and his wife getting married. That's a good one. That's a good one from Right Wing Cope. And then, of course, the spicy meatball on top is the leaked Ring doorbell video. Wait. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. This video doesn't work. Heavy griddle. You're proactive getting the video beforehand. Actually, no, it does. Never mind. Never mind. We got it. Sorry. Never mind. False alarm. I clicked, like, the play button a few times and it didn't work, but now all of a sudden it is. Okay. Anyway, this video ended up leaking, quote-unquote. It basically came out because a lot of, like, evidence used in lawsuits and court proceedings will become public through that. And one of the things used as evidence in the lawsuit, or I guess, you know, divorcing is a lawsuit. You sue for divorce. One of the bits of evidence that has come forward is this security camera footage from Ring.com, like the Ring doorbell thing. But it's like a security camera, not a doorbell, because it's not by the front door or by the doorbell. Kind of giving a look into the general life of Steven Crowder and his wife, or I should say ex-wife. Let's go ahead and take a look. Trigger warning, if you have been a victim of domestic violence or around that and seeing it happening to other people is, you know, upsetting to you, you may want to take a quick time out. That's all the warning I'll give you.
I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary.
Oh, by the way, for a little bit of framing here, we've got his pregnant wife, his, like, 8-month pregnant wife, by the looks of it, like, literally could go into labor any day now, as far as I can tell. And he's sitting here reclined back on his back porch smoking a cigar. Literally barefoot and pregnant. Literally barefoot and pregnant! Unironically. Remember when I said earlier in the stream, the average conservative household is a miniature model of what the right wants to accomplish for the entire country. This is how they want to run the whole country. This imagery of this guy reclined back smoking a cigar on his back porch while his pregnant barefoot wife is being barked at to do chores, as you'll see, is exactly what I'm talking about when I say that.
Abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries.
There is no groceries. I'd be happy.
Steaks. Would hell.
The backstory to this is apparently that he wants her to clean up some chemicals that are, like, not good to be breathing when you're pregnant. And he's like, just put on some gloves. And she's like, please, can you do it so I go out and do the groceries? And he's like, no, I want to do the grocery shopping. You do the cleaning. And he's just reclined back doing that. And what he probably means by grocery shopping is probably get groceries delivered, because there's no way someone this wealthy with this much money isn't getting groceries delivered. So what he means is, I'm going to sit back and smoke my cigar, order groceries on my phone, while you go clean up toxic chemicals while you're 8 months pregnant. On your hands and knees, no doubt. And smoking a cigar right next to his 8-month pregnant wife. Very good, very good. Very obviously, we know conservatives are anti-science, so I imagine he doesn't believe that, like, women being around cigarette smoke is bad for the baby. Or if he does, he just doesn't care, because, you know, conservatives are fucking evil. Yeah, pro-life, by the way.
My grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yes. How do you man respect? How do you man receive love and respect?
He's literally trying to say the other wives are more wifely, is like the argument he's trying to make. Like, have you seen the other wives that we know? Do they act like the way you do? Do they talk back to their husbands? This is what conservative love looks like. Dude, I have seen so many lefty women who are, like, in relationships with or simp for conservative men and want, like, a traditional conservative man, and, like, they simp for, like, the traditional conservative relationship, but they're lefty. Like, obviously, Seanhead's the stereotypical example of this, but I don't even consider her a lefty. I'm not even talking about her. And every time I see an example of that, I just imagine something like this. This video is going to permanently play in my head every time I see, like, a lefty girl that I'm friends with who, like, dates, like, a moderately conservative guy, even. Because it's always going to be some shit like this. Like, their bizarre, like, trad wife sub-humiliation kink is literally going to drive them into a relationship with somebody who sees them as subhuman, will actually treat them like shit to the extent that they really want to get out of the relationship. It'll stop being a kinky fun game as soon as it starts to become your actual daily life in reality. Oh god, I could go on a rant about this, but I'm not going to go any further. Literally, Shu. I'm literally not even talking about Shu. I don't want to name any names, but there are literally lefty women that are popular on Twitter that this applies to. Should I name one? Oh no, the person who exposed this to me told me not to. I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't. Fuck, okay. Let's just say Shuanhead is not the only popular lefty quote-unquote e-girl who is dating a full-on fascist. And even fetishizes the fact that they're dating a fascist. That's all I will say.
No. How do they man take it? No, you're not taking the car.
Steven,
You're not taking the car.
Steven,
You are not
then
taking
I will
the car.
ask them to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not about Steven.
Get an Uber.
Okay, Steven, I can't.
Feeling some constraints?
Steven.
Like, I can't
Steven.
go. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're going to take.
Because he needs to be there for his pregnant wife?
The car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
What do you need?
Hillary, think of how boxed in you've made me by being 8 months pregnant. They think of women as human, like, fleshlights, to be pumped full of seed and to produce viable male heirs. It's literally Game of Thrones shit. That's literally how right-wing men see women. The same way dudes in Game of Thrones see women.
You need to pick up. I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either. Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back?
Steven.
And making it work. You do that. The only way out of this is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
Like I said, guys, if this doesn't sound this must sound very familiar to a lot of you, not necessarily because you've been in a domestic abuse situation, but because what Steven Crowder is saying here is not very dissimilar to what he says in his show. This is how he sees women's proper place. Literally barefoot and pregnant, being barked orders at while reclining on a, under the sunroof, smoking a cigar. Like, literally ghoulish.
We are gonna do that.
Yeah, the only way out of it. Yeah, he's giving ultimatums, yep.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect. Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up, Steven.
You give up so
This is what they mean when they say discipline. When conservatives say that the left doesn't value discipline, they mean the left doesn't subject itself to living like this. Particularly lefty women. When they say lefty women are lacking in discipline, they mean lefty women are living their own lives and not subjecting themselves to this. Or at least most of them aren't. It makes me sick that I ever watched this guy. Like, it's been so many years, but I could go back in time and kick my own ass. Yeah. Yeah.
I just said the only way out of this is
I never really watched much Crowder when I was chuddy.
discipline or respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Steven, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
He said, watch it. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever been smacked across the face by a family member before, but watch it is usually what is said before that happens, in my experience. So that's immediately what is invoked when he said that to me, is that he's saying watch it, as in if she keeps talking back, he's gonna get up and he's gonna smack her one, you know?
Watch it. Fucking watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need to just stop engaging for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you, and the fact is when
I want to remind you, what he said in the previous clip that we watched was that it is all his fault that he picked the wrong woman. His lesson out of this was that he picked a woman that wasn't subservient enough. He wishes he would have found a woman who is okay with this treatment. That's what he considers to be his fault. It's quite literally the equivalent of, not sorry you did it, sorry you got caught.
I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D. Just be disciplined about it. You go, no. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right. We're at an impasse. Become someone, listen to me, day in and day out, worthy of a wife. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not gonna engage. I'm not gonna engage anymore. I'm gonna go. I'll text me what you need. I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things?
He's sitting up to, like, this is meant to, like, be like, all right, shit's getting serious.
I'm not gonna.
Are you committed enough to do those things?
He's gonna follow her because he doesn't want her to get the last word by disengaging, I bet.
You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you, I'm committed to it. Walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm gonna just
walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dogs take? No, you take Betty.
As the Crowders head inside, this is from the court proceedings. This is like using information from the trial. As the Crowders head inside, Stephen gets angrier and angrier, and by his own admission, because he was under oath, screams, "I will fuck you up," at his pregnant wife Hillary, who then flees their home. I think y'all can imagine that this is not an unusual occurrence in their household. But remember, Steven Crowder thinks that she is the bad guy for getting the divorce because it would tear apart their family. And divorce being legal is a horrific, horrific sin. You got a tweet from The Sucks here. The Sucks. That's going to be our nickname for the surfs. The Sucks. And they posted some screenshots of some Candace-Owens tweets. Because, of course, the Candace-Owens versus Steven Crowder culture war arc has begun. To remind people, the video Steven used in his show of me was a video of me responding to Steven's first set of bizarre attacks against the Daily Wire. Steven is not the victim. He was never the victim. He's just a bad person who continues to burn a lot of people. If you are going to use your children as human shields to block people from digging further into your divorce, please do so without inserting me into the narrative, at Steven Crowder. The Quartering comes out in defense of Steven Crowder, though, saying, "It's absolutely disgusting that people on the right would use Steven Crowder's divorce as leverage against him, to use it against him to embarrass him. Divorce happens. It doesn't even sound like it was his choice." Even the Quartering's on the, "It doesn't even sound like the divorce was his choice." What a horrible thing to happen to Steven Crowder. Remember, guys, to the right, divorce is a thing that men are a victim of, that women victimize them with. You expect it from the left, but totally shameful from the right. Steven Crowder accusing me of extortion is so patently insane, when it honestly makes me question how there are even still people who cannot see how thoroughly undone he has become. This is not stable behavior. He is a man on a spiral. Outright bizarre and concerning. God. Right-wing infighting. They're eating their own. Nothing could be better for us, chat. I'm telling you guys. These are the events, the fucking stepping stone events we'll look back in history as what brought this era of right-wing dominance online down. We'll look back on this as a pivotal point in that history. I swear. Mark my words. How do you guys like that segment? That was a big one, a beefy one. I feel like it came out really good as well. Don't leave just yet, though, because we still got some juicy segments left to cover today. God damn, there's a lot of people watching as well. 522 concurrent viewers watching right now over on YouTube, and 447 likes. If you're watching right now and you want to support the stream, you can actually do so for completely free simply by hitting the like button. Just hitting that thumbs up really does help out a lot. If we could hit 500 likes, that would absolutely blow me away. I would be thrilled. We're at 447 now, but regardless, every single like is really appreciated. It really does go a long way, and your support is... it's what allows me to keep going. Like, both just you being here and me seeing you guys are here just hanging out, and when you guys actually, like, physically drop support on the channel. Like, even if you're just here, hanging out, I do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Like, every single one of you, I recognize as an actual person on the other side of the screen, watching me, listening to what I have to say, by choice. That means a lot to me on its own. But when you drop likes, when you subscribe, it really does help a lot. It makes me really happy. It tells me that you guys enjoy the content so much you're willing to act to keep me able to keep doing it, you know? I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Got some donos to read, speaking of amazing support from my awesome fans. Very Loose Hinges said... well, they didn't say anything, but they subbed with a Prime sub over on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And then Heavy Gretel with the Tier 1 gifted sub to Little Morphine Annie. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. You didn't even say anything. That's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. And Sophie with the Tier 1 gifted sub to Dilster. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate the $5. Is Mayo side now? Hell yeah. Let's go, Mayo side. There's still a lot of white names in chat, but, you know, the Mayo side will continue. Let me check my Twitter real fast. Check out this Candace take.
So a bit of breaking news that just happened.
6 hours ago. Woo. All right, chat. I'm down to throw in an extra juicer. All right, I'm gonna go pee really fast. I'll be right back, okay? I love you all. Stick around, all right? I will be back with another unscheduled segment momentarily. Ah, yes. Hiss. Jackie Chan Butt Gay, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Very base. Says, yo chat, I'm about to get crossfaded. Any tips and tricks to make sure I don't get too greened out or blackout? Fellow weed smokers, rise up. Oh, if you get crossfaded, there's really not much else I can say other than ease into it. Alcohol obviously takes a minute to, actually take effect. It might take like 5 minutes to really have the drunkenness from alcohol hit you. Depends on whether or not you've eaten. Here's what I will say. Eat something meaty, fatty, and greasy. Like if you got steak, bacon, like red meat's ideal, venison would work. Something like that's proteiny, meaty, fatty, like with maybe some milk on the side, a small amount of milk, and butter. That basically slows your body's metabolism of alcohol. And so when you drink, you're going to ease into it a lot more. I don't drink much, but in my experience, this has always worked. You're going to ease into it a lot more. You're going to be a lot less hungover. You're going to get a lot less sick. You're going to get a lot less nauseous and drowsy. What does crossfaded mean? It means getting drunk and high at the same time, like weed and alcohol. And when it comes to the weed, since it sets in almost instantly when you take the hit, when I take a hit from this, it's instantly I'm stoned, and then it just slowly ramps down from there, right? It's like a spike up and then a slow ramp down of like being stoned. It lasts a while, but I'll take a hit right now. Oh yeah, drink lots of water. Drink so much water. Another good piece of advice, drink a lot of water. You're going to be peeing a lot. You're going to be potentially vomiting. You're going to sweat because your body's going to feel hot. The weed's going to dry out your mouth. Drink a lot of water. You're going to get dehydrated a lot. Yeah, drink more water than you do alcohol for sure, Interlube. Especially if you vomit, and if you feel like you're going to vomit, don't fight it. In my experience, it is a fool's errand to fight drunk vomit feeling. unless you're like really far into being drunk and you feel like you're sobering up very soon and like you can almost certainly make it, the only way you're gonna feel better is by vomiting, and it's gonna happen against your will soon. So you might as well stop fighting it, find a comfortable position to do it, and just allow it to happen. If it's as like, you know, if it wants to happen so much that like if you allowed it, you know it would happen, then you need to vomit. Your body is just, it can't handle the amount of liquor you put in your stomach. You gotta vomit it up, and it's a necessary but incredibly uncomfortable evil. Have some gum around, gargle some mouthwash, brush your teeth afterwards because acid from your stomach can really eat away at the enamel on your teeth. You know, have some gum if you can. You know, drink stuff that like will... Coffee. Drink some coffee. It'll sober you up. Monster Energy will sobers me up as well from both weed and alcohol. So, yeah. Tums will help as well. Tums or any antacid like calcium carbonate in those little chewable forms will help too. If you're feeling super nauseous and vomity, it can help you as like a last second, you know, lifesaver from having to vomit. But usually, if you've drunk a lot and you feel like you really gotta puke, you gotta puke. There's no other way out. It's gonna end in you puking. The more you put it off, the longer you're just gonna be sitting there in that horrible state of fighting off nausea. The sooner you get it, the sooner you do it, the sooner it's over with. See it as like just a short, unpleasant thing you're just fighting through because you just want it to be over as quick as possible. That's really just the best way to handle it when you're drunk. You learn to love it? You really don't learn to love it. I can assure you of that. May Dastardly, thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Says Ravioli Dono for the Zanderoli. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That is very kind of you. You're fucking based. NB Cham, thank you for the 3 Tier 1 gifted subs on my website, gifted to Delta Caroline, Akroma, and Warhunt23. I'm sure they really appreciate it, because I definitely do as well. Said more Mayo side heart. Thank you. I really appreciate the $15, and I appreciate your helping in genociding the Mayo names. Let me update the dono goal really quick. Oh, never mind. We just got another dono. Oh my god. Nightjar Art, thank you for the $35 donation. That is extremely kind and generous of you. Said, hey Zan, I just wanted to say I really appreciate your streams. I'm an artist, and with all the changes Elon's made to Twitter, motivation has been tough. But you helped me get through it, Heart. Thank you, I really appreciate that, Nightjar Art. I love artists in my community. Whenever I find out that somebody who has a talent or does something interesting like that watches me, I don't know, it just makes me feel validated as a content creator to an extent. That's somebody who's capable of creating art, like objectively art, stuff that makes me go, wow, I can't do that, would find worth in watching my content and spending their time hearing what I have to say. It really does, it makes me feel nice. I hope you guys can understand that. Because I do appreciate it. Thank you so much, Nightjar. I really appreciate that. Alright, time to update the dono goal. That puts us nearly 2/3 of the way to the to the 1Z goal for today. Hell yeah. All right. Oh wait, real? Welcome imps. Did Demon Mama raid me? Hey, Demon Mama, thank you for the raid. Hey DM, do you want me to show before I start the next segment? Are you okay with me showing the clips of you at the gun range firing the guns that I got? Because I recorded a few videos of you shooting. Would you be okay with me showing them? Or are you not okay with it? Because I assume your fans will want to see if you haven't already showed them. I assume you already have, but... I don't know if she's here. But welcome! Thank you so much for the raid, Demon Mama. Pass on the word to her that I really appreciate it if she doesn't hear me. We're actually right about to start a segment, so yeah, this is really good timing. Very, very nice. Thank you. I really do appreciate that, Demon Mama. It really does mean a lot. Okay. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1... action. All right, everybody. As we went over in the last segment, Steven Crowder is going through a divorce. And as we also saw in the last segment, and if you haven't seen it, you should probably go watch the video on it, which should be released by the time this video comes out. Steven Crowder also had a video leak of him through the court proceedings for his divorce, of him verbally abusing his wife, and at the very end, heavily alluding to possibly physically abusing his wife, who of course was 8 months pregnant. He's a massive piece of shit, and I'm glad his wife is getting a divorce. I'm sure they didn't get a prenup, and considering the fact they got married before he got super popular, I'm almost sure divorce courts will determine that they have built their wealth together, and thus she will be liable to half of what he owns. And the kids, no doubt, which makes me very, very happy. Even though it's Texas, the evidence is pretty strong. And the circumstances are pretty against Steven Crowder's favor by the looks of things. Yeah, but everything that's come out about it has been very bad for Steven Crowder's end legally. Because there's just straight up like video evidence of him engaging in domestic violence. And it's a very high attention case with a lot of people calling for blood. It's one of those situations. Sorry, my mom's trying to interject. She's come to visit. I get it, though. I understand what you're trying to say. Anyway, with that said, though, Steven Crowder does not look good in all of this, all right? He is not looking good at all, especially with that video leaking. So, with that said, well, some conservative figures have come out against Steven Crowder because they don't like what they saw. Not necessarily because they have like a moral aversion to any of it. They're all in favor of that. They're against the fact that Steven Crowder turned down a $50 million contract from Daily Wire to peddle their line, and would instead remain a relatively independent figure who can decide what he wants to say. I mean, Steven Crowder really does... He likes to do, like, basically minstrel shows as comedy sketches on his show, so it's understandable why he would turn down $50 million, and then even shit talk the Daily Wire after they offered it, with all that. But Candace Owens is, of course, also part of the Daily Wire, so she really hates Steven Crowder, and she immediately jumped on this to attack him, and, you know, this is literally like, let them fight, like Alien versus Predator, you know? Like, hopefully they both just sustain such grievous injuries that they both drop dead in the end, rhetorically speaking, you know, but hopefully this just destroys both their careers. But Candace Owens has come out with a video called Steven Crowder is a Monster, Change My Mind. It came out 6 hours ago and has 223K views. Jesus Christ. I'm guessing this video is going to have a lot of people talking about it soon enough, so might as well get out in front of it right now. Let's take a look.
And before we get to it, I just want to back up and tell you why we are discussing this breaking news, because it's occurred to me that there are some people out there who believe that to be a conservative, what it means is that we become tribal and we defend other conservatives even when they do things that are wrong, that we don't discuss things that are horrible on our own side because we need to just make sure that we score wins in other ways, and that is wrong.
All right. I'm gonna get called racist for this, all right? Because this happened to Vosh because he criticized a black conservative woman's hair. But I'm literally saying this just as like somebody who's commenting on how her hair looks. This style looks god-awful. I don't know what she or her stylist were thinking here, but I don't know why she went with this style. It doesn't fit her at all. Like, anybody here, I like it? What are you talking about? I'm sorry, but this is not a style that is befitting of her. It doesn't meld well with her personality, her vibe, or anything. Shit, the style she has that matches her vibe the most is when her hair is very tightly pulled back into, like, the bun. Like when she has the very tightly pulled back bun that makes her look like a fucking Imperial commander for the Empire in Star Wars, working a desk job, that is what fits her. This sort of, it just doesn't match her vibe. Does that make sense? Hair parts can be inconsistent. She was probably trying something and her hair wouldn't cooperate. Yeah, it feels like she was going for something that could have worked, but it just didn't come to fruition. It didn't work out. Now, I'm going to say this, and it would really upset Candace Owens if I brought it up because it's a woke talking point, but it is notoriously difficult for black women to find professionals to do their hair. I forget the exact specifics, but there are a few different categories that are literally letter categorized for black women's hair, and there is a massive underpopulation of specialists in hairstyling that can actually do anything with that type of hair. So much so to the extent that if you're a black woman and you're watching and you get your hair done professionally, I am willing to bet my fucking monthly, YouTube paycheck, you have called multiple hairstylists to ask, do you do this type of hair or that type of hair? And you've gotten told no and had to call multiple in a row until you found a place that could. And even the place that could might not have even done it well because, it's just like there's literally a racial there's a racial inequality when it comes to hairstyling. It is that bad.
To me is the exact opposite of why I have this platform. I am not tribal. I want to expose things when they are bad on the left, and I will also expose things when they are bad on the right. Obviously, I have been interested in the Steven Crowder saga pertaining to his divorce because he literally inserted me into his divorce a couple of days ago. And
okay, it looks way better from this angle. Okay, I take a lot of what I said back about it looking god-awful. It looks a lot better from this angle. Something about the side view was just, it made the hairstyle look a lot less flattering. From this angle, it's a lot more acceptable.
His wife and family are now speaking out regarding that video in which he told people publicly that his wife was leaving him. You remember this. He chose wrong, and he essentially made it sound as if he did not want his marriage to end, but his wife simply wanted to leave. Well, she has responded by giving video, and I want to prep you.
Her arguments here are actually pretty good, but that's because Candace Owens literally used to be a lefty once. She actually made a doxing website for people she considered right-wing cyberbullies, and the idea was to dox people and hold them to account so cyberbullies couldn't be anonymous. And the right back during Gamergate dunked on her massively, and she realized the right was the way to go for making money, and she started grifting for the right. And that's how she got to where she is now. So she, at one point had good positions and a soul and a decent moral compass. So she is capable of making valid critiques of someone who is behaving demonically. So I don't have to disagree with the things Candace Owens is saying here. And a lot of what she says, I probably won't disagree with.
I want you to know this is a horrific video. It is very difficult to watch. It's especially difficult to watch because in this footage, she is...
Yeah, it was called Social Autopsy. Google Candace Owens Social Autopsy to learn more.
Pregnant. And the video...
Did you know Candace Owens got hit by a car and died this weekend? Google Candace Owens Social Autopsy to learn more.
Essentially reveals just how emotionally abusive he has been, and she is alleging that he has been emotionally abusive to her, and this video all but confirms it. So let's first get to the footage. I'm just going to allow you to watch it in its entirety.
I drew a boundary.
Okay, she's going to play the video again, but really quick, I just want to say, isn't it funny how many lefty memes that are meant to be directed at right-wingers are based around the idea of fooling conservatives into doing research on a topic? It's like, did you know that yada yada cops 40%? And then they say Google cops 40% to learn more. Or they say yada yada yada, Google this to learn more. They'll basically put out bait, something that doesn't seem like they're accidentally going to, be exposed to reality because it's woke or whatever. To make them Google keywords that'll no doubt come up with a bunch of irrefutable evidence that they'll be forced to be exposed to. Because if they know what they are about to Google, they just won't Google it. Right-wingers will literally actively disengage and refuse to be exposed to anything that harms their worldview and challenges it. But if you trick them into being engaged with it, it'll just kind of hit them out of nowhere. A good example of this, actually... A good example of this, actually, is the SDL trans rights studies meme. I can't play the audio because it's copyrighted, and I do not want... Whew, it almost played. And I do not want Cherry to have to deal with that shit again, so I'm just going to play it with no audio. But this meme is a good example of this. The first frame is like some, you know, Christian Jesus shit, because obviously a right-winger won't click anything. It's going to expose them to reality. But then it just, like, at a breakneck speed exposes you to the actual science and, you know, academic and, you know, professional consensus around trans rights and all the science. So it's a genius way, because you have to trick them into actually being exposed to reality. Otherwise, they'll purposefully wall themselves off from it. This is like the equivalent of a factual sucker punch. You have to jump scare them with reality. It's why I love this video so much. They're literally, they train their followers to be so opposed to even... Whoa, no. They train their followers to be so opposed to exposing themselves to anything that counters their worldview that you have to trick them, in many cases, into actually being exposed to it. I'm going to skip through the video we already covered in the previous segment. Like, you have to trick them into being exposed to it. It is literally that bad. Link to vid, it's on my Twitter. Go follow my Twitter. Like, yeah, it really is. The only time when conservatives typically will get exposed to reality in it, like, that isn't that way is when they go to seek out a lefty figure they want to harass and, like, send some hate towards and drop, like, a, you know, they just want to leave a hate comment and, like, maybe false report, drop a dislike, whatever it may be, and they end up sticking around for too long. And they actually get exposed to something that's, like, irrefutable right off the bat. And it's like, wait, oh shit. And maybe they watch a little longer because they just can't help it. That has happened a fair amount of times. Hypers in chat, if you were once a conservative who stumbled across lefty content, maybe even mine, you were going there to shit on it, but, like, you stuck around a little too long and you got hit in the face with reality, and it just kind of, it kept you there, and it continued from there. That's what happened to me. That is literally what happened to me. Happened to a fair amount of you. A lot of people have been de-radicalized. Were de-radicalized because after being basically indoctrinated into wanting to be opposed to being exposed to any progressive values, they accidentally were, and then realized, oh shit, it's all, the right's propaganda is all bullshit.
So that is both heartbreaking and infuriating for me to watch. I cannot even comprehend how any man can speak to a woman like that, least of all when she is 8 months pregnant. And sadly, that isn't the worst part of that correspondence. The journalist that dropped this video is Yashar Ali. He dropped this as well as a Substack entry accompanying it. On the Substack article, he wrote, moments later, off camera, Steven Crowder, by his own admission, would lose control and scream at his pregnant wife in a threatening tone, quote, "I will f you up," end quote, which led his wife to flee their home. She then sent a statement, which I want to be very clear, this statement I knew was going to come out. I didn't know any of...
Look at Candace Owens pretending to be human. That's such a good comment, Heavy Griddle. I like that one.
This information, I had no idea there was a video or there was any evidence. I did know that their family was thinking about issuing a statement, and Hillary Crowder did issue a statement, and I'm going to read you that statement in its entirety.
I love that her name is
important.
Hillary.
I think it reveals a lot of the lies that Steven has been telling publicly to his audiences. It reads, Hillary is currently living alone in Dallas apart from her family and support system in Michigan and is focused on taking care of her young children. She is not prepared at this time to speak about her divorce becoming public or the misleading statements made.
Can you imagine, like, how much, like, how triggered, like, unironically, not like the meme triggered, but like actually, like, psychology triggered, Steven Crowder gets when he hears the name Hillary? Like, can you imagine how he feels when he hears that name in any context, with Hillary Clinton and his ex-wife being named Hillary? Like, that name probably unironically sets off a triggering response in him, and I love that for him.
By Steven about their relationship. The truth is that Hillary spent years hiding Steven's mentally and emotionally abusive behavior from her friends and family while she attempted to save their marriage. She was the one who was asking to work on their relationship to keep the marriage intact for their unborn child. In June of 2021, Stephen left their home to pursue elective surgery. That's very important. I want you to remember that. I'm going to come back to that point. Hillary urged...
Elective surgery? Hold on a moment. Those hospital photos he was posting, he said that he was going through, like, life-saving medical procedures for his heart. You're telling me this whole time it was voluntary cosmetic surgery? He got muscle implants. Oh my God. Do you guys think he got muscle implants? He looked buffer after all of that. Do you think he got muscle implants? I was just thinking that his, like, bulky form looks weird. Like, his face doesn't look muscular. Like, in the way... enough to accommodate how bulky and wide he looks. Dude, a guy who wears, like, gun holsters in his videos to look tough would totally get muscle implants. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys, can you find the photos from when he was in the hospital? Concave chest. I guarantee it was something that is meant to make him look more bulky. If it wasn't muscle implants. Everything these guys project is fake, even their physique. Like, Andrew Tate is almost certainly on steroids. A lot of these, like, big, muscular, conservative, like, dudes who try to project themselves as Chads are on PEDs. Like, they will use any way possible to cheat to achieve what they see as, like, as what makes them better than everyone else. Yeah, Crowder got gender-affirming care.
Him to get the help he needed to address his abuse with the hope that their marriage could be saved and they could peacefully live together as a family. Instead, Stephen refused to do so and chose not to be with his wife during the birth of their twin children.
His surgery was to correct his sunken chest or something, but then it led to his lung collapse. Thank you for the $5 and the information, Komi-sa. Yeah, I think that's right.
After the birth, Stephen bought a townhouse and left their home permanently. Hillary was not aware that Stephen hired a divorce attorney and asked his assistant to cut Hillary off financially. There is significant documentation substantiating these facts. I want you to remember that portion as well, because that's another lie that Stephen has told publicly. We hope that Stephen will cease from speaking publicly about these personal matters in an untruthful manner. We also look forward to there being full transparency in the legal process, so there is fairness and accountability for the actions that caused the divorce and to ensure the outcome is what is in the best interests of the young children. I would first like to go back to that portion where she says Stephen left their home to pursue elective surgery, because I know exactly what surgery she's referring to, because during my first backstage here at Daily Wire, we actually prayed for Stephen and this surgery. So before I show you a clip from us on backstage, here is Stephen describing that surgery, and it certainly doesn't sound like it's elective. Take a listen.
I explained to you a little bit what it is. You know, a lot of people say, why are you smoking? My heart is actually great, but my heart doesn't work great. And the reason my heart doesn't work great is, long story short, because of a connective tissue disorder I have, and my chest is caving in on my heart. So I've got about, I'm at a little more than half of the blood flow that you guys have, ventricular output from my heart. So it's a mechanical fix. And I don't know, maybe I'll feel like Lance Armstrong, you know, like I'm on EPO after this, because I don't know what it's like to go through life with full blood flow. To me, I'm looking forward to it, not looking forward to the pain. Lance Armstrong, by the way, with the 3 balls, not the one. So yeah, it's overall a positive.
His sense of humor is very bizarre, dude. He has a very, very bizarre sense of humor.
Thing, and honestly, I've probably needed a little bit of rest. It comes in the form of having my chest cracked open.
Obviously, he had the surgery, and then his lung collapsed, and here is us praying for him, praying that he actually gets better.
Before we leave, I just have to, this one off the subject for a minute. Our pal, Steve Crowder, who made...
Oh my God, holy shit. The goddamn circle of evil. Jesus Christ. What, there should have been like an evil jingle as we switch to this scene. Like in a movie where like you switch the perspective where the bad guys are like planning their move. You switch from the perspective of the heroes to like the villain's perspective. Like we should have had like a musical like zinger to like fade in here, like a dun dun dun, like as it like, yeah. Jesus Christ, yeah, they're filming from Hitler's bunker. They actually bought the land and refurbished it because they wanted to be in that sacred place. Ben Shapiro wanted to be there, particularly much, which is bizarre. But they were like, okay.
Makes the best ashtrays in the country.
Truly.
He's in the hospital fighting for his life, and he's really come close. He's come close to the dark edge of things. And I just want to say that crazy as he is, we love him, and we're thinking about him. That we hope he makes it back.
You're a better man than I am.
Well, that's true.
I was actually just looking forward to the show being over so that I could text him and say,
I love how much of like a villain meeting this is. Holy shit. Matt Walsh, Andrew Clavin, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, I don't know who this guy is, and Candace Owens. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. All in the same place. Close proximity. Very, very close together. Grouped up. Anyway.
Hope you don't make it, pal. Actually, this is a real story. Last night I had to go for a drive because a long story, but I had to burn down gas to take my car into the shop. And so I was going to smoke a cigar, and I was going to say my nightly prayers. And I thought, I should probably pray for Crowder, because he's in this. And I thought, what's great? I'm going to light up one of the cigars that Crowder sent me. Yeah. And Crowder, this guy who's a complete maniac, he sent me these beautiful cigars, and I was like, oh, pal, I'm going to send you some cigars right away from my humidor. Haven't sent him a single thing,
Okay, what is it about conservatives and smoking cigars? Is it really just their way of like desperately trying to project a false form of masculinity? Because there's literally nothing about cigars that gets you any more of a nicotine high than a vape or a cigarette, as far as I know. Actually, I'm pretty sure if I took a big hit from a cigar and a big hit from this vape, the vape would get me more of a nicotine high. Like, the cigar is literally just like a thing that's meant to look a certain way and feel a certain way at most. Yeah, I guess it's because they're super mask-coded. It's their way of just trying to project this sort of, like, mafia boss macho masculinity front. Getting lung cancer is cool for conservatives. I mean, conservatives were the ones that were fighting to shut down any scientific research that it was exposing that cigarette smoking causes cancer. They fought real hard to make you forget about that.
But that guy, he, really a generous fellow. And doesn't get enough credit. I actually did text him and say that we were praying for him at great risk to our souls.
and if he dies, I personally will kill him. Right?
And yet, according to his wife, this was an elective surgery, really a cosmetic surgery, because Stephen didn't like the way that his chest looked because he had a sunken chest. It was not something that was actually...
I think it's called pigeon chest. Or no, I think it's the opposite, where it like pokes out a bit. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not great. Like, it can definitely restrict your airway, I bet. But like, yeah, it's really like, yeah, Elon has that, I bet. Yeah, that's why his chest sinks in the way it does. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really matter how much muscle you put on top of it. You'll always still have like that little caved in area. My chest is pretty like flat when I don't have any like chest muscles going on, but when I work out and I actually like work out my chest muscles, I actually really like how my chest develops. I'm really happy with how it like goes, like how I just lucked out genetically with that. So I am very hyped for my hyper fitness arc, because I'm excited to see what I can achieve when I work really, 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 really fucking hard for it.
Actually required to save his life. And yet we see that same pattern of behavior. Stephen garnering a ton of affection and prayers from his followers purporting to be the victim, when in fact the facts don't line up with his narrative. The second portion that I'd like to point to is where it says Hillary was not aware that Stephen hired a divorce attorney. This stands in stark contrast to what he told his followers when he said how hard divorce was and how difficult and horrific it had been and how he really didn't want it, and just, Texas is a no-fault divorce state. What is the truth here? I don't know. Obviously, right now we have his wife's word versus Stephen's word, but given my personal experience with Stephen, I am very much inclined to believe his wife. Now, I'd like to get into some other portions of this.
I mean, I don't disagree with most of what she's saying here about Stephen Crowder. She's basically just dropping an inarguable nuke on him. I am so happy to see the right infighting like this. Remember back in 2017 and 2018, it was the infighting of all these popular right-wing figures that led to their, like, downtime period and the rise of BreadTube in 2018. And like 2019 up to 2022. This era of control they have, they've overreached, and now they're eating each other, and it's all falling apart.
Article, which I think are really important. The writer has a bunch of audio files and text messages that were sent to him that he was able to review. He writes, in audio files and text messages that I reviewed, Stephen Crowder...
Yeah, why doesn't Stephen Crowder just lay on his back while he screams at his barefoot pregnant wife and use his caved-in chest as an ashtray for his cigar? Just do a little on his chest and whine at his wife some more. Built-in ashtray.
Admit to some of his faults, which include a volcanic temper repeatedly and at times regretfully. But according to sources that I spoke to who are familiar with their relationship, Crowder's admissions often came after a sustained period of mental and emotional abuse. And he didn't seem...
Oh yeah, they also love drinking scotch and pretending like they like it to try to put on, like, cigars and scotch. It's what like a traditional manly man is into, and so it's what they force themselves to drink and consume. And maybe they acquire a taste for it after a while. I'm sure they do, but they certainly, the vast majority of them, didn't like it when they started it. They did it so that they could fit a certain aesthetic.
To be able to control his impulses. That, again, is something that I have seen personally. Very bizarre, but he would insert me into a divorce announcement and purport that I somehow extorted him. It's very bizarre in the way that he attacked the Daily Wire. And there just seem to be a lot of signs that he is not able to control his emotions. And so the question that I will ask is, how many people are going to allege abuse from Steven Crowder before we listen? Before we stop saying he's one of us because he says things that he agrees with? We purport that we are the party of family values. How can you look at that video and defend him in any way? How can you look at that video and not roundly condemn this and say this is not something that actually represents the things
Heartbreaking. The worst person you know just made a good point.
That we believe? The writer goes on to say, like so many things in his life in recent years, Crowder's temper and paranoia led him to destroy his relationships with Sir Shapiro, Boring, and others at the Daily Wire when he posted a video on his channel suggesting that the Daily Wire, without naming the company, was attempting to align itself with big tech by mentioning in their initial offer to him that if he was demonetized on social media platforms, that it would reduce his overall compensation. Well, again, going back to the pattern, it's not just the Daily Wire. It's David Landau. It's Sven the Computer. It's Jared Monroe, formerly known as Not Gay Jared, people that are locked into NDAs and are not allowed to speak about the abuse that they endured by Steven Crowder. It's Owen Benjamin. It's now his wife. Do you believe that all of these various different parties, the majority of them who have never...
God, they're all such awful people, and now that they have their own personal, like, business grievances, they're all, like, exposing each other for all the horrible shit they do, because they all have skeletons in their closet. Now you know Steven Crowder's gonna snap back hardcore by, like, dumping all of the dirt on Candace Owens. She's gonna dump more dirt on Crowder. He's going to dump more dirt on her. They all have the most disgusting possible skeletons in their closets. Unless they agree to a total armistice so neither of them are throwing stones at each other, they're going to destroy each other's careers. Glorious. Sit back and watch. It's a gladiatorial fight where you hate both people fighting and you know both are going to, like, succumb to their wounds in the end.
Never spoken to each other. I've never spoken to Sven the Computer. I've never spoken to David Landau. I've never spoken to Hillary Crowder. I've never spoken to Owen Benjamin. Do you believe that all of these people, as is the paranoid narrative that Steven Crowder is presenting, are working maybe in collusion with big tech to try to destroy him? Or do you believe it's plausible that Steven Crowder is just a monster?
And we don't even have to do anything? The left's responsibility is to magnify the right's evil and frame it in a way that makes it very clear what is going on and why you should be opposed to it. That is the best thing the left can do when it comes to online culture discourse. When, like, at the end of the day, the right fucks itself over by being evil, we just need to not be embarrassing and cringe long enough for them to show their ass. That's really it. The right's propaganda is based on lefties being weird and cringe sometimes, but the right, if you give them long enough, expose themselves as literally demonic, evil human beings that even most of their fan bases can't excuse the behavior of. And it all falls apart. Really, it's a matter of, like, attrition. If the left could just, like, cool it during times of right-wing dominance, that would just happen faster. The right would give itself a bad name faster because they rely on creating a perception the left looks bad, or that makes the left look bad, in order to push their propaganda. Most people that are conservative are not conservative because they like what the right is in favor of. They're conservative because they are against what the right has told them the left is in favor of.
Monster. I personally believe that he is a monster. And that is, by the way, Stephen, if you're watching, I'm not trying to extort you. I am just simply telling the truth. There was a lot of things that are going on, and I am glad that his wife found the strength to speak out. And I'm calling upon everybody to roundly condemn this, to reject this firmly, not to somehow come up with an excuse and say, oh, well, it's a divorce, so we shouldn't talk about it. We should mind our own business. No, the way that we represent ourselves privately and publicly should be the same. If you purport to care about family values, again, then you should care about this situation and you should condemn it. Yashar Ali also...
What is this? You got a funny tweet? You made it into a meme. Let's go. Let's go. The meme is real. My wife is leaving me. Change her mind. Please, I'm begging you.
Added in this article, in reviewing documentary evidence related to their marriage, Steven Crowder appears to be obsessed with the idea that his wife is only interested in him for money. Hillary Crowder started dating him well before he became famous and wealthy. He was making less than $100,000 a year when they got married.
He's got
Again,
the incel
Crowder
mindset.
narrative never seems to line up with the reality. And on that note, for those of you that are asking for an update, yes, I did send a cease and desist to him regarding his comments that I somehow extorted him. I sent the cease and desist. I heard back from his...
Oh, they're suing each other. Oh, this is so good. Oh, they're suing each other. Oh. Give me more. More.
Lawyer, and essentially what I get from this is that his lawyer is saying that this was just his opinion and it was just Steven Crowder's feelings, and even though it wasn't reality, too bad, so sad. Here's exactly what that legal letter back to me said. I'm going to read you a couple of quotations. It says, "The simple fact is that Ms. Owens, as shown in the clip, made thinly veiled threats directed at Mr. Crowder that she would release the alleged dirt she had on him if he kept making statements about the Daily Wire. Mr. Crowder's opinions fall short of any defamation. At most, he has merely opined comparatively the feeling of certain misconduct to his own present state of being. Then the subsequent use of the word threats is not in and of itself an accusation of crime, even within the larger context in which it was used. The most reasonable implication is not an accusation of crime, but that threats have occurred that fall short of being a crime. Again, at most, they are simply reminiscent in Mr. Crowder's personal opinion of the specifically referenced type of misconduct. In short, these are his feelings, they are not facts, and his opinions are protected. And to make it clear for those of you that thought there was something going on in the background or that...
So legally, he's allowed to have the opinion that he wants to, you know, hit his wife, is basically what they're saying. Like, we can't fully confirm it was a credible threat, so he's allowed to believe his wife deserves to be hit, as he said. He's allowed to voice that opinion. Yeah, that's Texas courts for you.
Someone had secretly threatened him. His lawyer is alleging that's not the case. He was simply referring to the exact clip.
Well, actually, that's his lawyer's defense. That's not even what the courts have found. That's just his lawyer's defense.
That he showed you of me. Nothing else happened. He just wanted you guys to think that he was under duress in some other capacity. In short, as I have said, I believe Steven Crowder is an absolute monster, and I encourage all of the other people that he has victimized to find their strength to speak out now. By the way, his lawyer offered to me that we could both agree to a ceasefire if I agreed that I would never speak about Steven Crowder again. And to him, I would publicly like to say, your client doesn't have that kind of money to keep Candace Owens from speaking out about things that I find to be absolutely despicable. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh, shit.
All right, guys, if you liked this video...
Oh, shit. God. Who will fall first, Steven Crowder or Candace Owens? By the looks of it, having Daily Wire on her back and, you know, considering the fact that, you know, Steven Crowder is currently going through a divorce and things are going rough, I'm thinking that Crowder will be the first to fall, but at the very least, Crowder's going to deal some serious blows to Candace Owens' career on the way down, and, oh, I am excited to see how it goes. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like that was some, like, bloomer shit for us to kind of, like, cleanse our palates from all of the bad news that's been happening. Some good old right-wing infighting. Wachikawa, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. So, hey, Zan, I'm proposing to my GF this weekend. Congratulations. Hell yeah. Holy crap. It says, if I turn into a Crowder husband, chat has both the right and duty to yeet me into a volcano. I hope she says yes, and I hope you have a very happy marriage, great wedding, honeymoon, and I hope it's perfect. I hope it goes exactly how you guys want it to go, and I hope you have a very happy and fruitful marriage. Congratulations. How long have you been together, if you don't mind me asking? The longer you've been together, I feel the higher the chances are that you're going to get a yes. If you're unsure you're going to get a yes, the best thing you can do is wait a little longer. 4 years? Yeah, it's pretty... How old are you? 4 years is definitely, like, reasonable. But it depends on how old you are. If you're, like, you've been dating since you were 16, that's different. I think 5 years is a good rule. Living together for 2.5 years and you're 28 years old? Yeah, I think if you've been living together for 2.5 years, you've been playing house, and you've been together for 4 years and you're 28... Yeah. No, if you're set, if you're financially good and you're, like, in a happy relationship, things are going well, I'm happy for you. That sounds amazing. Things like, just from what I've heard, it sounds like you're set. It sounds like you're set and things are gonna go well for you. I'm very happy for you. I'm really excited to see how things go. Make sure you update me on how that goes. Make sure to update me, and hopefully she isn't watching and didn't just have that spoiled. And imagine if she was watching the stream and is just like, uh-oh, I wasn't supposed to hear that, and has to pretend like she hadn't heard it. That'd be really funny. Wachikawa, thank you for the $50 super chat on top of that. So here's a dono instead of a wedding invite, buddy. I really appreciate that. I wouldn't be able to go to the wedding, sadly, but I really do appreciate that instead. But hey, if you need money for the wedding, don't donate a bunch to me, you know? You know, weddings are expensive. I don't know what you guys plan to do. If you plan to do a more chill one, that's honestly fucking based. But, yeah, if you need money for the wedding, make sure to save. You don't need to donate to me, but I really do appreciate the $50 super chat. That is extremely kind of you. And Queef Jerky, thank you for the $5 as well. I really appreciate that dono on my website. It says, my parrot says hi. Oh, well, hello, parrot. How dope would it be if you could get a video of the parrot, like, saying my name? That would be awesome. Hey, if you're watching right now and you're enjoying the stream and you don't have any money to financially support me, but you still want to help me out, you can always consider dropping a like on the stream. We've got 508 likes now, which is more likes than we have viewers at the moment, so if you can't, or if we don't get any more likes, then I really understand. I don't really mind, like, I understand why, but if you haven't liked yet, and you want to, and you want to help out the channel, please consider doing it. It really does help out the channel a whole lot. Thank you all so much for every single like that you guys drop on the stream. It helps out a lot. And my videos too. It really, really helps. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon as well. If you don't ring the bell icon, YouTube literally will not tell you when I go live or upload a new video. Or at least they won't do it reliably. For many people, they just won't do it at all. I've had people who literally just get notified that I'm streaming through the Discord because YouTube refuses to notify them no matter how many times they subscribe and unsubscribe, because just YouTube's weird. So yeah, do what you can. May I request your quail army to be ring bearers? That would be pretty epic. That would be pretty based and epic build. Alright, let me update the dono goal. 175. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of likes. Thank you, guys. Let me get the next segment started. The next segment queued, I should say. Oh wait, I already covered that. All right, everybody. So, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Welcome back to yet another video, and I'm going to give a very quick trigger warning at the beginning of this video, because we're going to be going over a video that depicts child abuse. Now, it's not like physical or really even verbal child abuse that we're witnessing. It's more so child abuse insofar as taking something away from a child. I won't be... I'm trying to stay vague so that I don't spoil the video, but this video clip we're about to watch has gone viral, and it's brought a lot of attention and brought up a lot of discourse about something that I've said for a while. I think that there is a very pervasive and very fucked up culture in our country based around the idea of glorifying abusing children in the name of discipline. The idea that you are a better parent if you have the balls to bust out the belt and like, hit your child with it. Now, if you're a sane human being, you would be able to recognize that no matter what, hitting a child unless it's literally to defend yourself, is, you know, literally an evil action that villains in movies do. Sometimes movies aren't even brave enough to depict the villains hitting the child. Yeah, it's pretty villainous, but for some reason, we have this, like, aged, fucking, like, millennia-long normalized idea that parents have ownership of their children to the extent that, like, a whole variety of things that are, like, things you can't even do to other people's children are legal if you're doing it to your child. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's really fucked up, and the part of it that bothers me the most is the fact that it's glorified, particularly in certain areas of internet culture where the idea that, like, sometimes it's even like victims of it who say you didn't have a proper childhood unless you were, like, abused in the way that they were, right? It's really, really fucked up. I think it's a coping mechanism, but it's quite common. And recently this video went viral, and I think it brings a lot of attention to that issue, and it's caused a lot of people to talk about this, and I think it validates a lot of what I've said about conservative parenting and how a lot of conservative parents, and I'm sure this parent is conservative, don't view their children as humans worthy of respect or, you know, humanity, but as property that they get to mistreat in response to, like, mouthing off or doing something that upsets them. So here's the video that's gone viral. It's called, or it's captioned, "When you're tired of talking to your teenage daughter," and then, like, a blissful relief emoji.
When you're tired of talking to your teenage daughter.
Okay, it's copyrighted music, but it's too late to apologize is playing. You can see this is from what I can tell, an Air Force uniform. So this lady's in the Air Force. I'm guessing, maybe not. I can't tell. That looks like a patch. What does anyone here who knows? Can anyone tell me? I don't want to mislabel. I don't want to disrespect the troops. Mind you, she's, like, happily taking joy as she does this, and she's got, like, the laughing, crying emojis on the screen. For those that don't know what she's doing right now, she's taking the hinges off the door. Not even, like, taking the pins out of the hinges, but, like, unscrewing the hinges off the door, so you literally have to, like, there is not even anything approximating a door to the bedroom anymore. This is basically the idea that children have to earn privacy, and that privacy is a privilege. Child psychologists have, of course, been saying for decades that privacy is literally a fundamental necessity to child development, but parents are very, very egotistical when it comes to their kids oftentimes and feel a desperate need to be nosy in every aspect of their child's life, despite the fact that experts overwhelmingly agree it is just not good for them. But parents, bad parents, I should say, always think they know what's best for their child, better than the experts, better than the doctors, better than psychologists. And they think that their child's well-being should always be taken into their own hands. Straight home from work, didn't even take my uniform off. Like, not only is it that she is, like, this isn't an instance of, you know, you've upset me, and I am, you know, having a moment of, like, an anger temper, like I'm losing my temper and having a moment where I like, get too mad at my kid. This is her joyfully and gleefully taking pride and like laughing her ass off. Like, she thinks it is the most hysterical thing ever that her child is being punished and that her child is going to be unhappy because of this. She's doing a happy dance about punishing her child. What the fuck? Yeah. You know, it's because they literally see their children as, like, such subhuman property that is so subservient to them. They take joy and make a sing-songy voice into a happy dance at the thought of punishing their child. It excites them. Yeah, the humiliation of this is I enjoy humiliating the life I created. I take pleasure in inflicting suffering on the being that I forced to enter this world. I repeat, if you and your child do not have enough established trust between you two for them to close their door, you have already fucked up. Yeah, if your child can't close their door or lock their door, there's already something up. Like, either you're a bad parent who's too nosy and you're not giving your child enough privacy, or your child has done so much fucked up shit that you can't trust them anymore, reasonably so, and you need to seek like further professional help with your child's psychological needs, because usually it is problem children that need like psychological help that engage in things that like diminish their parents' trust, and rightfully so, to the extent that they can't have a door on their hinges. Like, I feel like this would be understandable if her daughter was a heroin addict and she found out her daughter has been locking herself in her room and shooting up heroin. If this is her literally trying to prevent that, maybe it's not the best way to do it, but it's a little bit no, she's taking joy in doing this, so it can't even be that. This isn't like oh, my daughter's done something that's like harmful to her own well-being, because then she would be doing this as it's like a necessity. It's a unfortunate necessity that she has to do, but she's taking joy in it. That's not what's happening here. She's done something that just annoyed her mom, like backtalked or something. So she's like, oh yeah, you want to backtalk? You won an argument? You know what I bet happened? Her daughter won an argument. How much do you want to bet? Her daughter won an argument. So her mom was like, oh, you think you get to just like win an argument and feel pride about that? I have the power to make your life a living hell. And then recorded a sing-songy TikTok, humiliating her child and taking away her privacy. This is despicable behavior. Oh, now she's talking. Okay, we actually got some commentary here.
Children don't realize that the little things are a privilege. Like privacy. Like being able to go like this. Okay?
Oh, I bet she slammed her door. I bet she slammed her door after an argument. How much do you want to bet her daughter slammed the door after an argument? And I bet it wasn't even a slam, it was just like a somewhat forceful closing. Yeah, she's playing drill instructor too. I don't even know if this is like a military uniform. It looks less like it up close, but you know, it's hard to tell.
That's a privilege in my house, okay? So, little advice for anybody that has a teenage daughter that has a lot of growing pains. Don't take the phone. Take the door.
When do you think she'll realize she's a lesbian? Do you think she knows, or is she going to find out later in life? No, but I'm not kidding. But is she a lesbian? I think so. I definitely think so. I've been around a lot of LGBT people for the last over half decade of my life, and yeah, you just kind of start to be able to tell. Anyway, that said, basically, this is just an instance of a parent who takes great joy. She's definitely got a lot of suits in her closet. True. This is a woman who takes immense joy in, like, taking her frustration out on her daughter. And when it's her daughter who's frustrated her, she's like, oh, I'll get the last laugh by taking things away from you. I can enforce my will on you because legally you have no recourse to, fight back for like basic rights such as privacy. You know, if you're like an adult and you're forced into a situation where you have to like live in housing with no like, door on the hinges and no privacy, people consider that borderline inhumane conditions. But if you're a parent doing it to your child as punishment, well, you're a parent. You own your child. They're your property until they're 18, or they get emancipated. Isn't it crazy how the term for when someone who is underage before they are before they're 18 gains like like independence from their parents legally, it's called emancipation? Isn't that an interesting word that they chose? Fucking emancipation. Because when you turn 18 and your parents no longer have power over you, legally, you've been emancipated. You have gained rights. A significant amount of them. Because when you are a child, your rights are few and far between. And conservatives fight to preserve that tooth and nail. In large part because it prolongs their ability to abuse children, particularly sexual abuse. The pedocon theory comes back around, proving itself true time and time again. Wait, someone in chat. Real? No. You gotta send me proof of that. You gotta send me proof if you think that's true. Alright.
So if you've been living...
Oh shit. Wait, hold on, you're right. Yeah, hold on. I don't know why this didn't I don't know why this didn't show up in my feed, but oh my lord. Marionette, thank you so freaking much for the 20 tier 1 gifted subs. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is $100 right there. That is just straight up $100. I'm so stoned it took me a minute to do the math, but that is straight up $100. Thank you very, very much, Marionette. Thank you. I'm sure that Elak Kaval, Scimitar 2, Sylvester the Cat Simp, Reaganator, Fought Knight, Mr. E, Dissectinator, The Not So Alone, MiG-29, Intentions Nasty, Monkey Avatar, Colve Tarath, Devious Chilster, Dumb Cat Girl, Jacob Simkins, Shoot Bang, Night Jar Art, Shakes Bear, Ninja Taco, Emu Anon 34, and Jewel 1444 all really appreciate it because I definitely do too. Holy crap, that was a lot. Thank you so much. That was some serious Mayo side right there. How many white names are even left in chat after that? 20 Mayo names turned blue. God damn, thank you, Marionette. That is very kind of you. Let me update the dono goal really quick before we move on to the next segment. Whew. Gosh, you guys have been very supportive today. How have you guys been enjoying today's stream, by the way? I feel like it's been very good. I've been putting my all into this one. I feel like it's been going very well so far. Yes, good stream. It's worth it, it seems. One of us. I'm glad to hear, guys. Remember, your feedback is what I use to sort of like improve the content so it's as good as possible. I assume you guys want the content to be as good as possible, right? Hold on a second. Damn, we've done 9 segments so far, and I've got 2 more to go. So that'll be a grand total of 11 segments today. Maybe I'll push for a 12th. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna push for a 12th because I wanna be able to say I did a big 12 sec. And it looks like I'll be doing it in the onesie as well. No Pump Chump with the 20, another 20 tier 1 gifted subs. That is another $100 donation in the form of gifted subs. Holy crap, thank you so freaking much. I really appreciate that. Oh my god, I'm sure that Timid, Virtual Girl 1, Pope Alexander IV, Beck Owo, I guess is how that emoticon would be pronounced, Comrade Creeper, Rilo, Spooketh, Azumeta Praline, Magic Loger, Terminal Cringe, Varus, Rube the Noob, Hemorrhoid King, Human Person, Bedtime Boy, Sir Top Hat, Mixed Dizzy, Numb Chucker, Tartkey, and NJ37GG all really appreciate it too. That is some serious Mayo side that just happened. How many white names can be left? It's like we dropped the fucking cluster missile strike on all the white names in chat. They all got turned blue. Jesus. It is indeed onesie time, and it's hot in here too, so it's gonna be, I hope you guys donate more so it's really worth it, because, oh god, it's gonna be fucking sweaty and musty. Thank you guys, I really appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go put on the onesie before I start the next segment. Actually, do you guys mind if I do the really long segment before I put on the onesie? Because it's gonna be really long and miserable for me in the heat. And then I do the last segment, which will still be pretty long, but, you know, more reasonable in the onesie. Is that okay with you guys? Like, 1 if yes, 2 if no. Just for my own health. Because I already feel kind of woozy and dehydrated. Thank you for your mercy, chat. I have a very loving and kind chat. Thank you for your mercy. Other streamers' chats would insist that I do it now. A lot of chats are rude and mean and would insist that I do it now for their own amusement. But you guys are merciful and kind, and I really appreciate that. I have fostered a community of good human beings by the looks of it. People get real iffy and like uppity about me being really ban happy in my Discord and my chat and in my community, and like very block happy with my Twitter, but I also am known for having one of the most chill and kind communities in the debate bro sphere. Don't you guys think there might be a connection between those two things? Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
All right, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. We are back, and once again, we're talking about Idubbbz. For those of you guys, what is that fumble? Cherry, edit that out. For those of you guys that don't know, when I was 16 years old, around that time, maybe 15, that's when I really got into, like, the edgy, classic, like, age of YouTubers, right? Your Leafy's Here's, your Idubbbz, Filthy Frank, Max Mofo, Anything for Views, those, obviously, How to Basic, all of those people really started to blow up, and I really started to get into them. Well, I still appreciate a lot of their content, even their own content, because, for the most part, I think there was something distinctly different about most of their edgy humor than a lot of edgy humor now that's mostly pushed by right-wingers. I really enjoy it. I was a big fan of their content back then, but more recently, most of these content creators, particularly Idubbbz, who we're going to be talking about today, have sort of evolved as human beings. A lot of the more cringe behavior and takes they had in the past, they have, waylaid, and they become better people. And the problem is, they've fostered an audience of people who, whether because they didn't understand the content or they chose not to, they liked Idubbbz a certain way, and the idea of him changing and growing as a human being upsets them. Whether it be because they saw Idubbbz as sort of like a surrogate father figure for them, like an edgelord surrogate father figure, or because they see Idubbbz as like a fellow warrior in their fight against woke ideology who's now betrayed them, they have now turned against Idubbbz. And at every turn, when I look at videos about how Idubbbz has supposedly fallen off and become worse and is supposedly a bad person now, it is always very not compelling. Pretty much every argument that I hear from conservatives, and it's usually always conservatives, but even from normies and like somewhat centrist libs that don't like Idubbbz now, that I hear as to why they don't like Idubbbz, is just the least compelling shit ever. Either it's some extremely conservative reasoning, like he's a cuck because his wife does OnlyFans, and somehow that, like, basically the idea that, like, doing sex work makes you a less, like, worthy of love human being, or that, like, they get emotional online because of the harassment they get. Like, it's always the most uncompelling shit. It's stuff that's, like, self-fulfilling justifications for why they hate Idubbbz, right? I hate Idubbbz because he responded in a way, or responded to a certain way, to the way I behave because I hate Idubbbz, right? It's like, okay, so clearly the core of this is you just think Idubbbz sucks now because he's progressive. That's really the core of it. But, and that's a big but, I have been sent a video by a YouTuber, smaller than me, called King of Nothing, 35,000 subs, called The Dishonest Downfall of Idubbbz, From Content Cop to Grifter. Ah, yes, the massive amounts of money and fame and wealth that a grifter like Idubbbz pursued when leaving the extremely profitable and well-known industry of edgelord content he was doing in order to pursue his much more niche, like, close to his chest audience that he has now. Ah, yes, very clearly grifting. Anytime somebody tries to accuse someone going left from the right of grifting, it's almost always, like, a non-argument. It's a copium argument. Like, it's just them being upset that somebody who used to be conservative realized conservatism is bullshit and got out of it and changed and grew as a person. So, I'll give this video a chance, and let's see if I'm finally convinced that Idubbbz actually sucks.
Everybody, welcome back to another episode of Content Cop. As you could probably tell, I can hardly contain myself right now, because today is the day we get to destroy Idubbbz. No!
Okay. Is there unironically an accent that commentary and drama YouTubers fake that makes them sound like this? Are they all trying to sound like Nicholas Diorio? Is that what's happening here? That's what this is, isn't it? This guy wants to sound like Nicholas Diorio, doesn't he? Think of Nicholas Diorio's voice right now, and then listen to this guy's voice. He is desperately trying to ape Nicholas Diorio's inflection.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Content Cop. As you could probably tell, I can hardly contain myself right now, because today—
Oh, especially in the I can hardly contain myself right now. Like, yeah, he's totally doing, like, the pseudo-New York accent, pseudo-Boston accent, commentator voice that everyone does to try to copy Tipster. I'm pretty sure, or not Tipster, Nicholas Diorio. I'm pretty sure Nicholas Diorio just has that accent, because I've played games with him and stuff, like, in private, like, he's not faking that accent. Like, that's what Nicholas Diorio sounds like. He's not faking his voice or his accent, as far as I can tell. So I'm pretty sure the people who are also doing it, it's not coincidence that, like, all these people with that accent are doing commentary and drama. I'm pretty sure they're copying him. Like, I may be wrong, but it really seems that way.
Today is the day we get to destroy Idubbbz. No! That's impossible! It is possible, but don't get it confused. I didn't want to do this. I actually think it's sad to see great content creators fall from grace and become grifting simps like Idubbbz.
Am I allowed to say stuff like that?
You can say.
But
I like how none of these insults or labels actually make any sense, like when used together or even when like applied to Idubbbz. They're just like internet buzzwords that he could use in his video to attract eyeballs. Like, nothing about what Idubbbz has done is grifty. Mind you, the definition of grifter is someone who pushes something they don't believe in for the sake of profit. Obviously, Idubbbz's moves have not been ones that would make you believe he's done things for profit. In fact, he's done things that demonstrate to me that he has principles that will make him do things that cause him to lose money, but still demonstrate that he has like morals and principles, and that's what the right is upset about. And they're trying to call that grifting because they are, of course, always projecting and self-reporting. And as for like simp, it's literally just he's thinking of like a catchy buzzword that's like insulting he can use, like his wife. Guys online jack off to pictures of his wife. Doesn't that make him such a simp? Isn't he such a cuck that he fucks his wife and guys online jack off to pictures of her? That makes him the cuck, right? And then like half the time they'll admit to the fact they've jacked off to Anissa's OnlyFans, and it's like, Are you just attacking Idubbbz and calling him a cuck because you think you're the cuck and you're trying to like overcorrect? Every accusation is a confession. I'm not even kidding. Like the Froggy Fresh joke was literally, if I don't beat up Chris Ray Gun really, really bad, I'll sub to Anissa's OnlyFans. And the joke is somehow that makes Idubbbz the cuck. That he would be able to jack off to her OnlyFans, which, as far as I know, isn't even like, it's just lewd. It isn't even like straight up nudes and like sex videos, while he actually is the one that's fucking her. This entire perspective has been completely painted by the right, and it is deranged and delusional. You guys know it used to be like a point of honor to like date or fuck a porn star? You guys know that, right? Before the right started this bizarre culture war talking point, it was literally like a mark of honor as a man to date a porn star. Like, literally a mark of honor. Like, bro, you're not gonna believe this. I'm talking to this girl. She's a porn star, dude. Yo. Obviously, whether or not she's actively doing porn would be like an issue, but if it was just like photos and modeling, like, imagine someone being like, guys, I'm talking to this girl right now. She's a lingerie model, dude. Dude, look at this picture of her. She's a fucking lingerie model, dude. And then his friends are like, bro, your girlfriend poses for like photos in her underwear? Oh, I bet people jack off to that. You're such a cuck, bro. You're such a simp. Oh my god. Like, it literally makes absolutely no sense. This level of, like, this standard was established entirely by the right for their, like, culture war purposes.
Given Ian's behavior recently, he's basically just been begging for someone to make this video on him, so unfortunately, I'm gonna have to be the one to put the final nail in the coffin in Ian's career.
You're not gonna ruin my career, you dumb piece of shit.
Yes, I am, but unfortunately, this isn't an Idubbbz video. We don't do 10-minute intros around here, so let's just get right into it.
I made this, like, fidget toy.
Yeah.
You pop dicks out of. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was so much fun to do.
The main issue with Idubbbz in 2023 is change. Now, change is obviously necessary, specifically on YouTube, because if you don't change over time, you become irrelevant. The problem with Ian's change is that it is completely manufactured, and instead of acknowledging his past mistakes and learning from it, he just expects people to forget.
Okay, well that one...
Wait, okay. Hold on. This is an interesting argument. It's a bad argument, but it's at least a new one. So, I guess I'll say, most of the time the arguments they make is that Idubbbz has disingenuously changed to chase money. He is arguing that Idubbbz has disingenuously changed to make money, but he can prove it because Idubbbz is trying to cover up the things he's said in his past and not actually acknowledge it. Okay, interesting. So the reason why this is complete bullshit is that Idubbbz literally has, like, numerous times spoken out against his own old content and the type of effect that it had. And not only that, but He also did it in one of his biggest videos he made recently, his Sam Hyde video, where he used examples of his own content to argue against why, like, his old way of doing things was flawed, actually. Here, let me see if I can find it. Might as well play it here for a second. I think he does a very good, like, general takedown of edgy... Like, not even a takedown, just sort of an analysis of edginess, you know? Like, what kind of drives the circle of, like, internet meme irony, right? Oh, yeah, I think it was in his You're Getting Away With It video. This is a very good fucking video, but the people who hate Idubbbz fucking despise it. And the title, Getting Away With It, is such a good fucking title. Because that's what Sam Hyde does, get away with it. And his fans know that. His fans champion that. Like, Sam Hyde does some pretty horrific shit in this video, and, like, stuff that if anyone else did it would be seen as, like, a very morally reprehensible thing, but because Sam Hyde's doing it and it's trolling Idubbbz, it's morally permissible because it's funny to them. Anyway, here's the section I really wanted to show you guys.
Hi. Before we continue with the documentary, I want to take a few minutes to talk about irony. I wish there was a perfect way to explain to you guys why talking to Sam Hyde is frustrating, not only to a person making a documentary about him, but as a guy who doesn't actually know Sam on a personal level. A lot of people probably refer to irony as having metaphorical layers, but irony exists in a circle. This is the circle of irony. At the top of the circle of irony, you have sincerity. You can't have any amount of irony without some sincerity behind it. Here's an example of a sincere thought. I don't like eating shit. People who are not being ironic say sincere things like that all the time. You might say that it's the default way to say things. The next rung on the circle of irony is just called irony. You might be familiar with this from English class, and it basically means that you kind of feel the opposite of what is being expressed. And it's basically just sarcasm. Oh yeah, I love eating shit. Great, people think I love eating shit now. Isn't that just perfect? This is the go-to boomer humor that old people thrive off of. They love sarcasm. It is a basic level of irony to the point where it's almost irrelevant to millennials and zoomers. After irony, we have post-irony. This is where you say something in a way that makes it sound like you don't mean it when you actually do mean it. In other words, you're using irony to make a joke about how you're joking. Oh, I don't like eating shit. Oh, me? Oh, no, I don't like eating shit. I hate that. I don't like eating shit. I don't like eating delicious, creamy shit. Stop saying that about me. If you put a pile of shit in front of me, I wouldn't devour it like an animal instantly. I wouldn't be doing that. This is probably the most popular form of irony in the modern generation. They're basically parodies of memes. So you have to already know what irony is to appreciate or begin to appreciate post-ironic humor. And look, there's no more room on the circle, so we must be done. What the fuck is that? Meta-irony is where this gets fucked. This is where you're saying something sincere, but the context could imply that you're saying it ironically, yet the thing that you're saying is actually a sincere thought. If this doesn't make sense, that's because it doesn't make any sense. It's meant to confuse you. Meta-irony is placed intentionally in this circle in a way that doesn't make any sense because it is intertwined with sincerity. No, I don't like eating shit. No, I don't like eating shit. Unless. But do I like eating shit? You don't know, do you? The fact that I brought it up in the first place is a little bit suspicious, but the concept of eating shit is so ridiculous that I have to be serious when I say I don't want to. Right? Meta-irony is used effectively by people whose intention is to blur the line between sincerity and jokes. It creates a situation where in order for there to be a prerequisite of sincerity, I have to obtain the knowledge outside of the joke. You're basically just saying the consumption of shit is something that is physically possible. Isn't that interesting? I'm retarded. But if you're not saying anything about something when you say it, why do you even say it? People don't tend to do things for no reason. There has to be an answer here. And there are two answers. Either you're just bad at irony, or you're just being sincere. This is why it's so difficult to be around Sam. Try to understand him and ultimately make a documentary about him. He lives here. Sam is drenched in meta-irony constantly. He intentionally doesn't make it obvious when he is or isn't joking about something. Why he does this is up for interpretation, I guess, but after seeing how much he appears to involve himself in political ideologies, it seems he prefers to use meta-irony as a shield. To say, "I was just joking," is a legitimate way to exonerate yourself in moments of actual miscommunication. But it's also a perfect fallback option for when you receive criticism for a point that you're genuinely trying to make. I think eating shit is awesome. What the f?
Anyway, yeah, so basically he does a really good takedown there of basically the type of humor that Sam Hyde and a lot of modern day, like, super edgelord, like, am I racist? Am I transphobic? Am I homophobic? Maybe, you know, that kind of humor. And of course, like, the entire idea of the video was Sam Hyde is literally like an internet enigma. He's a lolcow, or at least he would be a lolcow if he was left-wing. The only reason he is not is because he's conservative, and so his psychotic behavior that would literally make him a lolcow if he was a lefty is seen as like epic trolling and base by a lot of people online. Lolcow? Lolcow is a term that originates from like the far right, like Kiwi Farm side of the internet and like 4chan and stuff like that. It basically refers to somebody who you would milk for lols. Like, you know how you milk a cow? You would milk them for lols. Like, they're a source of constant entertainment and humor for you. And most of the time it is conservatives that just find, like, a trans person online and, like, call them a lolcow, and, like, anytime something bad happens in their life, that's where they derive the lols. But, like, sometimes, and the most popular example is someone like Chris Chan, who's, like, literally an interdimensional being who came from, like, the upside down. That's the only explanation. That's all I'll say about Chris Chan. Chris Chan came from the upside down. No, but basically, you know, Idubbbz wanted to do a documentary about this guy because, to be fair, Sam Hyde had been kind of taking pot shots at Idubbbz for a while, so Idubbbz was like, okay, I'll engage with him, I'll hang out with him, see what I can film, and do a documentary. And Sam Hyde knew that this was going to be a documentary, so he basically set up a bunch of pranks and different trolling, you know, things, right? One of the things that he did, and I shit you not, this is a real thing that people shit on Idubbbz for. One of the things that he did was Sam Hyde paid a random woman, I think it might have been a friend of his, but maybe not, to shave the sides of her head and just kind of like really do herself up to look like she's zonked out on heroin. Just like zonked out on heroin and like possibly like being sex trafficked, possibly not even of age, possibly not even like there of her own will and knowing what's going on, like making it look really fucked up. Like this bunch of guys that are like really grody and weird, and this film student girl, as we find out, who's playing an act as like a junkie, right? And Idubbbz obviously is like concerned about this. This young girl is like seemingly zonked out on drugs and like doesn't know where she is and is being like possibly taken advantage of by these weird fucking guys. And so he's like, are you okay? Are you like, you know, he's like, you know, subtly like asking her, like hinting for signals, like, are you all right? And you could tell he's taking it seriously. The way that people refer to that event in hindsight is that he was simping for her. I have seen hundreds of people online say that Idubbbz was simping for her. Can you guys understand what I mean when I say that all of this hatred towards Idubbbz seems to be manufactured, conservative-fueled hatred for the fact that Idubbbz has become a fairly loud, outspoken voice for somewhat progressive values when he was once like a paragon of edgelord humor online? Every single conservative video that I watch like this, even if they're not explicitly conservative YouTubers, it always comes off like they're just mad their like father figure, their pseudo father figure is no longer doing the content that they enjoy. I know the Diesel Patches video we covered was literally that. He literally said, "Rip to my literal father figure," is how he finished his video. That's literally, I'm not kidding, how Diesel Patches ended his video, and he did not say it sarcastically or in a joking, like, half-laughing kind of way. He just said, like, sadly, and, yeah, rip to my surrogate father. Like, bro.
Just, I mean, it's not racist, it's just gay.
Or surrogate father figure is what he said, yeah.
because black people don't own any businesses. So that's
So he pretends to be this enlightened new man, and his way of doing that is just condemning and insulting the same exact people that made him into a multi-millionaire.
Okay. So what this YouTuber just said is that he condemns the people who made him into a multi-millionaire. I know what clip he's about to play because I've seen it in other videos. Watch what Idubbbz actually talks about in this video, and one of the events that like opened his eyes to the effect that his content was having.
I did not like the interactions that I had with fans. There were quite a few human beings that I interacted with.
In person?
Yeah, in person. That just sucked. They just sucked because I attracted a lot of people who sucked. Some people, were, as I described earlier, were very much like antisocial, weird basement dwellers. And, you know, the one time a month that they come out of their cave is going to restock on supplies at Walmart, and they run into me, their favorite YouTuber.
Which is kind of the lifestyle you were living in.
Yeah, exactly. I don't blame them.
And what would they say? What would they do?
Things that I am certainly not going to repeat.
Coward.
Just to set the record straight here.
Oh, we're cutting that clip off short, are we? Oh, this is definitely a conservative YouTuber. You can tell. You can tell this is a right-wing YouTuber. Interesting. Interesting how we're cutting that clip short, huh? What was the rest of that clip? It was the N-word, by the way. He's calling him a coward for not saying the N-word. They're literally mad Idubbbz doesn't say the N-word anymore. Like, this clip is shared around, and it's literally referred to as,
I did not
it's
like
literally
the
framed as, like,
interactions that I...
come on. This is framed as, like, no, come on. This is framed as being, like, negative on Idubbbz's part. So here's the full clip, without it being cut off.
Fans. There were quite a few human beings that I interacted with that just sucked because I attracted a lot of people who sucked. Some people were very much like antisocial, weird basement dwellers. You know, the one time a month that they come out of their cave and they run into me, their favorite YouTuber.
And what would they say? What would they do?
Things that I am certainly not going to repeat. I'm talking bad words.
Words that we only say by describing the first letter?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, man, what a powerful way of putting it.
So, what actually was what he's describing here is he was attracting an audience that basically thought it was acceptable to see him in public, like grocery shopping or something, and then to scream the N-word when they see him. And he realized, I'm not really okay with this. This is like a wake-up moment for me. But to these people, they desperately need to frame this as some kind of, like, negative action in which he is, like, condemning the people that supported him and made him famous. Really? Being uncomfortable by fans coming up to you in public and screaming the N-word when they see you in public venues makes you, like, a cuck? Can you believe how many popular, even normie-centrist YouTubers are taking the position that it is somehow unacceptable for Idubbbz to be made uncomfortable by, like, people screaming the N-word at him in public? The smarter of these people will say, yeah, but he said that to Tana Mongeau. He said that to Tana Mongeau. Okay. Well, for starters, you all cheered and continue to cheer for exactly that. So you're trying to point this out as a point of hypocrisy, but, like, you're in favor of that. And two, he's condemned this. He has gone on record multiple times condemning, particularly his past defense of using the N-word. The idea that using the N-word somehow, like, removed power from it if you used it just all the time as a white guy, but you didn't mean it in a racist way. Like, which is pretty bullshit, because it just normalizes racism. But, like, he's literally specifically gone over that take and several others in relation to it. He's not pretending like he never had these takes and, like, condemning the people who... This is literally them just trying to cope about the fact that he's changed and grown as a person, and has literally, like, laid out why. In the reasons why are completely reasonable, but they are so dedicated to hating him for whatever reason, probably because it's just popular to hate simps and OnlyFans women, is, like, to find any reason to justify, like, stuff that if it was happening to someone else, it wouldn't be justifiable.
Idubbbz is 32 years old. The peak of his popularity was around 2017 and 2018. So when he was making content like this...
I haven't heard that one in a while. For any of you who think me and my subscribers are a bunch of savages, just get a load at how perfectly the word niggerfest is written in.
He was 27 or 28 years old. That is absurd.
And guess what? I won't let...
So you're not allowed to change and grow as a person past a certain age? What is like the line at which you're allowed to become a better person? Is there like at like 25, is it like, you've reached mental maturity, so if you're still not a good person now, then no matter what, if you change, it can't be genuine? Yeah. Yeah, you're not allowed. By the way, he's literally like condemned exactly what you're showing in clips here specifically. Like, do I need to bring up the clip? If I have to bring up the clip, we're already 26 minutes into this segment. I'm not going to be able to react to this whole video. But to be fair, this video is probably not going to say much I haven't already heard, so there's not much of a point. But Idubbbz talks about his old edgy content. He was playing like Mario Kart or something. It was a stream clip. Holy shit, there's so much Idubbbz hate on YouTube, it's gonna take forever to find. Oh my god, it's literally nothing but Idubbbz hate videos. Like shit, like delving into their private life, like praising Sam Hyde and framing him like a literal god in their thumbnails. Jesus Christ. Fuck, can I find the clip? Fuck. Damn it. I can't find it. Idubbbz stream clip old content. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Fuck, I covered it in an old video. I'm gonna have to search my own channel to find it, and we're gonna have to watch my reaction to it. Idubbbz Xanderhall. Okay. Was it? It was way more than 10 months ago. Alright, chat. Whoa, I was fucking loud! Look at me, I had more meat on my bones back then. I was a little bit more chunky. I've lost a lot of weight, Jesus. I wasn't fat, but, you know, I've definitely lost weight. Anyway, this is me covering the clip, but hopefully we can salvage a good amount of the clip from from this reaction I did to it. Look at my old border. Oh, it's so funny. Made me pretty happy. Let's watch.
Hope asked, have you ever regretted a video? Have you ever had a scrap of video that you wish you could have executed? And I kind of answered this. This might be answered in a future highlight. I think I told Ryan to like put it in a highlight. No, I don't really regret any videos necessarily. I think I regret like delivery of certain things. Like I think in the past I maybe had this attitude of like, I'm not responsible for what my fans do, but it's like that's kind of, it's a little weak. It's a little weak. I think I should have just predicted that some people will take my messaging to the extreme. And
this is years ago, by the way, and it is entirely consistent with what he's said on that Anthony Padilla podcast recently. Just want to point that out. He's been entirely consistent this entire time. And I would argue completely reasonable.
Yeah. The content of the video, no, I don't regret any of that. Do I? Oh, maybe I do regret Slenderman Gangnam Style.
So, okay, that's really the end of that. So yeah, like, there's a bunch of other examples of it, but God knows I am not going to spend the next 30 minutes just, like, sifting through my previously watched videos to find them, because, I mean, I literally could quote them, I can, like, visualize them in my head, but having to, like, dig through my fucking watched videos and try to find it is not a prospect that appeals to me. But we're not watching the rest of that fucking video, because... Listen, guys, I have watched quite a few videos in an attempt to hear a compelling argument for why Idubbbz is supposedly, like, morally in the wrong in all of this, and it is literally all the most conservative, like, logic out there. Like, there's literally people that are just mad Idubbbz is more progressive now. That is the reason they don't like him now. It's literally a conservative bias. Whether you're, like, left-leaning or not, and, like... It is a conservative-leaning bias that seems to be driving the vast majority of this Idubbbz hate. And a lot of it also seems to be people that just don't really know a lot of, like, the backstory. I'll admit that I've followed a lot of this since the beginning, simply because of the fact that I've, like, covered all of this, like, as it's gone along. And really all the hate started when Idubbbz stopped saying the N-word in videos. Like, that's when really people started to be like, ugh, why is Idubbbz not the same anymore? And then dating Anissa and her doing OnlyFans and, like, the simp phenomenon becoming a big thing. All these things just coincided with, like, the culture of the internet deciding they needed a villain, and that villain is gonna be Idubbbz. Because they like that narrative. And some popular people pushed it. But yeah, it's really despicable. It really, really is, because, like... He seems like a decent guy. I mean, the fucking Creator Clash stuff is awesome. It's, you know, getting a lot more eyes on YouTubers, and, like, legitimizing this as sort of as a career. I'm excited to go there and meet a bunch of content creators that I'm friends with next year, hopefully. And, yeah. Overall, this just sucks to see. It sucks to see. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. Alright, time to add another bit to the dono goal. And then I'm going to go pee. I'm going to get a water. I'm going to put on the onesie. And we're going to do, I believe, 2 more segments. Is it 1 or 2 more? Yeah, I've done 10. That means 2 more for 11, 12. Let me check Discord. Hey, yo, I've got a lot of DMs. Holy shit. I love streaming and just checking Discord, and it's just like, woo! God damn. Alright, folks, stick around. Marionette, once again, after your massive dono bomb you dropped earlier, or your gift sub bomb you dropped earlier, thank you so much for the tier 1 gift sub to Mr. Unfamiliar. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Putting us at a grand total of $380 in the dono goal, busting us past the $300 dono goal, which puts me in a onesie, and putting us literally nearly 4/5 of the way to the stretch goal, in which I will put on a brand new onesie you guys have never seen before. Should you guys choose to push the goal even further and offer even more support to the stream tonight, and we hit $500, I will put on a brand new onesie you guys have not even seen before. It'll be a onesie reveal. No harm if you guys don't hit it, though. I really do appreciate the amount of support you guys have already sent. Like, it is overwhelming and very, very awesome. Thank you, guys. Very fucking based. Alright, guys, I'll be right back. I will be in the onesie when I return. Alright, I'm back. I forgot my water, but I'm gonna get the onesie on first. I don't want you guys to be sitting here in silence. I left it completely inside out, so I have to uninside out it before I can put it on. Putting it on its own is already kind of a ordeal, but getting it uninside outed, I don't know, right side out or whatever the term is a little bit difficult. Adds a little bit of extra time on top of that. It'll be a rough night the night I have to put on 2 of these things. Not on top of each other, but in a row. Like, take one off and then put another one on. But it'll be worth it. Y'all will have paid for it. Oh my lord, what a kind dono. Holy shit. One moment, chat. Oh, jeez. Cool, this has dope sleeves. Vosh versus Idubbbz boxing match. Ian v. Ian. Yeah, Vosh would kill Idubbbz in a boxing match. Like, unintentionally, but he would. Alright. I am back. Let me just do up this thing. Looks almost like a hoodie right now. It almost looks like I'm putting a hoodie on. It is kind of a hoodie, but you know, it's a onesie. It's soft fabric material. Just buttoning it up. I'm not cheating. I'm not going to leave it open. Looks cozy. It's cozy in the sort of suffocating heat kind of way. Ooh, my eye. Just got a weird itch on the side of my eye. Wow, thank you so much for the 100 Australian dollars super chat. VA line 2 tadpoles angry at each other with their backs faced at each other. Asterisk. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That is an interesting name, but I appreciate the 100 Australian dollars. That's like 20 bucks. Australian yen? Is that the term? Is it called Australian yen? Is that the name of Australian currency? Is that real? I thought... You're fucking with me, right? I have an Australian on speed dial I can consult. I have several, actually. They're just called AUS dollars? Okay. Okay, just checking, okay? I had to know. I have to know. No chump change. Thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to The Phoenix. I really appreciate that. Said, dildos, don't let dildos be white. You're blue now. Amazing. Thank you so much for the $5. That's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Very based. I can already feel myself cooking a little bit, so we're going to go ahead and expedite things and get right on to the next segment. Alright, I already had it open, okay. Oh yeah, I gotta put on the hood. This is not the new one, no. This is the one you guys have already seen. The new one is stashed in a closet. It hasn't been unrolled yet. It's still like in its packaging. And I'm not unpackaging it until we hit $500 in a dono goal in a stream. But you guys have epically hit 300, and so here is the Triceratops onesie. Pocket Lilith, thank you for the $5 donation. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Said, Father, it's me, your eldest daughter Scrumblina. Please return with the milk. I don't have any children. Don't you even try that shit on me. Alright? Don't even try that shit on me. Okay. Can I tell you guys a story? It didn't happen to me. It happened to someone I know. They were at a gas station pumping gas. And, like, he was just there pumping gas at the gas station. This was a very long time ago. And he's, like, walking back from, like, the indoor part where, like, you go inside and you pay for the gas. And some little girl in the parking lot runs up to him and, like, grabs his leg and yells, Daddy! And you're just like, nope. And just kind of kicked her off of him and, like, speed walked back to the car. Don't try that shit on me, Pocket Lilith. But thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Alright, let me update the dono goal before I literally die of cooking alive. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. Apparently, people are still on this shit. For those of you guys that don't know, Mr. Beast has this posse of friends. I'm not even going to bother to explain who Mr. Beast is. He is the biggest YouTuber there is. You know who he is. Mr. Beast has a posse of friends, and one of those friends, Chris Tyson, who actually, I should mention, me and Ethan tried Mr. Beast Burger. You have to get it delivered, and unfortunately the location where they deliver it from was a little bit far, so the food arrived, like, lukewarm and not, like, hot, which would have been ideal, but it was good. Like, Mr. Beast Burger was actually good. The fries were pretty damn tasty. I gobbled every single one of those down fast. And the burger itself, I got the beast style with no cheese. The burger itself was actually very good. Like, the beef itself, it tasted like it was good beef. Like, it had a very beefy flavor. They were fairly thin patties, but I got them double stacked. Or no, I got them triple stacked. And they had a very slight, like, medium rare inside of them still. And they had a very beefy flavor. Like, actually solid burgers. Really solid fries. I got the beast burger with no cheese. And Ethan got the Chris burger. Which is funny, because Chris Tyson, who that burger is named after, of course, is the subject of all of this drama. You see, they came out as trans recently, and Mr. Beast has, of course, been very open in his, defense and defending of his friend Chris, and he has even been, like, dunking on transphobes for, like, 2 months now, and being based as hell about it. You know, I stand Mr. Beast now, you know? I've always been, I guess you could say a fan of his content. You know, I always, like, enjoyed his videos, even back in 2018 when he was making a battle bus for Tfue. But I always thought his content was a little cringe, and I had, like a inkling of about him, but honestly, he's kind of proven that he's a good guy after this, because he very easily could have just, like, jumped on board with some bandwagon, but he didn't. He didn't pull a PewDiePie. He seems to actually genuinely support his trans friend. So yeah. Anyway, a lot of conservative figures are coming out and finding different angles to try to attack this from, because truly, all that's happened here is a massive public figure has come out as pro-trans, and another massive public figure has come out as trans. And these massive public figures are huge with Zoomers. And right now, the right is terrified of Zoomers being pro-trans and pro-LGBT. So they're trying to find any angle possible to morally justify attacking Chris Tyson and Mr. Beast. This is, of course, a losing battle. However, Melanie MacGoBoom, a random conservative dime-a-dozen content creator, uploaded a video recently called "Was Mr. Beast's Friend, Chris, Paid to Be Trans?" It hasn't really performed all that well, to be honest with you, but, here she is. She kind of looks like Ico Rules. Probably nowhere near as based, though. But yeah, here she is, and I guess she's going to try to argue that Mr. Beast's friend, Chris, was paid to be trans. This is going to be an interesting conspiracy. I haven't heard this one before, but buckle up. I think it's going to be a weird one. Hey, Ico Rules is in chat. Look at that. Let's go. You two do look alike, but you're definitely more based.
Living under a social media rock and you don't know who this
Oh, you definitely don't sound alike.
Chris guy is, or even Mr. Beast, quite frankly, you're kind of lucky to not be.
What accent am I being subjected to? I'm sorry, Aiko. What accent am I being Is this like Wisconsin or like hyper-Canadian?
Versed on all this stuff going on, but let me get you up to speed. So Mr. Beast, the most popular YouTuber currently to my knowledge, who rose to fame for doing some pretty intense challenge videos, as well as just having a heck ton of money that he gave away to a
Yep, Wisconsin. She's from Wisconsin. She's from like she's from Wisconsin, or she's from Michigan. She's from one of those like Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota. She might be from Minnesota.
bunch of people, some less fortunate, and some just for fun, just in the streaming world. His friend, who apparently has been in a lot of his videos, named Chris, has come out as transgender. And now this has been a huge problem for a lot of people because Mr. Beast has been known for being apolitical and a channel that is directed.
Okay, so we're starting off with the angle that Mr. Beast being accepting of a trans person is a political statement. So we're already starting off with like the 2016 era, Mr. Beast is being political. A lot of these conservative commentators will literally leave their arguments at this person is being political, and that's it. Like, the idea that someone is being political is enough of an argument. Like, it's as much as they need to do. Like, because the idea, the general, like, perspective they try to push is the idea that the left is pushing their politics on you, and the right is trying to shield you from politics.
Toward a lot of children. So because of that, a lot has just surfaced on what's going on with this Chris character. It's just really shady, and there's just a lot to dive into. So let me cover this the best that I can, which at the time of me filming this, Chris has deactivated his Twitter, to my understanding, because of a lot of this backlash, and because, quite frankly, a lot of
I'm pretty sure Chris is back on Twitter.
Dirt has come up on this dude, and it's just not a good look.
This chick is known for eating a lot of butter because she thinks she a gangster, and also apparently she didn't water, which she went to the hospital for, and it happened twice. Okay. All right. So, is this woman like a masochist? Where they're like into like hurting themselves in weird ways? Because that just sounds like a kink. Like, eating a bunch of butter and forcing yourself to dehydrate sounds like the only reason you would ever do something like that is because it makes you horny. Like, seriously, what logical benefit could that have? She eats it off the stick? Oh, she eats like deep fried, but okay, to be fair, deep fried butter is a common delicacy of the American South, okay? You guys haven't lived till you've had a stick of deep fried butter. I have had this before. I had to try it. It is exactly what you expect it to be. It is exactly how you expect it to be. Deep fried butter fair. You gotta get it from a fair. Yeah, Sarasota County Fair. It's in Florida too. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Deep fried butter. I just ordered it.
August will love it. He loves butter.
That's a half stick of butter she just stuck in there.
Oh, a half stick.
Oh my God.
Clearly we're watching our weight now.
Deep fried butter.
This really is a common, like, thing in the South.
So she said the butter
I can
rolls
smell
itself
it.
until it's all melted.
Why can I smell it?
That's how you know it's done, if it stops rolling. So I think this one's about there. Oh, nope, there goes the roll.
Why can I smell it? Imagine biting into that thinking it's a corn
What a
dog.
work of art. Look at that.
And then they put powdered sugar
Butter
on
a
it.
stick.
It's deep fried butter on a stick with powdered sugar on it. Have you been to Polk County? Many times, unfortunately.
Only in America.
I lived in Polk County, I think. Lakeland's in Polk County, right? Yeah, unfortunately, I lived there once, I think.
Glorious. Thank you. Oh my god.
Oh my
That was so
God.
good.
I converted to
That was so
I'm gonna
good.
try this. Yes.
It is pretty good.
it's like the best guilty.
It's incredible.
I ate a whole one by
Why are you disrespecting my culture? You see, this is proof that white people are discriminated against because everyone in chat is totally fine disrespecting my culture. But if you guys were doing this about some other culture's food, then it would be deemed offensive. How dare you be this insensitive and intolerant to my culture? This is a staple food of my homeland. How dare you?
Is that yummy?
August, you gotta try this.
August, try this butter. Take a bite. Tastes like a pancake. God, he's such a turd. He's such a turd.
Thank you.
All right. Fried butter is a win. Look at this. You know, just dribbling out of there. All right, I'm 2 bites deep, and it tastes like I'm eating a stick of butter now. It's getting a little too much. The first bite.
Yeah, I ain't deep fried enough, I bet. Yeah, so, butter, huh? So she ate 2 of those?
You know, one of the biggest problems.
Oh, there's a video. Aiko sent the video. It wasn't even deep fried, just...
with society today is that we're celebrating mental illness. Bipolar, borderline personality disorder, ADHD, feminism. People are celebrating this stuff when we should be treating it.
She's a troll. She's a troll and a grifter. She's another Brittany Venti. Okay, I see what's up. I already know this lady's, like, probably got the most insane thread on Kiwi Farms. Holy shit. Those are just 2 random videos I found right now. Oh, God.
It's not a good look for him, and it's especially not a good look for Mr. Beast, who is put in a difficult situation to where he feels like he needs to defend his friend, but also it's just not boding well for parents, especially of children who were watching his channel before, and I don't really blame them for it. But let's just start with this tweet right here, because I just think this gives us...
Dude, imagine thinking that you're winning if you take side with the parents that are, like, fucking prudishly trying to ban their kids watching Mr. Beast, the most popular YouTuber. Ah, yes, I'm sure that will work out very well for you. This lady is like Dollar Store Shoe on Head, like from 2016. Let's be nice. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it.
A good picture of what exactly is going on for those who just haven't been up to speed. So this tweet says, I still can't get over the fact that God has given this man everything 90% of other men would wish for: money, a beautiful wife, and a healthy child, yet he leaves it all of this behind and decides to delve into sexual degeneracy, the sexual degeneracy pipeline. God has forsaken this man. He shall regret it all one day. I mean...
I'm gonna take another hit of weed. I gotta be real high to engage with Christianity. All right. If there's a God, then he will give me strength to defeat this apostate. That's a term, right? Is that the wrong term? What's the term for somebody who, this false prophet, who like appropriates God's name to push like their own private agenda falsely? Is it apostate or is that something else? Blasphemer? Heretic? Heathen? A prostate works as well, yes. Okay, regardless, all of these phrases that are meant to refer to people who have dissed God, hopefully he gives me power, strength, and energy to demolish her in all of this. Because let's be real, if there is a God, it probably doesn't care about like gay people or trans people, like being trans. Jesus, like, assuming all that was real, Jesus' last words, like one of his last words were literally, love thy neighbor. So like, when will they start loving thy neighbor? Jesus specifically requested this.
I think that I speak for a ton of people in that what could motivate this? How does one go from this, having a beautiful family, and just throwing it all away for this? It's exactly what the description
Profligate?
said.
Is that the term, profligate? That's what I was thinking of. I bet. I'm pretty sure that was it, Oxpecker. Thank you. Profligate.
This is degeneracy. And this is one reason why we have to stop promoting.
I'm sorry, but what I just watched you do in a video was degeneracy, ma'am.
This stuff to people. And I know a lot of people are scared to even say this. But I'm not, so I will be saying it. And I do think that while it is very sad that there are some people who struggle with their body and they feel like they've got to do things like this to feel more comfortable, it's safe to say it's not healthy. At best, it is a mental illness. And at worst, which we have seen time and time again, and I just saw a tweet thread on this, is that the transgender movement, a lot of it, most of it, at least half of those identifying as transgender are just, it's a fetish to them. They get off.
She cites a tweet. I saw a tweet thread that says that 50% of trans people, it's a fetish. All right, well, I'm just going to go ahead and follow up her. I guess I'll rebuke her Twitter thread she read with, like, studies. I used to have to read off, like, the research document, but now SDL has basically condensed the most perfect little meme video to play every time a conservative tries to pretend like facts are on their side. Enjoy. No! I didn't fucking unmute you! Alright, Cherry, edit out the parts where it played the music. I know that it's copyrighted. Every time I play this on stream with the music, Cherry has to do some editing magic to work it out, so I try not to play the music when I play this video now, but yeah. Here's what I rebuke her tweet thread with. It's very good. It's very, very good. Just a condensed, like, brain blast of reality to throw at conservatives out of nowhere. Because they're very, very, like, dependent on the idea of, like, avoiding any interaction with, you know, any form of, like, exposure to reality. So you have to kind of trick them into being exposed to it. Is that Z's? Yes, it's Z's.
As guys who dress as women, so on and so forth. I saw another tweet thread about this yesterday, which made a lot of sense, to where it basically said, if you really want to unpack just what a lot of the transgender movement is and a lot of perversion involved in it, look at Reddit threads, look at, or it was Facebook groups. There's Facebook groups for male to female trans.
So I'm sure there are a lot of kink groups online, but if you're going to try to cite a psychological phenomenon and a demographic of people, I feel like citing a study or a paper or something like that that's actually been peer-reviewed by the scientific and psychological community would be, like, a good idea. Because as it stands, she's literally citing Reddit threads, Discord groups, and Twitter threads.
Transgender people as well as Facebook groups of female to male transgender. And the difference was just jarring. The female to male transgender group had people giving advice, you know, talking about their body insecurities, so on and so forth. And the male to female transgender group was predominantly these men posting slutty pictures of themselves in dresses and wigs and just very pornographic type content.
Oh, okay. Hey, look at a cis person's social media and then look at a cis guy's social media and a cis woman's social media and compare them. Typically, you're going to find that most women on social media are posting much racier, pornographic-ish pics than guys are. Because guess what? It has been socialized, particularly here in America, for a lot of women on social media to post thirst traps. Like, admittedly, there are a lot of women in our generation that get a lot of their validation from comments and likes on their selfies and their thirst traps, which I don't think is necessarily an immoral thing for them to do. I do think it could be unhealthy if it becomes, like, a thing you rely on for your self-esteem. But this isn't like a just trans women thing. Trans women are women, so they're acting like women and posting slutty pictures. Trans men are men, so they go into Discord or into Facebook groups where they give advice. Isn't, like, literally a meme that, like, dudes online make groups to give each other advice and hang out, while women online make groups to, like, make out and post nudes to send to each other? As a guy, that's what I believe women are doing constantly. They're just in group chats sending nudes to each other and making out and stuff.
That is spread throughout there. Now, most transgender people in general are male to female, okay? And obviously they're not actually female, but they pose themselves.
I don't even know if that's actually true. Wait. Is that actually true? I think that's actually patently false. It goes against what a lot of conservatives argue. So she's arguing that most trans people are MTF, so male to female, but isn't the argument right now that the transgender social mind virus, whatever they fucking call it, is mostly affecting young girls and turning them into trans men and non-binary? I thought that's supposed to be, like, the pervasive mass majority of trans people. They're, like, quote-unquote trans trenders, right? They can't even be consistent in their transphobic, like, propaganda and their conspiracy theories.
As male to female, and as you see on social media, even a lot of them get into, like, pornographic type stuff, because for the most part, and for a huge chunk of it, it truly is just degeneracy.
A large reason why big reason why a large amount of trans women particularly end up getting into doing pornography is because there is a lot of discrimination, particularly in the workforce, when it comes to being trans. Hell, even if you just work as a job as a cashier, if you're trans, you're basically risking being, like, assaulted, whether it be verbally or physically, every single time a new customer comes in to greet you. There aren't a lot of jobs you can get as a trans person where A, you won't be discriminated against when getting the job, and B, you won't be discriminated against just doing the job. And so it's very likely, especially considering the circumstances a huge chunk of trans people are forced to go through, where many of them are disowned by their parents and forced into homelessness at a young age, many trans people, particularly trans women, end up having to get into doing pornography to make a living, some of them before they're even 18. There are a lot of young trans women who have been sex trafficked because they were kicked out of the house by their religious transphobic parents, started having to do sex work to make a living so they could survive, and then got pimped out and sold into sex trafficking, basically. It's very common. The disowned LGBT child to sex traffic victim pipeline is very strong. This is not an argument against sex work or sex workers principally. Obviously, I'm not a swerf. You guys know this. However, unfortunately, most people who are doing sex work are not doing it because they enjoy it. They're doing it because they have to. But believe me, I know quite a few people who do it for both those reasons. Or, like, mostly because they have to, but they enjoy it a little, right? But an ideal society would be one in which if somebody wanted to do sex work, it would be because they choose to, and they don't have any perverse profit incentives, like, to do so, right? Unfortunately, just like any job, that is the case for sex work now. But I see it no differently than, say, doing YouTube, right? You are providing an entertainment value, a service to an audience in exchange for, wealth. The difference is that when it comes to sex work, due to, in large part, its criminalization, it is really hard not to go through abuse of some kind when you're doing that profession. That is the problem with sex work. The abuse that comes from it being buried underneath in the shadow because it's illegal in a lot of ways, or at least discriminated against and frowned upon by many people. Were it allowed to be more accepted and normalized, as we've seen it with OnlyFans, you'd see a lot less sex trafficking and a lot less sex crime. Remember, the people on the right do not care about that. They do not want to minimize the amount of women getting sex trafficked. They just care about pushing an agenda.
See, it's sexual degeneracy. It's kink. It's disgusting. The fact that they are involved.
It's kink. Oh, there we go.
Children in this especially. So I think for a lot of people, we felt sorry for them, and we just thought, we took the whole thing a lot more. We had compassion on people because, like, most people want to have compassion for others, and I think a lot more has been exposed as in this movement and what it truly is. I mean, there's a reason why the Bible is against it.
Oh my god. I like, can you imagine a Mr. Beast fan clicking on this video and seeing this Bible-thumping weirdo who's eaten, like, a stick of butter in her car and got hospitalized for it, quoting the Bible about how Mr. Beast is bad? This is literally like the Christian channels saying, like, making the animations about how Mr. Beast is evil and he's the Antichrist. She spilled butter on her Bible.
All right, so now let's just get into more of some of the controversy surrounding Chris in particular, right? So here he has a tweet. So Allie here, she tweeted this. She said, in a tweet that he just deleted, Chris from Mr. Beast, who recently announced he's transitioning to be a woman, says he likes this. All right, I'm not going to read this out loud, all this kind of stuff. And if you don't know what this is, essentially what that is it's drawings of anime.
So for those of you guys that don't know, and if you've been watching my content for a while, then this should very well be like a knowledge that you have. I have a history of dunking on lolly and lolicons quite a bit. It has resulted in me getting a lot of hate, death threats, and mass reporting, falsely, by a lot of lolicons in response. They do this simply for no other reason than I say that they are what they are. Pedophiles. I don't even say that lolly drawings or lolly stuff should be banned, because I'm honestly even open to arguments that it can be used in a therapeutic setting to keep pedophiles from hurting real kids. My issue is these people who consume it, and very blatantly consume it because they see it as an analog for children that's easier and I guess more legal to get their hands on. I simply point out that is pedophilia. Jacking it to pictures of children, just because they're not real, doesn't change the fact that it's pedophilia. The fact that no actual child is getting abused doesn't change the fact that it's pedophilia. Pedophilia is attraction to children. If you jack off to gay anime porn, that's gay. Assuming you're a guy, right? If you jack off and you're a girl to lesbian anime porn, that is gay. If you jack off to anime children, that is pedophilic. I've gotten a lot of shit for this, okay? I want to preface all of this because I've very many times stated this opinion aggressively and I've gotten shit for it, okay? I do not think that Chris is actually a lolicon. I dug into this when I found out about this because I was like, wait, no shot. Is Chris like a fucking lolicon? No way, no way. And so I looked into it, and I will admit the stuff in Chris Tyson's past is a little sussy, but I don't think it's strong enough evidence to suggest that he's a lolicon. I think this is clearly conservatives trying to use the fact that the internet's culture now is different from how it was back then to push a certain narrative. So, it's any, all pronouns. But I default to they. Sometimes I use he. Anyway, so to explain the backstory to this is Chris Tyson replying to a tweet post they made of a picture of a drawing that they bought back in 2016. And if you know anything about 2016, I guess I'll have to give a little context about this in a minute, but think back to what 2016 on the internet was like. Chris Tyson bought a drawing by an infamous artist called Shadman. For those that don't know, Shadman is a Nazi pedophile domestic abuser. Literally has served jail time for domestic abuse, okay? Now, many reasonable, decent people online have been pointing out the fact that Shadman is a fucking pedophile for a very long time. The problem is, despite the fact that he was very evidently drawing porn of minor coded characters for a long time and was, like, infamous for it, but, like, in a, oh, he's just edgy and subversive kind of way, he was somehow accepted? Like, I cannot express how fucking weird it was. I cannot fucking express how weird it was. How many big, particularly art YouTubers, collabed with this guy, despite the fact that it was known that he was drawing basically lolly porn. On top of that, the vast majority of the people collabing with him were conservatives, because they considered him a brave, anti-establishment, anti-free, like, pro-free speech, like, provocateur. The funny thing is, right now, the right is using, like, the argument that people are pedophiles as, like, their prime stance against trans people. Back in 2016, the right was defending pedophiles. Think back to Amos Yee, for example. Amos Yee was just straight up stating out the fact that he is a pedophile and he loves, like, raping kids, and he fantasizes about raping kids, and he loves child porn. And people like Sargon and, like, the entire right-wing, like, blood sports sphere were all defending him because they saw him as this brave provocateur. It was this really fucked up, bizarre time online where you could do the most disgusting, horrible shit and play it off as a joke. And people who did that, like Shadman, attracted an audience and created a culture of people doing the same thing as a joke. From what I can tell, Chris Tyson bought that, like, Shadman lolly photo, which was definitely NSFW, but it wasn't, like, straight up porn from my understanding. The image I saw was censored, but I could see, like, hints of clothing like outside the censored areas, so it's like, okay. It's not something that, like, it's definitely sussy, but, like, it's not as bad as I think with it censored you might otherwise assume it may be. That said, pretty fucked up, right? Especially when he replies with this, "Nothing gets my knob cranking like that." Pretty fucking sus. Though, if you also look back to 2016, Chris Tyson was making attack helicopter jokes and making weird racial jokes and stuff like that. From my understanding, especially considering the context of the time, this was literally Chris Tyson just trying to be as edgy as possible in a time where unironically liking Shadman, or ironically liking Shadman, I should say, was seen as, like, this edgy, cool thing to do. And for those of you guys that weren't around during this time or weren't really familiar with that side of the internet during this time, then this may be a surprise to you and you may not believe it, but I assure you, it's pretty fucking vile how popular and normalized that guy and his art were. What really caused Shadman's downfall and the mass realization that he is a pedophile was when I believe it was either when he did art of Keemstar's fucking daughter. And listen, I hate Keemstar, but no. no to that, okay? Just nope. Or, and I may be mixing up the order here, or it was when he did art of the child from Logan. You know, the Wolverine movie? It's really good. X-23. She's like 12 or something in that movie. Yeah, he did pornographic art of both those people. Oh, yeah, apparently he did pornographic art of Lieutenant Corbus, who was like 12 at the time, too. Like, he did in like a sort of, in a shotgun blast, he did pornographic art of several underage people. And then all of a sudden, everyone was like, holy shit, this guy's a pedophile. And to this day, you still get people using those same defenses for the guy. But especially after he got arrested for domestic violence, there's, like, nobody likes Shadman. But it's funny to see that conservatives who at that same time were also, like, in that crowd defending him for the same reason that Chris Tyson was making those jokes back then. And I'm pretty sure they're jokes. Like, guys, I am very, very harsh when it comes to the lolicon thing. You guys, if you've seen my content, you know. I looked into it. You can look into it yourselves if you like, but if you trust me, then you can take my word for it. I assure you, it doesn't seem like Chris Tyson was being sincere about the lolly stuff. Even harsher than Shu? I'd honestly say I am harsher than Shu when it comes to pedos. Like, literally, when I called out that 600K sub lolicon YouTuber, the VTuber guy, I posted all of the info and all the stuff about that in Shuanhead's GC. She saw it and, like, responded to me and never even, like, made a tweet in support of, like, this massive right-wing Nazi pedo brigade that was going after me. And the reason why, as it would turn out, is that YouTuber follows Shuanhead. She doesn't follow that YouTuber, but when you look through that YouTuber's followers list, shit ton of them follow Shuanhead. It's true. I won't say that's exactly why she didn't call it out, but it feels like that might have been. There's a lot of pedos on the right, and Shuanhead markets herself to that audience, so I imagine there's a fair amount of like, maybe I don't want to, you know, I hate pedos, but I don't want to piss off the wrong pedos, right? That's probably her mindset.
Girls that look like children, but there's often some sort of lore or backstory that says, oh, well, she's 1,000 years old, but she's has this magical stuff going on, and so
I mean, she's correct about her arguments against lolly shit here. I mean, I don't disagree with her here.
She forever looks like a child, and not even, I mean, just a very, 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 very young child too, which just makes this all the worse. Now, I didn't know this before. I used to think what this meant was just petite women, and that's what a lot of people try to act like. Oh, it's just petite women. Not all women are super womanly and curvy.
Wait, holy shit. Okay, this part of the video I agree with. Like, chunk out this segment where it's just her talking about, like arguing against lolicon, and I agree with it. Okay, there's apparently this thing called Lolita fashion where it's like of-age women dress in like the kind of clothing that like a little girl in the 1920s would have worn. And I don't think that's pedophilic, but it's you know, I guess a little weird. It's usually kind of kinky by the looks of it. Like, it's supposed to be sort of a kink thing. And yeah, it's like goth. No. People in chat have tried to say, oh, but what about Lolita fashion? So I Googled it, and it's not necessarily kink, but it's very obviously a style that is meant to evoke a style that mostly young girls wore a long time ago, like Victorian era type shit. It's meant to be kawaii, but, you know, I don't think it's like... Okay, listen, I'm just going to be very prejudiced here and say it tends to be pretty weird women that do this, okay? That's all I'm going to say, okay? It tends to be weird women that do it.
I'm not. But this is a difference. This isn't just petite women. This is characters drawn to look like sometimes toddlers and, you know, just say they're older than what they look because... that's their way of just getting away with it. All right. So anyway, this describes it as well. So he said here, nothing gets my knob a cranking like some. Okay. That is very, very disturbing. And here you'll see too, he made this video and then someone tweeted this and it said, Chris, don't you identify as an attack helicopter and have always dreamed of dropping hot, sticky... this is hard for me to read because it's just gross. On foreigners over the oil fields, and I'm having plastic surgery.
I love how these are the people who complain about cancel culture. And they're bringing up... seven-year-old jokes. Oh, no, sorry, not seven. 8-year-old jokes at this point. They're literally bringing up 8-year-old jokes as a way of trying to cancel someone for being trans. And they're the ones who basically built their current culture, era of culture domination on the idea the left was doing cancel culture too much. I'm telling you guys, these people are overextending themselves. They're doing the cancel culture and they're building their reputation for it. Attacking one of the most popular people of all time? Whew. Not a good idea. If that's how you're trying to win the culture war, especially if you're trying to win it among Zoomers, it's not going to work.
Surgery to attach a rotor and a 30mm cannon, this, that, and the other. Okay. So this isn't one thing that does make me feel like a lot of what's going on with social media in general and people getting a lot of attention on this. I think a lot of people are doing this for attention as well. And the fact that, how do you go from making this to identifying as...
Ever since I was a boy, I dreamed of
as
soaring
transgender,
over the
you know?
oil fields, dropping hot, sticky loads.
Yeah, we already saw this clip. We already saw this clip in the Sunny V2 video. Where's she say that he was paid? Okay, now she's reading 4chan posts. We've gotten to the point where she is now citing 4chan posts.
Streamer. And Mr. Beast belong to the same talent agency, and that they are both directly connected to Disney and Amazon. Interesting. Today I learned that the company named Night Media literally manages basically every single Zoomer E-celebrity, including Hassan Piker, Nico Lull, Dream, and these guys. If you ever...
Bro, you're never gonna see me get like a fucking talent agency manager or like a fucking affiliate. This is extremely common for YouTubers to do. Like every high up big YouTuber for the most part has like a talent agency or like a company that they associate with that like... what's the term for it? Machinima is one of these. What are they called? This is literally just a 4chan post conspiracy theory she's citing here. What are they? What was the type of organization Machinima was called? Content network. Yeah, a network. A lot of like literally the vast majority of big YouTubers join networks. If you're smart though, you won't. And a lot of YouTubers who join networks usually join them when they were smaller, and when they get larger, they try to get out of them. Yeah, MCNs. Yeah, like this is not unusual. They're basically trying to claim that like Disney is like paying these creators to be LGBT because Disney is woke. We are literally on that level of conspiracy.
Look at the YouTube trending tab, and at least one of Night's talents will be up there. Night Media is just a subsidiary as Night Incorporated. Itself is valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars from venture capitalists and angel investors. Who owns Night? The CEO of Night Media is Reed Dutcher, who formerly...
I did not get high enough for this insane conspiracy shit.
Worked for the NFL, and then went on to be Dude Perfect's manager, which Dude Perfect is another really big YouTuber. The president of Night...
She's basically acting like she's uncovered a massive conspiracy that all of the massive YouTubers that are big and popular tend to be managed by a few big companies. Wow. Who could have guessed that? Have you ever watched YouTube? Like, do you watch YouTube at all?
Incorporated is Ezra Cooperstein, who was previously the president of Fullscreen and Rooster Teeth. Fullscreen, I used to be signed by Fullscreen back when YouTubers had MCNs, multi-channel networks. If you've been on YouTube for a long time...
Wait, even she was part of it. Oh my god. Even she was part of it, and she has to add that caveat in her fucking conspiracy. Yeah, MCNs and other agencies like this are extremely unanimous among YouTubers. This is not anything special or, like, damning. Like... It's so normal that I don't even know how to express to you how much of a nothing burger this is. Like, it's almost like saying, did you know this doctor went to this medical school and this other doctor went to the same medical school? Like that's pretty much the equivalent of what she's claiming here.
Time you'll know. I ended up parting ways with Full Screen in like 2016 or 17, I believe. Unrelated reasons. I personally wasn't privy to any corruption going on at the time in that general sense, but yeah. As well as Maker Studios, which Maker Studios was huge back in the day, which is now part of the Disney Digital Network. Now, while I was with Full Screen, I did film a pilot with Disney Channel, Disney XD. It was for a gaming show that I was going to host, and it ended up not.
She's a failed actor. It's always these fucking failed actors, dude. It's always these people who have some other failed career that was their ideal, and they realized the only thing they could do to scrape by a living is to sell their soul and just peddle evil in a charismatic quote-unquote package to an audience of numbskulls.
Getting picked up, but I did host 3 episodes at E3 of a little mini gaming series that they did specifically for that time at E3. So there's definitely some sort of connection there between Full Screen and Disney, at least to that capacity that they had worked together, because I know Full Screen had other talent that they had to audition for these roles. Now, this happened for me back in 2016 or 17.
Yeah, that's why I put charismatic in quotes, Acroma.
Right before I left Full Screen. Okay, so ironically, neither of these guys are the real talent managers, as that position is for their 90-plus employees, including Andrew Pelosi, a former higher-up at Influential. What is Influential, you ask? Influential is an AI, social data, and conversion technology, as well as...
Yeah, no, I'm out. Okay, this is literally fucking brain-numbing. This video is 10 days old and has only 56,000 views, which is a lot of views. Like, if I had that many views, it would be impressive. But my channel has 85,000 subs. Her channel has 139,000 subs. And despite being a clickbait video about Mr. Beast's friend, it got 56,000 views. My guess is because the view retention is extremely low, because this lady has no charisma, is terrible at delivery, and has, like, made the most uncompelling arguments. She dropped a Bible quote in the first minute of the video. That's gonna lower viewer retention like crazy, and when viewer retention is low, the video doesn't get seen by a lot of people. Damn. That was embarrassing. Whew, I am cooking in this thing, chat. How'd y'all like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good, and I have expelled the entirety of the list. Ugh, I promised one more segment, chat. One more. Ooh. Do you guys have anything I can cover that would be short? Like maybe 10 minutes? I want to get one more segment out tonight. But I finished the list, and I am tired. Oh, you're right. I should cover that, Hobo Sapiens. You're right. I like that. Okay, this is good. Alright, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. It's the last segment of the day, and I am tired, and I'm cooking inside this little onesie, but I promised you guys 12 segments today, and I'm gonna follow through. Now this particular news, I've not really looked into it very much, but the headline really caught my attention. And I'm really glad that people in chat reminded me of this because I almost forgot to talk about it as a whole. So, I want to start off by showing you guys a little clip from a popular video game that I really love called Red Dead Redemption 2. This clip is called Agent Milton and Ross Enter Dutch and the Gang's Camp. Let's go ahead and watch this clip. If you're wondering what agency they are agents for, it is the Pinkerton Detective Agency. It is still around today. It is hundreds of years old. And, you'll get a little bit of insight into what they do with this clip, kind of. Let's watch.
It's gonna work out, John. It's gonna work out. Listen to Dutch.
Now, I don't expect you to understand this, but I have never been more proud of you than I am right now, brother. You're doing
This game's
the right
so good.
thing.
I have a plan,
Get
Arthur.
that boy back safe. She'll kill us all.
I know, but looking at this logically, well, that boy is fine. They took him to scare us. Nobody takes a boy to harm him.
He's right, John.
What do you think, Arthur?
The boy will be fine. But, well, of course, Marston's scared rotten. I mean, we killed all those people. We stirred up all that trouble. For nothing.
No, not for nothing. For living. Now, we get that boy back, and we go. Trust me.
Hey, Dutch, we got a problem. Not a problem. Visitors. A solution. Good day, fine people. Mr. Vanderlind, Mr. Matthews, I presume. And who are you?
Rip Van Winkle.
Huh. Good day, sir. Agent Milton, Pinkerton Detective Agency. Agent Ross. Ah, Mr. Morgan, nice to see you again.
And to what do we owe the pleasure, Agent Moron?
I don't know if you're aware, but this
Bro,
is
got
a
him.
civilized land now. We didn't kill all them savages only to allow the likes of you to act like human dignity and basic decency was outmoded or not yet invented. This thing, it's done.
This place ain't no such thing as civilized. It's man, so in love with greed, he has forgotten himself and found only appetites.
And as a consequence, that lets you take what you please, kill whom you please, and hang the rest of us? Who made you the messiah to these lost souls you've led so horribly astray?
I'm nothing but a seeker, Mr. Milton.
You ain't much of anything more than a killer, Mr. Vanderlind.
This game's so fucking good. I'm not playing anymore because I don't want to spoil anything, but holy fucking shit is this game good. And if you haven't played it yet, you need to, because it's based as hell. Anyway, the Pinkerton Detective Agency is basically the on-running villains of the game for you and your gang, because the government and the police have basically decided, nah, we're not going after the criminal gangs ourselves, we're just going to hire this private military, basically militia agency that is, you know, sort of subservient to the government and that they've been contracted out. But they also get contracted out by anybody if they've got the money for it. And notably, in the game, the reason why the Pinkertons are after you isn't actually for the government. The reason why they're after you is because very early in the game, you and the gang rob a train that belongs to a billionaire or a millionaire, because, you know, oil baron named Cornelius, or not, it was like something Cornwall? Something Cornwall, I don't remember. It was like Cornelius Cornwall or something? Leviticus Cornwall, thank you, yeah. Leviticus Cornwall, he's a big rich guy. You rob his train, and now he wants to get back at you, so he hires the Pinkerton Detective Agency to hunt you across the country until you're either dead or captured, to be killed. He's literally just a very rich guy who's paid a private militia that still exists now, by the way, to hunt down your gang and you know, kill you. And that's the story of the game, and that agency is real. Now here's the thing. In real life, what the Pinkerton Detective Agency did the most of was cracking down on protesters and strikers. You see, it is true that a lot of billionaires or I guess I should say millionaires for the time, did hire the Pinkertons. But what they actually were used for was using violence, guns, and muscle to shut down unions, to bust unions. Because back in the day, let's just say when it came to workers unionizing and fighting for their rights, it wasn't like them going on Twitter and being like, yo, we're getting underpaid. It was them, like, getting their guns out, like, gathering outside their boss's office and saying, hey, we can't afford to feed our children. You literally just bought a new yacht. We're going to fucking kill you if you don't pay us more. And you know, so in response to this, these employers were like, okay, let's hire a private militia group to come kill all of our employees, or at least a bunch of them until they finally surrender and get back to work. Of course, at the same time, child labor was legal, of course, so there were children working in the mines and in all these facilities. Now, you would think this is a thing of the past, but this headline has kind of been circulating a lot in the last couple days, and it is really something. Magic the Gathering publisher hires the Pinkerton Detective Agency to seize leaked cards from YouTuber's house. A mistaken cell leads private investigators to intimidate and threaten an individual and his wife. Magic the Gathering publisher Wizards of the Coast reportedly sent Pinkerton private investigators to a YouTube creator's house last week to retrieve mistakenly sold cards from an unreleased set. In doing so, the massive company upset the creator's home, allegedly harassed neighbors, and spawned a wave of criticism from the tabletop community and beyond. The company hired Pinkertons to raid someone's house because a store accidentally sold cards to somebody before they were supposed to. Jesus Christ. YouTuber Dan Cannon, also known as Old School MTG, first gained notice when he posted a video opening a box of March of the Machine: The Aftermath, leaking the contents of a trading card game set not due to hit retail until May 12th. The video exploded and apparently caught the attention of Wizards of the Coast, as Cannon's wife answered a knock on the door the following day to find Pinkertons demanding all of the unreleased product. In a video explainer published April 22nd, Cannon claims the agents threatened jail time, huge fines, and other repercussions if he didn't relinquish the stolen product, quote-unquote, which reportedly upset his wife to the point of tears. The creator said that he purchased the boxes from an acquaintance who did not realize March of the Machine: The Aftermath was a substantively different MTG product from the recent released March of the Machine set. The Pinkertons took everything, including tokens and packaging, before giving him the number of the Wizards of the Coast employee. That contact was, quote-unquote, very nice, very apologetic, according to Cannon, and assured him Wizards of the Coast does not believe anyone stole the cards. Instead, the company wanted to know where to plug the hole that allowed... Okay, this is basically them asking... They think that he stole them still, and they're trying to ask, like, okay, who sold them to you? Who gave them to you? We think that's the source. That allowed at least 22 reported boxes of unreleased booster packs to find their way to a seller and eventually his hands. The Wizards employee claimed the company would somehow compensate him with different cards at some point, but reportedly didn't offer specifics. Damn, it's like offering an employee script, which is also something those company towns back in the day used to do. The original video no longer exists on YouTube, as Cannon took it down and warned others against hosting it on any screenshots of the leaked cards. He claims the Wizards contact called it a copyright infringement thing. I guess, to be fair, it would be. Dicebreaker reached out to Wizards of the Coast and the Pinkerton Agency for comment, but did not hear back before publication. You know what would have been completely acceptable and normal to do here? Send a cease of desist, which is a completely legitimate legal road to take as a large company to a YouTuber who's leaked something that's not supposed to be public yet. Wizards of the reason why they did this is because they want to patch the leak, by the way. They sent private investigators because if they send a cease and desist, that gets them nothing. It can still leak from other sources. They sent in a private detective agency to try to find out where the leak is so they can, cut the head off the snake. Very bizarre, scummy behavior from this company. Wizards of the Coast has responded to Polygon and IO9, the former confirming that the company did hire the Pinkerton agents in order to investigate the unauthorized distribution and disclosure of embargoed product. The latter response claimed that under no circumstances would we instruct an employee or contacted agency to intimidate an individual. That's not what this person said. And Wizards strongly refutes the events described in Canon's videos. Canon's generally amenable tone was not present in a 3-minute follow-up video uploaded on April 25th. He says the Pinkertons harassed his elderly neighbors by knocking on their doors asking about him, claiming they had an appointment with him. He said this constituted a massive overreach by Wizards of the Coast in hiring private investigators who would disrupt his community, upset his wife, and threaten an individual over trading card game boxes. Dicebreaker reached out to Canon for comment, but has not received a reply. For the unaware and those largely outside the U.S., Pinkerton currently exists as a private detective agency and security guard service owned by Swedish security firm Securitas AB. Their website promotes an image of professionalism that leans on a slanted version of historical Pinkertons. Their corporate investigation section specifically touts their track record of helping win civil lawsuits and litigation against current and former employees. Pinkerton's past is a sordid mixture of union busting, corporate spycraft, and serving as the blueprint for the U.S. Secret Service, which now protects current and former presidents. It was since the largest private policing force in the world and consistently infiltrated strikes, nascent unions, and other pro-worker movements to gather information and sow discord on behalf of the owners and executives. A torch the contemporary Pinkertons are all too happy to carry. They were also recently the villains of a video game, Red Dead Redemption 2, a point which eventually led to a lawsuit against developer Rockstar. Guys, I didn't even know the details of this entire case. How perfect is it that I started this segment soying out about how I learned about the Pinkertons from Red Dead, and this article ends on that note. Time is a flat circle. Damn. What'd you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good, and I feel like this stream came out pretty good as well. What would you rate it out of 10, chat? $10? That's good shit. That's what I like to see. Pretty good for an unplanned segment. Solid 10 out of 10. Nice. Thank you, guys. I like seeing the support in chat. The likes, the comments, just people being here in general, even if they don't say anything. Subscribers, gifted subs, everything. I really do appreciate it. You guys mean the world to me. And your support is what allows me to keep doing this. So, no matter how you support me, even if you're just sitting and you're watching and you don't say anything in chat, like the stream or anything like that, I really do appreciate you. Every single person who takes the time to watch my content, you are appreciated. But I really don't have much else to say. Thank you all so much for watching. I love you all very much. I will see you all tomorrow, because I will be streaming tomorrow. And as always, have a good one. Bye-bye.